So if we could please take our seats, and we will commence our meeting in a few seconds.
Oh, you went good.
We've got a call.
Just don't have enough at the table.
Kia ora koutou. We'll commence this meeting of the Planning Committee of Auckland Council, Ko Miti Whakariti Mahiri. And it is the 1st of July, where half of the year has gone. We're into the second half. And today, members, we've got quite a long agenda in front of us. Welcome to you all. Welcome to the Mayor. Welcome to the councillors, independent Māori statutory board members, members of the public, and our officials of Auckland Council and the other agencies, the CCOs, if they're with us as well. Welcome to you all to this meeting of the Planning Committee. I will start with by taking apologies. And I've received an apology from Councillor Professor Collins for absence, from Councillors Hills and Young for lateness, and I will record those accordingly. Take the motion, I'll move that, and seconded by Councillor Simpson. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no, and declare that carried. Now we have a request from 3 members to access the meeting by electronic attendance. Councillor Fletcher and Independent Māori Statutory Board member Leanne Namani, who is out of Auckland currently, and Councillor Stewart. So I'll put that motion, approve the electronic attendance. Do I have a move for that? Councillor Mulholland. Do I have a second? And Councillor Filipaina. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried.
Excuse me, Mr Chairman, I don't know how long you're going to go today, but it might be apology for early departure on council business for Councillor Henderson and myself.
Okay, we'll note that. It's not so much about how long I will go, it's about how long we will go. But we'll note that. Thank you. Declarations of interest. I haven't received any. If you could please let me know if there are any declarations of interest on any topic on the agenda. There are none. I will move to confirming the minutes of the 3rd June meeting, the open minutes, and also the 24 June meeting. That's our extraordinary meeting where we dealt with the Regional Land Transport Plan. The motion is before us. I will move. Do I have a second, please? Councillor Simpson for the second. I'll put this motion, and all those in favour say aye. 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 Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. Now we go to public input, and I'd like to accord precedence to item 5.1, which is to hear from Manurewa High School. And it's good to have them here. And they will be speaking to us very shortly. Then we'll hear, I just do need to go through those that have been accepted and declined though. I did decline a request from Charles Levin, who wanted to talk about the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, targeting his conversation at walkable catchments. And it is on the agenda, obviously. And ordinarily that would be accepted, but members, I'd already accepted, 3 public input presentations, and there was no time allowed. This would have taken us well over the half hour that our standing orders indicate. So that was declined, but we will be hearing from Manurewa High School on affordable future housing. And we'll also be hearing we'll be taking receipt of a petition. No, that's under petitions. Public input from Ed Clayton, who will be looking at the green tracking of light rail in Auckland. Okay, I call upon Manurewa High School to come to the table. And we've got Jasmine Rahman, Braxton Phillips, and Annalena Namoa, Tegan Pegler, Elvis Long, Amisha Mahara, and Brittany Chapman, and Atalina Chand. And I hope I've got your names right. Big welcome to Auckland Council, and really welcome your contribution here today. And it's in your hands.
Kia ora guys, my name is Jasmine.
My name is Elvis.
My name is Tegan.
Hi everyone, I'm Annalena.
And I'm Braxton, and we are the Affordable Housing Project for Manukau High School. During our time on this project, we have learned
You'll have to, sorry, little 101. Each time you speak, you're going to have to press that button and make sure you can see the red light, because we've also got people that are connecting by electronic means, and they won't hear you unless your red light is going.
Sorry about that. Kia ora, I'm Braxton, and we are the Affordable Housing Project from Manukau High School. During our time on this project, we have learned a lot about mathematical modelling and how it's used in housing. We've learned about how to use it within housing and what the key concepts are in these. I'll pass it on to Annalena.
To carry on from what Braxton was saying, we also researched about future affordable housing in Auckland and how this will affect us for our future. And here are some key issues we identified during our research. One key issue we identified was that bigger families may be unable to pay for properly sized homes. What I mean by this is because bigger houses with more facilities cost more, those bigger families who have to support more mouths may end up cramped in these small homes. This especially applies to Pacifica families in South Auckland, as these families tend to have larger numbers of family living in one home. So our main point here is that people really shouldn't be penalized for having more children. In the future, we would like to see some more regulation or support for these larger families to make larger homes more affordable for them.
Another issue that we have identified is noise level in relation to houses, in relation to privacy in Auckland is often overlooked. When people talk about privacy, we found that people don't really talk about the amount of noise that you can hear from other houses. For future housing, we would like to see more soundproofing measures put into place, especially in terraced housing, and that will be vital in the upcoming years as more houses are being built in close proximity to each other, leading to more noise and less privacy.
Another issue that we've found is the relation of housing and transport accessibility for those who rely on public transport. Housing within the suburbs that are further away from the transport hubs are cheaper than those closest to these transport access points. We also think public transport should become more accessible in suburbs further away from the city, as houses closer to the city tend to be more expensive. We think that public transport accessibility should be less of a deciding factor when buying houses. This is important as the world is becoming more eco-conscious. People want to buy electric cars to reduce carbon emissions, but for those who can't afford these cars, public transport would be their second option. We believe that we should have measures so that low-income families should have easier access to public transport.
Finally, to summarize, there are some solutions that we would prefer to see in the future to make housing more affordable, so that by the time we decide to invest in houses, we can find reasonably affordable houses in our suburbs. So firstly, there can be more support provided to larger families to promote adequate living conditions. Secondly, there should be more soundproof houses to increase a sense of privacy in homes. Thirdly, there should be regulations put up in place to support people and families with low income who can access public transport easily. Now we know that our future is in your hands in terms of investing in houses. So we really hope to see these solutions being implemented in future to make housing affordable in Auckland for young people like us. Finally, to conclude, I'd like to say from the team and I, thanks for listening.
Oh, don't go away. Stay with us, because I'm sure the mayor and councillors will have a range of questions for you. And I'll start with the ward councillor for your area of Manarewa, and that's Councillor Newman.
Good morning and thank you very much. And I note also Councillor Dalton's is coming in as well. So I hope in front of me, one of you will take over from me and do stand soon, because you need to be part of the conversation about the future for Auckland. I think that one of the challenges that I see is the availability of land for development. And the land that is available is skyrocketing in price. So can you give some reflection back to this group of people, if possible, as to what you were seeing with the sort of land around Manurewa High School that is being sold? What is the sort of housing that's going in there? And is that sort of housing that's being built, those little townhouses, is that going to be conducive to those big families that you're talking about that have housing needs, or is that just a recipe for overcrowding?
Oh, could you repeat the last part of that question, please?
Could you give some comment to this committee, the sort of housing that you were seeing that's been developed on those sections around Manurewa High School? That town housing that's been developed, is that going to be big enough to accommodate those big families that need the housing, or is that housing that you're seeing a recipe for overcrowding?
I'm not sure about everyone else, but I've definitely noticed more land intensification with like apartment styles. Although I think this may cater to more like couples or small groups of people, it may not actually cater to larger families, like we said. Yeah, but it is great that it's near facilities like Westfield.
Thank you.
I had one follow-up question. With that housing that's been developed, if there isn't the public transport choice available, and if people are forced onto cars with all those people living there, what's the capacity of those local road networks to accommodate all those additional vehicles?
If you don't have that answer and you'd like to think about that, and maybe you'd like to come back to us, you could write to us and follow up your submission here today.
Yeah, that would actually be much more appreciated, because we'd actually quite like to talk with the rest of our group about these kind of questions, because we didn't really cover them while preparing.
Good idea. So feel free to come back to us, and you can write to us, and we'll make sure that the Mayor, councillors and independent Māori Statutory Board members receive your further submission. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Filipaina.
Kia ora, Chair. Morena koutou katoa to our young ones, our rangatahi. Look, my question is based on that first bullet point you have up there, which is bigger families and bigger houses. Are you considering, or have you made an appointment to speak to Kāinga Ora? Because I know that with their developments, and a lot of our whānau, our ainga, are living with, multiple members of the family. So have you ever thought of going through there? Because I know there's some initiatives that they do with bigger homes because of bigger families. So are you planning to sort of present to their board?
Not really. This is more of kind of like a school project to bring more awareness to our students instead of, taking direct action. Yeah, but I think that would be a great next step for our group. It'd be really cool.
I would suggest, and I know that your teacher is here, or your support person, is here. I think that'll be a very good move for you to go through and present to them. Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Next year, we'll be introducing, in partnership with the government, a discount, a 50% discount for those that hold a community services card. And you emphasise in your submission better access and probably affordable transport so that you can connect to friends, places, job interviews, learning, earning, etc. Do you think a 50% discount on for community service card holders would be a good thing, or do you think it's not going far enough? Do you have any comment on that? Now, I'm putting you a little bit on the spot here because you may not know that detail, but you probably know the cost of catching the bus, catching the train, and what it would be like, how different it might be if you received a 50% discount on those fares if you were a community services card holder.
To me, that sounds like a great idea, and I think that would help out a lot of our older community who have been in the community services, and it would also take an initiative for younger people to go into community services, helping everyone out, while also getting something paid back to them, and it would just be great.
Okay, good to hear. Mayor Goff, please.
I'm just going to say thank you to your class for undertaking that project. We live in a big city. It's 1.7 million, and by the time you guys are out in the workforce or studying at tertiary, it'll be about 2 million people. So we need more houses and we need better public transport. So we're working with central government on both of those things. But we take on board the points that you make about we've got to have houses fit for the circumstances of the family to live in. With more people living intensively, you need to have provision so that you've got soundproofed walls so that you're not hearing the conversation in the flat next to you or the apartment next to you. And it is about affordability too, and that's our big worry, because house prices have gone up so much. And we're hoping that the government measures that were introduced recently will have an impact on levelling off house prices, so that by the time you come to have families and want to get into a home of your own, that is a possibility for you. So thank you very much for being here today, and good luck with your project.
And can't go yet. One more question. Councillor Simpson, please.
I was just going to say thank you very much. I support everything you're saying. My question to you is around public transport as well. Look, you're of an age that you probably soon, if not, can get a driver's licence. Is owning a car something you think you aspire to, or do you think that public transport is the way that Auckland, should provide enough public transport for you to get around, and especially around the bigger families? Do you think they will rely totally on public transport, or do you see a need for a car as well? And if so, why?
I think that's a great point about bigger families needing those cars, because I think it can be quite difficult to organise a transport via public transport. But I definitely see Auckland in the future moving towards a heavier reliability on public transport. Especially since, as Elvis said, everyone's becoming more eco-conscious about their carbon footprint. So yeah, I definitely think the need for cars will definitely decrease, but those bigger families may need cars, yeah.
Sorry, can I just say something? I also think that with the more people in Auckland transport, in buses, trains and stuff, that's less traffic on the roads and stuff too, because 70 people in a bus compared to 70 people in cars is a lot less area being taken up, so the cause for all this would just lower traffic rates a lot more and be faster to get around.
You know the future. Thank you. Look, really big thanks from all of us. We really appreciate this, and we're in this conversation today and on our agenda. But I'm going to suggest Councillor Dalton, Councillor Newman, would you like to second these motions? And I suggest that we refer your submission to Councillor Bartley, your affordable housing political working group of Councillor Casey, yourself, and Councillor Cooper with the staff, and they will read and discuss your submission further, and that helps contribute to the directions that we take as a city by the decisions we make around this table. So your presence here today is contributing to the shaping of the city, and we're really grateful for your contributions, massively. Thank you. Kia ora. I'll put the motions though. All those in favour, it's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Now, members, will go to the petition of the Hobson Point Residents Society. This is a petition relating to the future of the Wasp Hangar and Wasp Square. And welcome Louise Taylor. Now, I think Louise is via electronic connection.
That's right.
Welcome, Louise. If you can hear me now, feel free to proceed.
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome to the committee.
I can hear myself, so I know you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So, tēnā koutou, committee members, and thank you for your time to present this petition today. My name is Louise Taylor, and I am a committee member of the Hobsonville Point Residents Society to present community concerns regarding the development of council-owned land in Hobsonville Point along Launch Road, which is the road that comes up from the wharf. On the final page of a handout I've submitted, there is a map showing the area that I'm talking about. Along this road is the Air Force's former Wasp Hangar and adjacent land that had previously been earmarked as Wasp Square in Panuku's master plan of 2018 for the area. So I'm here representing homeowners and approximately 7,000 residents of Hobsonville Point, as well as signatories from the surrounding area. So thank you for hearing us today. So the Hobsonville Point strongly supports refurbishment of the Wasp Hangar for the following reasons. In that it would be a facility for a growing community, which will be over 30,000 people once Hobsonville Point, Scott Point and Whenuapai are all completely developed. The hangar is a landmark vintage building, important to the aviation history of the area. Its retention and development would be consistent with the provision of high quality development and public amenity in Hobsonville Point. And so far we have 2,495 signatures on the petition at the change.org website. If you would like to have a look at that petition, if you go to the change.org website and search Wasp Hangar, it will come up. We equally support the establishment of Wasp Square adjacent to the hangar because it's an integral part of the development of the hangar. It also forms part of a proposed public connection between the airfield site and the higher density development to the north. It will create a new public space for Hobsonville Point that serves as a heart for the community. And this is something that was strongly identified as a need in a resident survey a couple of years back, that there was lacking a heart in the area. This is already council-owned land, and the approved plan change has identified the need to set aside an area of land for such purposes. We do have concerns about the planned sale of the land. We fully accept that most of it will be sold for development. However, the sale of the Wasp Hangar site does not guarantee retention and refurbishment of building. Achieving the good and strategic intentions of the master plan relating to the hangar and square will require appropriate designation in the sale of the land and, where appropriate, in the conditions of sale. Moreover, although some business and commercial use was intended in the master plan with the aim of boosting local employment, it seems likely that most of this area will see just more residential development. And therefore, the master plan needs to be updated for such a reality, and we have approached Panuku regarding this. Development of all blocks should be submitted for the scrutiny of the Hobsonville Point Urban Design Panel as a condition of sale. That was something that was set up some years ago. The new population target at Hobsonville Point is 11,000 due to the apartment development, and development of the council land will add further population and employment, but using infrastructure that was designed for a much lower population target, so we can foresee problems in the future with that. Concern around parking and traffic management have also not been fully considered. We would like to remind you that in the Auckland Plan 2050, under Homes and Places, Direction 4 states that our public places are where children play, people relax and meet others, and where we hold celebrations. They are an extension of living space, especially for people who have limited or no private outdoor space, which completely refers to the houses here in Hobsonville Point and over at Scott Point. Also, to support the council's and government's climate crisis targets, open spaces also help to green the city, play a part in carbon reduction and contribute to ecosystem health and biodiversity. Panuku, we are aware, instructed to manage the development of the airfield site. And in their text that introduces their board, executive and staff, they state one thing that unites us is our desire to make Auckland a better place to live and our vision to shape spaces for Aucklanders to love. So to just optimise returns and sell for housing development dollars contradicts everything that Panuku says it stands for. No one will think it's a better place just by crowding in more housing. It just demonstrates a complete lack of vision for creating spaces to love. So we're requesting that, well, we are aware firstly that the negotiations with Kaianga Ora regarding the sale of the hangar and the adjacent lot have ceased. We understand there's no potential quick sale and therefore are urging planning committee members to reconsider their decision to halt renovations on the WASP hangar and to reinstate the original plan to renovate the hangar. We would request council development of the adjacent area into WASP Square and support the local board to initiate their plan and utilise their financial contribution to develop an indoor court facility, which again is well supported by residents. Reinstating this plan would benefit the wider population, not just Hobsonville Point. This is for the northwest region of Auckland. So thank you for your time. That's a lot of words, I'm aware.
Thank you, Louise. No, good words as well. So thank you for that. Now, normally we would be taking the receipt of the paper petition, but it's a new age we're in, and you're connecting electronically, and you will be sending your petition electronically today, I understand. Is that correct?
I've already sent it.
It's already received. Okay, so that's how we are receiving the petition, members. Thank you, Louise. Now I'll take some questions. Councillor Walker.
I've just got a question around the provision that's required under the plan change for neighbourhood parks within the space that we're proposing to sell. That amounts to 5,627 square metres, part of which was identified as WASP Square, directly adjacent to the WASP hangar. Has your association had any engagement with any part of council, Panuku or Kaianga Ora, around what that might look like, those neighbourhood reserves and where they would be?
We have been in contact. We have met with Kaianga Ora, Panuku and the local board, and we've put forward our petition and our request. They haven't come back with us necessarily with what their plans might be, other than what was in the master plan. Is that what you were asking?
Sure. And
Yeah.
I have one other question, Mr. Chair, and that's really just going to the provision of indoor recreation space for sports in Hobsonville. Is there anything proposed in your area?
No, not that we're aware of.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson, please.
Thank you for your petition, Louise. And in respect of the very numerous numbers of people signing it, I think, was it 2,700, did you say? Which must represent a fair proportion of the households that are there already. Is it fair to say that there is a very heightened community awareness and knowledge of all the planning documentation that has been done over a number of years that provides that repurposed WASP hangar, which is protected under the unitary plan, so it has to stay there, something has to be done with it. As part of the massive response due to the awareness of the undertakings that have really been given over a number of years to repurpose that wasp hangar, while acknowledging the willingness to give up the balance of the land in this windfall sale to the council asset sales. So the public awareness, obviously, by the number of people that have signed, is great of all these factors, and the expectation is commensurate with that. Is that correct?
Yes, there's huge public support. A lot of residents have been here from the start of developments. A lot of people stay. They tend to move around within the suburb, and people here are quite passionate about the area that we live in. It's got a strong community. People are aware of the plans. A lot of residents have been involved in some of those plans. And we have quite a few Kainga residents living in the area as well. So there's a real mix of people that are passionate and are aware of those plans and see a need for that kind of space and facility for future generations. There's an awful lot of children in the area. And again, referring back to the previous presentation from the children themselves also need outdoor space and facilities as they're growing. So yeah, there is a lot of support.
Thank you, Councillor Watson, for that question. Are there further questions, members? Well, thank you, Louise. We'll see that petition shortly and really appreciate your contribution here today. I will now ask for a move from Councillor Walker and a second from Councillor Watson. And the motions are before us to thank Louise for the petition, to receive it and refer the petition to the Chief of Strategy for consideration and response to you, Louise. So thank you.
Thank you.
On that, Louise, will say goodbye to you. No doubt we'll be seeing each other again. And I will put the motion in the three parts. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. We'll now move to hearing from Ed Clayton under public input. Welcome, Ed. Come on up. Ed's going to talk to us about the green tracking of light rail, city centre to Mangere. And it's in your hands, Ed. We have your presentation and feel free to take us through it.
Kia ora, and thank you to the Chair for allowing me to participate in this committee meeting. Just to introduce myself, I am an environmental scientist that specialises in freshwater catchments. I've been working in this industry across private and public organisations now for the last 13 to 14 years, and I'm currently studying towards my PhD at the University of Auckland, where I'm looking at low-cost open source monitoring alongside communities to look at their interpretations of what freshwater catchments are like. So that's my introduction to this space, I guess. So I'm interested in light rail because of the effects it has in terms of transportation impacts on water. I'd like to start first with observing some of the upcoming reforms that we're going to see in freshwater. So the essential freshwater reforms, a key part of this is Te Mana o Te Wai. Now there are a hierarchy of obligations that councils will need to adhere to under Te Mana o Te Wai. The first one being that there is an obligation for the health and well-being of water in and of itself. And adjacent to this, there are principles of governance and stewardship which apply. And councils need to improve waterways for future generations so that their needs are met. We have several challenges that are upcoming as well. For freshwater, we know that urban stream syndrome exists, whereby there are increases in floods and erosive powers, contaminants that get transported, and associated with that, there's also the loss of biodiversity in streams. Where we have impervious surfaces such as roads, we have a large generation of zinc being carried into environments. Zinc is a major part of tyres. Sorry, it's going a little bit faster than I thought here. I'll just see if I can move that back. There's an estimate that 10% of all microplastics in the world's oceans are generated from tyres as well. These are primary sourced from the wear and tear on road surfaces. And the Auckland Council actually recognises road surfaces as being a source of high contaminant generation where more than 20,000 vehicles a day present. We also have an issue of global biodiversity being lost, 1/3 in the current human lifetime. And we know that decreasing ecological carrying capacity accompanies this biodiversity loss. So I'd like to pose a question here. What would urban transport look like if the fundamental requirement was a net gain in water quality? So this concept brings us to light rail, green light rail. Now these are examples from overseas where lawn tracking is in place. This has been put in place generally for aesthetic purposes only in delineation of those corridors. We know from these examples that it does already reduce noise, heat island effects, embedded emissions, urban runoff, and it improves air and water quality, community health and community well-being through access to green space. So if we look at this concept of green tracking, the proposal we have in front of us is for Dominion Road, and we know that on this map here we have fractured basalt that underlies this area that recharges the aquifers that go out to the Miola Creek. A lot of these existing road catch pits and stormwater systems here go directly to soakage. But Dominion Road is also a road that carries 25,000 vehicles a day, so it is a high contaminant generating activity, and so far it only has gross pollutant traps present in some of those stormwater catchments. If we took this example of green light rail, we could design swales and bioretention devices that could treat the runoff coming from Dominion Road. So how this would work is that it would be built into the rail corridor, like those previous examples of green tracking, but with specific designs in place to treat that runoff. Previous designs for this green tracking of light rail do not actually have that outcome as a primary driver. And if we planted approximately 1,500 metres of swales and around 150 metres of bioretention devices into that corridor, we could treat the road runoff from Dominion Road. This here is some examples that exist of the sort of devices I'm talking about. So we have swales and bioretention devices. Starting at the bottom left, this is a car park in Auckland where the runoff is directed straight into this grass strip. That's a classic sort of swale design. Then we have some rain gardens up in the top left. This is sort of how we access, you can allow pedestrian access across these spaces. Then moving across to middle top, we have an example from Seattle whereby runoff is directed into this vegetated swale and sort of kept within the space of that road corridor as well. So it's bringing water back into the city and letting it sit there. And then examples of further rain gardens in Auckland and another swale that's designed in the US to hold water adjacent to a road. And that is my presentation, so thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, Ed. Excellent. Now we'll take some questions for you, Ed. We'll commence with Councillor Walker.
Sure. So just picking up on the comment you make around the underlying geology, the fractured basalt that exists along a significant part of the route. Have you done any modelling around that, or engaged with Healthy Waters around what quantity of water we could be looking at there, which obviously could be quite substantial?
So the current stormwater system in that area, most of that already goes to soakage. So I think I'm not an expert in that. I'm a freshwater scientist, not an engineer. But effectively what you're doing is decreasing the amount of impervious surface in the area, so you'd actually slow the rate of runoff to the existing stormwater catchment there. But at this stage, this work that has been done is I've done this by myself in my own spare time, so I don't have a lot of those technical answers yet. It would need to go to a design process.
The reason I'm asking this, Mr. Chair, is quite obviously we're talking about a substantial quantity of water that can recharge an aquifer that will likely be increasingly important in Auckland's future.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that that aquifer is of importance. If we look to that receiving environment, there are a lot of permanent swimming bands in that area. So we have a high level of pollutant generation. So if we again look to mana o te wai and those obligations we have, we must be taking steps to improve those outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Are there other questions, members? No, look, Ed, thank you. It's a brief appearance, but it's an important appearance. You are also, in addition to being the planning committee here, the mayor and the deputy mayor are with the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Infrastructure and Finance. That's Honourable Grant Robertson and Minister Wood. They are the sponsors for the light rail project. I'm also on the establishment board, and I can assure you that the environmental outcomes are critical to the business case and will be well considered. So what I propose is to forward your presentation through the establishment unit. That'll land with the project director, Tommy Parker, and he will socialise it with the board, along with other information when we consider a bit more detail on the light rail project. So we'll make sure it goes through. It's an important topic that you've raised here today. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Now, can I have a mover and a second? I'll have Councillor Mulholland, and I heard a voice over here. Councillor Walker, thank you. As movers, as the mover and the second, all those in favour say aye. 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 Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you, Ed. Now we'll go to item 6, members, and we will hear from the Aotea Great Barrier Local Board, and this relates to responsibilities regarding implementation of resource management and heritage legislation on the island. And welcome to the familiar face of Izzy Fordham, who is our chairperson at Aotea, and Velmain Toki, also a member. Kia ora, Velmain, and Don Prince, archaeologist. Izzy, I think I'm going to hand to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome to yourself, to Independent Māori Statutory Board members and councillors and staff. So you've already introduced Don and Velmain, and of course Velmain is from Ngāti Reho and Ngāti Waikato, Mana Whenua. So we're going to take the written presentation as read, and this today is about process more than anything else. So I think without further ado, Mr. Chair, if it's all right with you, I'll hand over to Don, and when Don has finished, Velmain will do the conclusion for us, and we'll take it from there.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for allowing us the time today to come present this to you. It's to do with process, and the process that appears to have fallen down somewhere along the lines with between the statutory obligations of the Resource Management Act regarding heritage. Consent notices appear to be appearing on the island complete and signed off. So local staff are only obligated to work under ensuring that these consents are followed. They are unaware of any heritage issues that may arise along the way, and because they have not been presented to them before time. The island is coming under increasing pressure, as you may well have read recently, the amount of tourism. We're also getting a new face of development on the island. The landscapes have largely been escaped major development on the island in the last, up until the last 10 or 15 years. Under the Resource Management Act, Section 6 refers to the fact that if there are any issues to do with heritage, then primarily it is to be passed on to Heritage New Zealand to ensure that suitable constraints and processes are followed. The process is to do with identification and within these legal parcels. A number of recent developments have occurred that have not followed this process. Recently, there's only been, in my knowledge, one property that has been followed through the process, and that has only come about because the landowner has implemented that himself. What we're looking for today is to find out why the Auckland Council appear not to be notifying mana whenua, nor following through to do with the heritage legislation on the island. So there's the Resource Management Act and New Zealand Heritage Act. So, yeah, it's to do with process. And the question as to why we've arrived at this process at the moment where development is going on landscapes that have gone, no, they have recorded archaeological sites on them, and there is no notice on the consent that they need to refer to Heritage New Zealand Act and notify mana whenua. I'm sorry, I'm a bit blurry.
No, that's clear. That's
Okay.
clear. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Tēnā
Main, would you like to expand on that from a mana whenua point of view, or as you like?
Thank you. Tēnā te mihi kia koutou, ngā mihi ki te whanaunga. In summary, councillors and mayor, the consent process for us on Aotea is flawed. The appropriate reports, such as archaeological assessments and cultural values assessments for mana whenua, they're not occurring. So subsequently, what this enables, it enables those big developments to be established on Aotea without these important checks being secured from mana whenua. So kia ora koutou, I'll leave it there because I'm sure that we'll get questions to allow us to elaborate on this flawed process that's happening for us on Aotea. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Valmain. Councillor Coombe, question, please.
Tēnā koe, Mr Chair. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for coming across and for such a comprehensive written presentation and presenting to us. Would you be able to just clarify what is actually happening when the process isn't being followed? Any specific examples you'd like to let us know about? Kia ora.
Yeah, if the process is not followed, the majority of the heritage sites on the barrier are earthwork and pre-European Maori sites. Once they've been modified or destroyed, they've gone forever. The information that is contained within those sites is also gone. We get a once in archaeology. We get a once-off opportunity to examine and investigate and record the information that's recorded in these sites. Most recently, there's been the most obvious one is just occurring as the building is going on as we talk on in Tryfina Harbour. There's at 362 Shoal Bay Road, as the last example I gave in my written presentation. There is a house site on the point site immediately above it, and extending features down onto that property is a major power site. It's one of the two main fortified sites within Te Rangatawhiri, Tryfina Harbour. There's been major modification for the building platform. What was there before the building platform was modified with a hydraulic excavator? We will never know. Correspondingly, there is large development going on at North Kaitoki, or locally known as Palmer's Beach. These are large properties. There was a archaeological assessment of effects undertaken in 2003 on this property for a different project. It didn't extend onto the main body of that property, and currently there is earthworks being undertaken there that are not being. There's been no mitigation undertaken whatsoever. I would like to acknowledge that Auckland Council recently have engaged with Mana Whenua to do some scheduling of sites of wahitapu or of significance to Mana Whenua on the island. However, they've been targeted at public land rather than private land. There are major landscapes on the island that are in private hands that need to be scheduled as well. There's a number of issues, but this is probably not the platform to investigate.
No, thank you for that. I think that's really good to highlight a few examples. And Mr. Chair, I'm happy to second. I'm pleased to see that we've got a follow-up to the presentation, which I think is that Chair Izzy, that will address just the question about next steps. So thank you for adding that, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to second.
If you like, you can move it as the ward councillor, and Member Toe Henare. Would you like to second that motion, Member Toe, and then I'll go to your question? Question first, then, Member Toe. Good. It's moved and seconded, and a question from Member Toe Henare.
Mea tutahi ke a koe te akuranga tira tēnā koe te. Tēnā koe te whanaunga. Pai te whakarongo ia koe I tēnei ata. Do we, I thought Auckland Council had a heritage program, and if we do, I think not if we do, have you been working with that heritage program?
Thank you. Yes, Council does, and yes, it is very helpful. My concern is that the list of consents that are generated to our hapu aren't specified, and well, they're not sort of articulated in saying that this consent is on Aotea and this is the consent. But more than that, it doesn't, the importance in terms of what that consent being granted will mean isn't signalled. So we have to voluntarily access the list, identify Aotea, identify what activity that consent relates to, then decide whether that area that's been impacted on is a site of significance or not for us, and then whether we need to ask for a cultural values assessment. So that isn't implicit in the information that's provided to our hapu.
So when somebody is after a consent, is there an automatic contact made between the council and Mana Whenua on the island?
Thank you. I can only speak to my experience, and that hasn't happened. We've had to go in and speak to Brad Allen to ensure that Mana Whenua are involved, or there is a trigger to allow that process to commence. But that's we've had to be proactive to ensure that's happened. And subsequently, if it doesn't happen, it falls between the cracks, and we don't have an opportunity to provide a cultural values assessment.
Kia ora, thank you. And a question from Councillor Walker, please.
Couple of questions. First one, I would imagine, based on what you're saying, there's some urgency. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the second question, I would also venture to say that there's probably a correlation between sites of significance, particularly past sites and the like, and sites that command a premium for development because of the views and the proximity and so on. Would that be a fair comment?
That's a very fair comment.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. No further questions. Izzy and Domain and Don, what we'll do is we'll refer this to our general managers of Plains and Places and also the Resource Consents manager. And we'll come back to you, come back through you, Izzy. But the proposal is to actually have a formal memo come to the Planning Committee, and of course you'll be included in that distribution. So we will be looking at this matter. The staff have already had an early heads up on this, so there's something worthy of our consideration here, absolutely. Thanks for your work on it. Don, thanks for the expertise. And Velmain, thank you for coming along. Izzy, as Chair of Aotea, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and everyone for your time this morning, and we look forward to the follow-up. Have a good day.
Members, it's moved, it's seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. That takes us to item 7, which is extraordinary items, and none have been notified. So we proceed now with we're going to item 8. Members, just by way of introduction, at today's meeting we're considering several pieces of government reform relating to urban growth and housing and our responses to those reforms. Today's agenda is another reminder of how quickly reform is moving and is needed. It's also a reminder of the critical work we must undertake to arrest the housing crisis. And broadly speaking, this means that as a council, we'll be working a lot more closely with central government. We're not going to be doing this alone, either party, central government or ourselves. It's going to have to be a concerted, collaborative effort. So to set the scene now, we'll go to item 8. And the first substantive item at 8 is on the agenda, and that'll be our monitoring and progress report on the Auckland Plan outcomes and the challenges inherent in that document as well. So we're now on item 8, and before us we've got Denise O'Shannessy and Karen Kirk. Now I think I'm going to hand to Karen. Karen Kirk is our Principal Strategic Advisor, who keeps a very close eye on the Auckland Plan 2050 monitoring. In your hands, Karen.
Tēnā koutou katoa. So yes, as we know, the Auckland Plan was adopted in 2018, and it sets the long-term strategic direction for growth and development in Auckland in accordance with the outcomes we want to achieve. This is an annual report, and it uses 33 measures basically to track general progress and trends across the Auckland Plan's 6 outcomes. And I'd like to acknowledge the outcome leads that are here today. We can answer questions after the presentation, but we may have to refer to the outcome leads as subject matter experts. They've all contributed to the report. This is an important report from our point of view, tracking progress against the outcomes, so as we can identify any potential areas for improvement or areas for further work, and that can help inform decision making on the annual budgetary process, but also the long-term planning process in 3 years' time. The report uses mainly data from 2020, so it captures the impacts of COVID in some instances, such as quality of life, public transport patronage and unemployment levels. If we move on to the next slide. This just gives an overview of how we're tracking. The majority of measures either show positive change or no significant change. But we also have a number of new measures, and these were adopted by Planning Committee earlier in the year in relation to the environment and cultural heritage outcome. And in those instances, we have baseline data now, but we'll have to look to the future to track progress. So that's why there's no change there. In terms of key points emerging from the report, in terms of belonging and participation, quality of life remains high. It's actually increased since 2018, but we are seeing an increase in the proportion of Aucklanders reporting a decline in the previous 12 months. Basically, it's gone from 13% in 2018 to 30% in 2020. And people actually mentioned the impacts of COVID in relation to their comments. We've also, we have new data this year in relation to whānau wellbeing. We don't have a trend yet, but 73% of Auckland's Māori rated their whānau wellbeing positively. However, we are seeing a decline in the proportion of Māori youth in employment, education and training in 2020. We're seeing a positive trend, but it's dropped slightly in 2020, possibly in response to COVID. We're also seeing a continued increase in the number of new dwellings consented and completed, and multi-unit dwellings comprise most new dwellings consented now. And also, unemployment rate for March 2021 increased slightly. However, on most of the economic measures, it's not as bad as was predicted, and we're beginning to see the economy recover in response to the impacts of COVID. Public transport boardings, again, had been increasing, but we saw a decline from 103 million to 61 million in 2020, again as patronage has been impacted by COVID-related lockdowns, but also critical renewals on the rail network. And air quality had been improving, however, our greenhouse gas emissions for 2018 still remain higher than 2016 emissions. And we're also seeing recent changes to the unitary plan have seen an increase in the number of sites of significance to Māori scheduled. In terms of next steps, some of our measures, we're going to do a bit more work. We still need to find a more appropriate measure of Māori participation in decision making, because our number of co-governance measure hasn't really changed in the last couple of years. But also we're going to look at some of the transport measures. We were using model data, but when we have real-time data, we can use that instead. And as we've heard from the previous presentations, we're looking at a number of changes at the national and regional level in relation to emissions and ecosystem health, and we'll begin to see the development of new measures in that space as well. And we also need a better measure of digital connectivity and internet use, especially in light of COVID. We'll also be doing some further refinement of the homelessness measure, noting that Ministry of Housing and Urban Development are carrying out a lot of work in this area. But in terms of reporting next steps, you can expect a development strategy annual monitoring report end of October. Of course, we'll come back this time next year with the next annual monitoring report, and we also carry out a more in-depth analysis looking at a wider range of measures in March 2023 to help inform the next LTP process, or perhaps earlier. So the report is for noting progress and receiving the report, and we can then go ahead and publish it on our website. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Karen. Thank you for that presentation, and thanks for the report that is on our agenda. I think there's going to be a range of questions here, Karen and Denise, starting with Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Two questions, and thank you for your report, by the way. It just provides a brilliant picture for Aucklanders on how their city's tracking and really important measures, so well done for your work. First question is, looking at paragraph 19, the Māori outcomes stats, a decline for Māori rangatahi in employment, education or training from 82.2% to 76.8%. That's a scary one. Do we have a figure on how this is tracking for non-Māori?
Yes, we do. An important point to note is a lot of these measures report at the regional level. It's a snapshot in time, but obviously that we could carry out further analysis. It doesn't look at the impact on specific groups or more detailed information at the local board level, but that's an example of further analysis that we can undertake.
Thank you very much. We'll follow that one up. The second question I have, Chair, directing councillors to page 29 of our agenda regarding accessibility for jobs. Now, forgive me, this makes me pretty angry reading this. 33.9% of jobs accessible within 30 minutes by car. That's a third. 9.8% of jobs within 45 minutes by public transport. Do we have any steer on how that compares worldwide and what would be realistic as a target for Aucklanders?
I don't think we do have that information. It may well be something that we cover in the 3-yearly deep dive. However, that is something we should be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question from me. When I read this report, I was rather surprised to read under Homes and Places the monitoring on housing costs as a percentage of household income, and it's according to the measures, there's no significant change. But we're all aware of the growing challenge of unaffordability in housing. And we're aware that there's recent record of the median price for housing continuing to grow at an alarming rate, some 22 to 25% over the last year. I'm hearing this morning CoreLogical reporting 1.8% growth in the median price in the month just gone, that's June. I think it was over 2% in May. And the median residential sale price in Auckland is now approaching or possibly past 1.2 million. Yet I read here, I'm trying to reconcile that other evidence with your monitoring. I think we need to give you the opportunity to expand upon the report as it's written under Homes and Places, point 3.
Yeah, through the chair, yes, it does sound counterintuitive. The measure is about, as you pointed out, it measures the ratio of housing costs to disposable income. So while housing costs have gone up, incomes have also gone up. Also, the data includes all households, including those who have potentially paid off mortgages, so their household costs are a lot less. But it does hide or mask the figures around particular groups who are more impacted. So certain types of households, such as renters, are spending a higher proportion of their costs. And also for Māori households have 15% less income than non-Māori income households, so we're still seeing inequality there. So it's a figure which masks the impacts on different groups.
So if there is a masking, do we need to refine that measure so that we can look at it and get a better understanding? Because it's a little bit too easy to look at no significant change and move to the next chapter or the next measure. I'm concerned that, well, question to you, do we have the right, are we asking the right question there? Have we got the right measure in place, or do we need to review it?
So we can certainly have a look whether there's a better measure. We can also add more commentary into the report to explain the differences. So rather than just with that one bald figure, we could include more information which might be helpful. But on an ongoing basis, it's important for us to review those measures and see if there are better data sources.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Casey, please.
Oh, thanks, Karen. I love to hear your voice.
In reference to paragraph 16 of your report about job losses and displacement of workers, there is no mention of the effect of COVID-19 on women, especially women in employment. And I just wondered if in future presentations you could give us some gender analysis. Yes, we actually did carry out some gender analysis and we can provide that. Surprisingly, most of the data that we looked at, it hasn't impacted on women more than men significantly. And we've checked this with our colleagues in the Economist unit. But yes, we can provide that analysis. Again, that's an example of intuitively, we would expect to see more change. But again, I suspect it will be on different groups and possibly at a sub-regional level. But we can certainly include that.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. And Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Just picking up on Councillor Casey's question, I had met with CSI, who were TSI, and they did find that women were impacted more by job losses, so that would be more of a sub-regional. I'm interested in that information too. My question, you made a comment around measuring outcomes for Māori, and that maybe we need to have a look at how we're measuring, and that's a conversation we've had in a lot of different places. I wondered if you put any thought into what that might look like, and a couple of examples. One was around how we measure the responses on our long-term plan our consultations in general, and how Māori are always featuring low, and how we're capturing the written word, whereas actually the conversations and the feedback are coming face to face, and how we capture that, and we might find that we have a larger response, and also that sometimes a consultation is at a hapu level, and that's representing more people. There's that one bit, but then there's also about how we're measuring the work that we're doing through policy and impacting change for Māori, and have we got that measure right, and should we be consulting more with Māori on how we measure, so we're not doing the statistics I get, the facts are the facts, but there's a whole lot of other things we're measuring here that are not statistical. So has there been any thought into what that might look like as a council approach?
Yes, we've been working very closely with our colleagues in Ngā Matarai. They're obviously developing their Māori outcomes measuring framework. And a lot of the measures that they've come up are complementary to our measures. For example, they're looking at, it's an existing measure, percentage of Māori residents that can participate in Auckland Council decision making. But yes, it has been challenging trying to capture good information related to the quality of engagement with Māori. And it's certainly something very close to my heart, because I was responsible for Māori engagement in the Auckland plan. And yes, it was more capturing those relationships and the quality of conversations. It's definitely challenging, and we'll continue to search for better measures. In terms of impact on policy, Denise is probably best placed to talk to that point.
Yes, I mean, as Karen said, we're continuing to work to develop measures which are more effective. We obviously, through our guidance we give on strategy and policy development, we are encouraging people leading those projects to think carefully about alternative methods of engagement or things that are more appropriate. So we continue to do those sorts of things and provide that guidance. But the measures are something that we will just review as we go on and find better ways to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Coombe, your question.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Tēnā koroa. Thanks for the report. Can you just remind me, so there's two sort of parts to my question. First of all, just clarification. When the Auckland plan was refreshed and minted, there was a political working group was going to be set up to look at more substantive targets, particularly around transport, and that didn't progress. So we don't have those targets in the plan, for example, like mode shift. Is that right? Have I remembered that correctly? And can you just remind me why we didn't progress with those targets?
Yes, you do remember that correctly. We didn't progress with those targets because we did do some initial work with our central government colleagues to look at if there are any ways to arrive at those shared targets. So that was the resolution, was that there may be an opportunity to agree targets with central government that may or may not sit within inside the plan. So a decision was made at that point that it was best to use other processes, strategy te tareke, tāwhiri, water strategy, other processes to set those targets rather than include them in the Auckland plan.
Thank you. Which kind of goes to the second part of my question, is that I'm concerned that our targets that we're having in different documents are not aligning. So I just want to understand, what is the process that you see that we're going to have aligned targets? For example, the RLTP has different targets to the recovery budget that aren't aligned with Te Tarukia Tāwhiri, and we're now going to also be doing a emissions reduction plan, which presumably will have new targets as well. So how are we going to bring these into alignment, and who's going to be monitoring them, and who's going to be advising us on how they can be brought together, so we're all working towards the same thing?
That's a good question. I think it's part of the process as that new work's happening, that and it should be a consideration of that alignment. Ultimately, the targets are a decision for council, but in the advice that comes to you, it should include consideration of where those targets might deviate from targets that have been set through other processes. So that would be an important part of the advice that comes forward.
Thank you. Maybe, Mr. Chair, there's a need to get it on the work program for the planning committee, so we know at what point we're going to all know that we've got our targets aligned, so that also going into the annual plan next year, we can ensure that those measures and targets are not out of sync like the ones we signed off the other day.
Okay, I'm just getting my head around what you're saying there. You're referring to the targets. This is about the 33 measures, and you're looking for an alignment between the measures and the targets. That's what you're saying.
There's measures, but they don't have committed targets. That was the intention originally, that there would be targets within the Auckland plan. Then they were going to be worked on elsewhere and aligned with government targets. That bit of work hasn't happened. And now we're getting to the situation where we don't have a cross view across all of our various plans that mean we have the same measure and the same target, and particularly around transport. So a big issue is we don't have a meaningful target for, say, mode shift, for reduction in VKT, and for changes to, there's a whole lot of targets that we could have for transport. So I just want to know that that bit of work is going to be picked up and we know who's doing it, and that's going to be brought back to us, because I think that will need to be refreshed in the Auckland plan, not the Auckland plan, the annual plan next year.
Okay, got it. Let's leave it there for the Chief of Strategy and Megan and Jacques Victor Karen to consider. We've already mentioned this possibility of some refinement on some measures. We'll consider that question of alignment between measures, targets. We'll pick that up. Thank you. Member Leanne Namani. Kia ora, Leanne. Leanne, are you with us?
Kia ora. Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Kia ora. I just have a couple of questions. Firstly, I do recall, just with my involvement in the Auckland plan development, that there were still measures that were going to be required, Māori measures in other outcome areas. And I'm just wondering if that's being prioritised so that, ideally, I guess next year, we have those measures final. I just wondered what the progress is on those.
Yes, we do have Māori measures sitting within the other outcome areas, and I mentioned one of them, which was number of Māori young people in employment, education and training. There's also one in the belonging participation area, which is more Aucklanders' awareness of the treaty and their understanding. Unfortunately, the resident survey didn't go ahead last year as a result of COVID and the impacts of COVID. So we don't have new data on that. However, we did have new data on whānau wellbeing and also te reo use. And we've included baseline data in this report, and we'll be tracking progress in future years. And obviously the point I mentioned before that our measures are quite high level, but they're intended to sit alongside and complement the Māori Outcomes Monitoring Framework by Ngā Matarai.
Kapai, it was very good to see that there are 2 new measures around the whānau wellbeing and te reo. So in your view, the Māori outcome measures as relates to the Auckland plan have been completed? Are across all outcome areas and I guess to your satisfaction at this stage?
Well, we have 4 Māori identity and wellbeing measures, which is quite a small number. We're always looking to find better measures. So at the moment we've identified further work around the Māori decision-making measure because we haven't seen the number of co-governance arrangements, which is our proxy, increase. And also, we don't find that a particularly satisfactory measure of Māori participation in decision-making.
Kapai, following on, and it is a question around that measure. So the reason it has been put to the side is because you don't think it's a good measure?
It is a good measure. It just hasn't changed in the last couple of years. So now we're thinking, do we need a more effective measure of Māori engagement or Māori participation in decision making?
Could it be how we're measuring it rather than the measure itself?
Yes, that's a very good point because we have...
Because I just look at earlier this week, the amazing housing development partnered with Auckland and Marutuahu, and I'm sure council had a role in, enabling that. And I guess it's just a question I raise. That it could well be how you're measuring it.
Yes, absolutely, and we have had conversations with the co-governance team, and they raised that point as well. Again, counting numbers is all very well, but there's a desire to kind of capture the quality of these arrangements. So yes, absolutely, I think that should be part of what we explore going forward in relation to that measure.
Could I just add a point too in terms of the earlier question, that the report that we do on a 3-yearly basis draws on a much wider range of data in terms of increasing the number of measures, Māori measures across all of the outcomes. So that paints a broader picture than this annual scorecard.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Namani. I'll now go to the question of Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair, and tēnā kōrua, ladies. Look, as a result of the Southern Initiative changing its focus and direction, who is monitoring and delivering on the TSI 1.6 priorities and also on the Southern Initiatives focus. Do you know who's delivering on that?
Through the chair, I don't know. What we're reporting on are the 33 measures in the annual scorecard. So we're not including any other measures other than those 33, but I'm assuming that the CSI are reporting.
Well, sorry, Chair, they actually report to the PACE committee, but the fact that there's a change in direction, I'm still trying to find out who is delivering on the 6 priorities that were set up in the Auckland plan that set up the TSI and also the focus areas. I don't know. I'm assuming that maybe the CCOs may well be delivering, but I think it's important. I know they're now under cloud ears, but this is in regards to the monitoring, and I think it's important that that monitoring is also done if it's going to continue to come to the planning committee. Yes, they report to the PACE committee, but the monitoring of our tracking with the 6 priorities and focus areas stays with this committee, Chair. So that's why I'm asking that particular question. Thank you.
I'll pass to the Chief of Strategy for comment, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Councillor. I understand the conversations and thoughts you've been having on this for a wee while, and you've spoken to me, so I get it. Let's work on it. Yeah.
Yeah, look, if we can, it's been a year and a half and the steering group having met, but I'm going to get that steering group up and running because at the moment everything in the Auckland plan, Chair, that came through is not being achieved through the TSI, but through the CCOs, which therefore then things need to be re-looked at. But this is the question I posed because the monitoring is still through your committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Filippone. I appreciate you alerting us to that, and we will follow up. Now go to Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. I've just got some questions around measures, and the context of my questions are all around Council's adopted climate emergency. Okay, repeat that, climate emergency. So yes, it is really good to have the measure around Auckland's carbon emissions, which have been tracking up and continue to track up. And I just emphasise my questions around measures are around quantitative measures where possible rather than qualitative. So is it possible to have a measure around waste that includes not just domestic waste but commercial and industrial waste, because they are by far and away the larger quantitative amount of waste and they are measured each year by council? Is it possible to have a measure of the amount, the length of streams across the region? It's a physical length and the loss of streams each year. Is it possible to have a measure, a quantitative measurement around the loss of the number of significant trees each year in the region? Is it possible to have a measure each year around sea level rise? And we know, for example, recently that it was 7 mils a year in Littleton. In the not too distant future, we'll probably be measuring that around centimetres a year, and obviously that's significant, that's sea level rise, that's quantitative. Is it possible to have a measurement around soil loss, particularly elite soil loss across the region? And is it possible to have a measure around the number of homes subject to flooding that goes to inundation, and that is a quantitative measure that we already have. So what I'm asking, Mr. Chair, is given that we have a number of quantitative measures that we measure, so these are existing measurements that we have, can we not include them, particularly in the context of the climate emergency, which the Auckland plan obviously has some reference to? Thank you.
I'll go to Denise. We did consider when we established the measures, we canvassed this conversation of how many measures did we want, and you're proposing to increase it by 50%. So yeah, it's always possible, but there's a question of, there's a lot of questions. So Denise, can you just remind us, when we confirmed these measures, we went through a pretty thorough process, and quite a wide-ranging discussion on what to really narrow down to, what was really important, and then knowing that other information was available as well. Can you just remind us of that process and also to respond to Councillor Walker's question of that possibility?
Yes, so as you say, there was a quite a comprehensive process, and bearing in mind the context, as you're aware, of the state of the environment reporting, which is the very in-depth reporting on the environment. We selected a small number of measures across each outcome to track progress on an annual basis. Over the last couple of years, we have been aware that we needed to improve the measures in the environment and cultural heritage outcome, and we came to you in April to propose an amended set of measures for that outcome. We also go more widely, as I mentioned earlier, when we report on a 3-yearly basis. We draw data from a wider range of sources. We are always open to looking at other measures which we think might be more effective, so we can certainly do that, but we actually draw on a lot of that data already in our reporting, not necessarily in the annual scorecard.
And just a follow-on question, Mr. Chair. Given that Auckland is a city, and there are a large number of other cities that report on measures, and for example, we used to be a member of ICLEI, a Sustainable Cities group that has identified various reporting measures for cities. Do we actively look at the opportunity to benchmark ourselves with other cities, looking at the measures that they have, so that Aucklanders can make comparisons between how they're tracking with other cities? And the reason that I'm asking that question, Mr. Chair, is a lot of our measures are qualitative and some of them may be unique to us, and yes, that's relevant. But obviously it's how we're benchmarking against, say, Barcelona or Vienna and other leading cities, particularly in the climate space, is really important. So just a question there. Thank you. Denise.
We don't, for the purposes of this report, we don't do that benchmarking process.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
But we do it elsewhere. It doesn't mean to say we're not doing it. Is that correct? We are looking at other international cities within New Zealand. We're looking, and we've got a research and monitoring unit that's looking at a lot of things.
That's correct, yes. So through other processes that occurs, but for this purpose, we just report on those measures.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Goff, your question, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Denise and Karen. There's a real goldmine of information here, actually. I've got 500 questions, but I'm going to restrict them, Mr. Chair, you'll be pleased to know, to 3. The first is on homes and places, and it's got a chart here on page 42, housing costs as a percentage of household income, and it's almost counterintuitive. It suggests that from 2017 through to 2020, housing costs have actually remained reasonably stable as a percentage of household income. And I think the general perception is, well, certainly the perception of house prices is that they've gone up, although they did even out over some of that period. And the perception is that house prices, including rentals, have been going up quite substantially. So, I'm not challenging your statistics, but I'm trying to marry the difference between that perception and what you're showing on that chart.
Denise.
So the measure is, as you say, about the ratio of housing cost to household income. It doesn't seem to line up with what's been reported. The reason for that is that incomes have also been rising at the same time as housing costs. So the ratio of that hasn't necessarily changed, but that data does include all households. So it includes those whose housing costs are not as high as many others. So when you actually delve deeper into the numbers, there are definitely certain types of households and certain groups for whom housing costs have risen significantly.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I mean, this suggests that for most people, their housing costs are, 23% of their household income, which would generally be regarded as relatively affordable. But within that, you'll have people paying 50, 60% of their household incomes. So I don't know whether we've got an ability to break that down to make it a bit more meaningful, but that might be something you could consider for the future.
I think we can do that.
Thanks. The second question I've got is under transport and access, and it's on page 60, and it's the deaths and serious injuries, which shows a rapid rise from 2014 to 2017 and a very significant decrease from 2017 to 2020. Now, it's one thing to know the trend, but the even more important thing would be to know, how do you account for those trends? What caused the significant upswing in deaths and serious injuries, and what's led to a significant decrease in those things? I'd like to say it was, new policies that we'd implemented, but I'm not that rash as to suggest that. There must be a variety of factors, but do we have a breakdown that would enable us to disaggregate those figures as to potential causes?
So because the plan was adopted in 2018, we've been working from the 2018 baseline in terms of saying it's a positive trend from 2017 through to 2020. The drop in the 12 months to the end of December 2020. COVID.
Yeah.
But really, I guess the important point will be a year from here, understanding what change there has been since then. So whether that trend, the positive trend continues. What we do have actually is a breakdown in terms of the road users who have been impacted most. So we have actually got some more information on that.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really important because we're investing a hell of a lot of money in road safety, and we need to measure what impact that has, disaggregating it from other factors such as maybe increase in kilometres travelled.
Right.
So I don't know whether you can get beneath those figures and try to find what accounts for those trends. These are Auckland figures, but I don't know even how they might match up against national figures, but it would be really important if we had a better understanding of what causes the DSIs to go up and what causes them to come down. Yeah. So maybe if you could think about that. Mr. Chair, my last question is on a new measure that you've implemented, which is the number of native trees planted by Auckland Council. And this is the first year, and you've got quite an impressive figure of the 475,000 trees planted, which is kind of in line with our target of 1.5 million trees over those 3 years. But for those, so we simply don't know what happened before this year, though, in terms of what we were doing. Do we have anything to compare that number against? That's page 70. It just says it's the first time it's been measured, but I just wondered, I don't know whether that's I'm presuming that's a significant increase in the past, but is there any way of being able to tell that?
I can't answer that question, but we can go away and check that and come back to you on that.
That'd be really helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was around the measure called Aucklanders Health under Belonging and Participation, Measure 5. And that seems to be that we go out and we do a survey and we ask Aucklanders, how they're feeling in mental health and general health. But I wonder if we might be missing something, Mr. Chair, in terms of perhaps some of the presentations we've heard today, that with housing, as households need more people living in them, particularly Pacifica households, probably twice the number of infectious diseases amongst their children in those crowded environments than even Maori. So I wonder if we should be having a report around infectious diseases and crowded environments in those sectors. It might be something that we're missing in terms of, if there is overcrowding, what is the implications in Aucklanders' health as a result of that. And I think it's pretty well documented that it's those diseases, and particularly infectious ones amongst the children. So I'm sure that might be available through medical avenues rather than us going out and surveying people, and it might be a bit cheaper to access as well. And I just wouldn't mind that considered for inclusion, Mr. Chair, and any comment that the officers might have around it.
Well, there's most certainly overcrowding, and we can work, Denise, we could work with the District Health Board, boards, plural, Ministry of Health. They collect that data. There's possibly other ministries as well, and the Research Information Monitoring Unit does work with those agencies, I believe, on a regular basis. So we could pull together that information. Anything further to add there, Denise?
No, nothing further to add.
Okay, we'll take that on board. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartley, please.
I
don't think your microphone is operating. Would you like to swap to the next one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask the same question as the Mayor, but he already asked it regarding affordability and 23%, because that's concerning. It's not what I see in my community, absolutely not. So really would appreciate a breakdown of that figure. So instead I'll ask a question about the sense of community in neighbourhoods. Any commentary around, I would have assumed that there'd be a peak given the lockdown and COVID, but no?
Yes, that was one that I was interested in as well. That there hasn't been any change from 2018. It's still around 50%. But again, that's at the regional level. REMU are developing the Auckland specific quality of life report, which will come out at the end of July, and they'll be looking into differences at the local level, but also across different groups, different ethnic groups. So yes, very much looking forward to seeing those differences.
And if I could ask one more question, please, Chair. You know, we're really strong about saying no to racism. How are we kind of tracking that in terms of belonging and participation through this, aside from it being a measure about the tiriti or waitangi?
Although it's not a measure, well, it's not one of the 33 measures. This was an issue that was raised by Councillor Casey when we reported last year. So as a result, we included a new set of questions in the Quality of Life survey related to discrimination and racism. So we've just got those results that have come through now, and it gives us an insight into people's experiences across different groups, and also down to the local level. So again, that will be in the July report from REMU.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and that's a great report. The Mayor's absolutely right. This is the gold mine of information here. The one I'm interested about is the opportunity and prosperity in particular, and it shows that we're increasing yet our GDP per household, per job, full-time job. Yet as a productivity mix, New Zealand has sort of plummeted down the OECD rankings to 44th from being in the, in the single fingers category 15 years ago. So that must presume that although we are rising, it's not rising as a comparator to other nations.
Through the chair, so yes, it's not comparative to other nations. It's simply reporting our GDP.
Yes, yep. That's sort of interesting because we were beside Ireland, and now Ireland's 14th and we're 44th.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I think we've exhausted the questions, and there's a thirsting for more information, which is good. But as the Mayor said, it's an absolute gold mine before us, and there's other parts of this council that have got more information. It just doesn't all fit in one report. But one area that does intrigue me, and maybe it's within our research and monitoring unit, or it could be from academics at the university or government agencies, is there any research into the impact of skyrocketing house prices in Auckland and the impact that's had on centres close to us or other destinations, Whangarei, Hamilton, Tauranga, possibly even Nelson, as Aucklanders don't see a future here because of the housing crisis. They can't buy, they can't rent, they go to another centre, or they capitalise here at those high prices and then impact the prices in other centres. Has government or anybody, ourselves, have we undertaken any evidence-based research in this area?
As part of last year's 3-yearly deep dive, we looked at population movements, people moving out of Auckland as a result of, house price pressures is one of the factors. And we drew on some research that was carried out or commissioned by Treasury. But no, the type of in-depth research that you're proposing, as far as I know, hasn't been carried out. So yes, that's an idea.
Look, we won't resolve that now. We just consider that, and maybe we discuss it with the university. It could be a research paper or something like that. Okay, we'll leave that now. There's no further questions. Is there any comment to be made, Councillor Henderson? We're in debate now. So thank you, staff, Denise and Karen. Would I have a mover, please, in Councillor Henderson? Yes. And a seconder in Councillor Casey. So it's moved and seconded. The motion's before us. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. There's 2 points that I want to make just briefly. And sorry, Chair.
Sorry, and thank you. Thank you for the report and your response to the questions here today. You're welcome to leave the table, please. Thank you.
Yeah, look, and I do just want to firstly acknowledge our hard-working planning staff for their excellent report and the treasure trove of information that we have before us. And we'd love new measures, but the fact is, the more work we load onto our planning staff, that needs more resources. And so when we're looking at budget, this is one of the moments we might want to think about. But secondly, and in more of a fulsome way, I want to just point out, look, we do need to set targets for job accessibility. I think that data is really, really scary. We have great staff at Council and Auckland Unlimited that can actually work on this if we tell them to. So we need some targets here. I want to acknowledge the Manarewa High School students that talked about accessibility of public transport earlier today. That's routes and that's affordability as well. Evidence is beginning to show that we have some of the most expensive public transport fares in the world for outer areas of the city. These are the very people that need it the most to access work. So we're talking about a large majority of Aucklanders that live in outer Auckland. We expect to shift from the car to public transport. We ask them to pay through the nose for it. And we say that there's poor access for most of those areas. And when you overcome these obstacles, many of them have to travel great distances for their work in the first place, and that alone has impacts on their family and their well-being. So 9.8% of jobs accessible within 45 minutes of public transport is completely unacceptable. This needs to be significantly improved, and we need targets in place for better public transport and more jobs in suburban Auckland. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Just a comment, Mr. Chair. I just make the observation that there are a number of measurables that do not involve any work on the part of officers because we're already doing them. If we're not doing them, the government is doing them, and they are absolutely pertinent. I think there's a need for a refresh. We have a climate emergency, and this report is quite deficient in a number of areas that go to that are directly relevant. So I think there's a need to refresh. I put up some suggestions, for example, and I think that related to that, it is essential that we benchmark ourselves with other cities internationally increasingly, because then Aucklanders have got an opportunity to see how we're measuring up with Sydney, Barcelona and the like, rather than other cities in New Zealand. And with respect, what we're putting out doesn't enable anyone to actually do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Casey. No, okay. I don't have any other speak. Councillor Newman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting looking at this report and then reading things like the article in the newspaper today about the comparatively low rates of take-up of the COVID-19 vaccination by Māori. It's interesting to reflect on the strategic direction with respect to the Auckland Plan, how we're benchmarking against that when we know the palpable differences between funding between local boards. Chair, you asked the question about what research exists about Aucklanders cashing up their capital gains and then moving to centres outside of Auckland, which, I think a lot of Aucklanders will do, and they'll do it because they want to live in a location that's affordable and enjoy their capital gains, not so obstructed by congestion and what have you. I think that this is an interesting report, but I think it only tells us some information. It doesn't explain everything. It explains some things. But the truth is, Chair, that Councillor Henderson's absolutely right. And I'm so tired of sitting around having debates about extending greater service levels and new services and improved services to people who have the most choice and the greatest amenity when we don't tackle the hard stuff around communities that don't have public transport services. And we don't tackle that because it's too bloody hard. It's too expensive to do that. Auckland Transport tells us, well, we have to make choices and funding is limited. Well, you know what? That limited funding tends to go to those communities that already have the services, which just exacerbates the differences between those who have and those who don't. So I want to thank the authors for this report, but the truth is staring us in the face, actually, about some of the decisions that are taken around this table, which exacerbate it, which exacerbate the differences, which are not easily resolved, and which entrench some of the inequalities, which is completely contradictory to the principle of the Auckland Plan, which is about equity. Yeah, there won't be equity of outcome, I accept that, but it would be nice to think that we could make a deliberate decision as a matter of policy intervention to address some of the gaps that exist, not because it's the easy thing to do, but because it's necessary to do it. And I look forward to some of that discussion when it comes to whether we need to protect some of these heritage overlays later in the agenda.
Thank you. And I think finally, Mayor Goff.
Yeah, just looking at the homes and places section of the graphs that they've set out, and if you look at that on page 37, you just see a massive increase in housing consents. So we're now consenting more in 1 year than we were doing at 4 years at the beginning of that comparative from 2009. But just to mention to councillors that the latest figures are just out on building consents in the last year, 18,565. That's a 28% increase on last year. This time last year, we were calculating they'd probably decline with COVID. They've gone up by 28%. And if there is this massive movement of people outside of Auckland to cheaper housing, I want to know why we're consenting around about half of all the houses being built in the country at the present time. There's no indicator for me here that Auckland is becoming a less popular place to live. For some, it's becoming a more expensive place to live. But you'd also have to believe that unless we are getting the overwhelming bulk of New Zealanders coming back to New Zealand living in Auckland, we should be making decent inroads into the long-term housing shortage problem that we've faced in the city. But it would be quite good to dig into those statistics. But we have never, in our history, not even in the halcyon years of the early 1970s, been building houses in Auckland at the rate that we're currently building them. And if supply and demand ever means anything, you would think that that would have to result in the medium term in a levelling off of those house prices together with the government actions. But we certainly hope so, because after congestion, that housing cost and housing shortage problem is obviously the biggest one we have.
Thank you, Mayor. It is moved by Councillor Henderson. It's seconded by Councillor Casey. We have the motions before us, so I'll put those now. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no, and declare that carried. So members, we'll leave that item. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to the next item. So we'll come back at just a fraction after 12. Thank you, members. We'll reconvene this meeting. Just to give members an idea of how the day might map, we're looking at doing 9 and 10 before lunch, and possibly some of the procedural items that you'll be familiar with were at the end of the process on plan changes. And then we'll go to, I think, 11, 12, 13 after lunch, 11, 12, 13 and other business after lunch. So that is the preferred course, and aiming towards around about 1 o'clock for the lunch and break. Depends how you want to approach them, remember? Now, I will hand over now to Megan Tyler, Chief of Strategy, to make a brief scene setting and comments about the government policy statement on urban development and the national policy statement reports relating to MPSUD. Megan Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora koutou. I just wanted to follow on from the Chair about the way we've designed the agenda. We have actually thought about this. It's not random. We wanted to start with the Auckland plan outcomes, because that's our high-level direction that we're all setting, and heading to for the next 30 years. The next two then are clearly a bunch of the reforms and changes in direction that the government is setting out for the whole of New Zealand. And obviously we're focusing on what that means for us as Auckland. So the next item we've got is a government policy statement, a GPS, on housing and urban development. The one following that is a national policy statement. And so we will describe what that is, but just in really brief terms. A government policy statement is really a set of directions, some guidance for others about what the government's wanting to achieve and what it might do, and some of the things it might put in place around, in this case, housing and urban development. It's not mandatory, and it doesn't require other agencies like council to necessarily follow it, but a national policy statement does. A national policy statement under the Resource Management Act means that councils have to give effect to it. It's prescriptive, and it requires us to then do a bunch of stuff. So that's that's a simple difference between a government policy statement, which is a set of direction which might well come into force in some way through legislation and other ways. A national policy statement means we need to do something about it. So we've put those two together, and we'll talk to you about those in the following hour. I'll come back after lunch and kind of wrap up the next three, which is about the national policy statement on urban development, which again is that mandatory work that we need to do. So I hope that's helpful, Mr. Chair, and we can start on item 9.
Thank you, Megan. Takes us to item 9 now, and I welcome the staff, Denise O'Shannessy, Manager Strategic Advice, and Yasa Carroll, Principal Strategic Advisor. And this is looking at Council's submission on the GPS, Government Policy Statement on Housing and Urban Development, the discussion document that's been released. Now, at the outset, I think I will move the motion and Deputy Chair to second. So it is moved and seconded, but now we'll go to the short presentation from the staff.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is to really bring to your attention the recently published government discussion document on a government policy statement on housing and urban development. Submissions on the document close at the end of this month on the 30th of July. So this report is really seeking approval to delegate to the Chair, Deputy Chair and IMSB member the authority to provide some direction to staff in drafting that submission and to approve the final submission. So the report gives you a relatively good overview of the GPS, but just to summarise, I mean, Megan has already mentioned that this really is about setting the government's direction for housing and urban development nationally over a multi-decade outlook, so about 30 years, similar to the Auckland plan. The reasons, it says that, obviously New Zealand is facing some really complex and systemic housing and urban development issues and needs everybody to work together to solve those. So this is about setting that direction and hoping that others, not just government, but that others will work towards that direction. The inaugural GPS must be published by the 1st of October 2021 this year, and that's set out in the Kāinga Ora Homes and Communities Act 2019, that requirement, and it will be reviewed every 3 years. So sorry for the size of this. This is covered in the paper, but this is just to give you the framework that the GPS is following. So there is a high-level vision similar to what we have in the Auckland Plan. There are 4 outcomes around thriving communities, well-being through housing, partnering with Māori, and having an adaptive responsive system. Under those outcomes sit a number of focus areas, again, similar structure to what we have in the Auckland Plan, looking at providing homes that people need, ensuring more affordable housing is being built, supporting resilient, thriving, sustainable communities, investing in Māori, housing and urban development solutions, a specific focus on homelessness, and re-establishing, looking at housing's role in the economy. Underpinning all those kind of directions and focus areas are what are called ways of working. So this is includes place-based approaches, enduring partnerships similar to what we have through the Housing and Urban Joint Work Programme with central government, sustainable and reliable funding, and the Maihi framework working with Māori. So again, there is more detail on each of those in the paper you have received. We are at the moment undertaking a more detailed analysis of the discussion document, but at a high level, what we are likely to include based on our analysis so far is that at a high level, there seems to be a relatively good alignment between the vision and outcomes set out in the GPS and the Auckland Plan, and that's to some degree thanks to the fact that Auckland Council staff were involved in workshops with Ministry of Housing Development and others in the system, including iwi developers, community housing providers, to input into this discussion document. So we are comfortable that there is a relatively good level of alignment. This is an opportunity for Council to work with government to set out that longer term vision, to make sure that what we have put in the Auckland Plan is also reflected in the government policy statement. We are likely to raise, as we have done in other submissions recently, the links between the GPS and other government reforms. So we are still working our way through that, but there is reference in the document you'll see to how it might link with the GPS on land transport, to the resource management reforms and lots of the other reform programmes underway. So we are looking at that as part of our analysis, how this aligns with all the other work in the housing and urban development system. We did note in the paper that this GPS is a relatively high-level document setting out that vision and outcomes, and it will be underpinned by specific implementation plans. Those could be implementation plans that are already in place, like the public housing programme, or newer ones like the NPSUD. So really where the rubber will hit the road is in the detail of those implementation plans. And so the message will likely be in the submission that we will need to work a lot more closely as those implementation plans are developed. But at a high level, we are relatively comfortable that there is a good level of alignment. So just to finish, Chair, as noted, we will engage with the Affordable Housing Political Working Group as we develop the submission, and there will also be an opportunity for elected members to input. We have already engaged with local boards and IMSB and iwi. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nessa. Now, members, are there questions on this? Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies for lateness. I was at a funeral. Thank you. On the chart you had the overview, and there's one part that really catches my eye, and it's talking about place-based approaches. Communities need tailored solutions that work for them in place, solutions where we need to be targeted, developed, collaborative to meet other needs. How are we going to address that in our submission? And I ask that because already our communities, particularly our further out suburbs, are struggling with the intensification effects of our own unitary plan, which was still quite a step change. And now this NPSUD comes in with even greater intensity, and communities are already struggling and angry. How do we direct when you've got a developer, I mean, notwithstanding the fast track consenting bill, which is another nightmare, how do we direct developers to have tailored solutions for communities? I mean, I don't know how do we address that in our submission, because I see that this will cause even more angst, displacement of people, disrupting their lives in a way that it's already happening, and it will increase.
We're going to have Jacques Victor come up and respond, please.
Councillor Cooper, one of the things is there are so many GPSs around at the moment. So the one you are talking about is the GPS urban development, which we've got 3 items on the agenda following soon. This one is the GPS. Sorry. Yeah, so this one really is targeted at government itself. So this is really about Kaingaora, it's shorthand. This is mainly about, it will direct what Kaingaora does, and so it directs the Crown. Why we would be interested in this, of course, is because Kaingaora does stuff in Auckland, and you will be interested in terms of what they do and what that looks like and how that affects communities. So in a sense, what you're asking, absolutely. But it is not directly related to the NPSUD. This is direction for the Crown itself in terms of what it will do in terms of housing.
So it'll only be, well, that's even worse, isn't it? So it'll only be directed to Kaingaora housing.
In essence, they're asking that developers' councils follow the same rules, but it is directed at the Crown itself.
So supplementary, so I understand that, but I mean, the same effects will be there that I'm talking about. How do we address that then? Is it not to be addressed in the submission? It's just in how we implement, how we, is there any ability in our consents that directs private developers to do the same?
In that sense, I think you are correct. So we need to address this in our submission in the same way that we would think about it for the NPSUD. How we want to address that and what exactly we want to say, that is going to have to be part of how we develop this. Sorry. But yes, absolutely, we can address it in there. I was just wanting to make the distinction between the two different, the GPS and the NPS.
I think we need to explore that a little bit, Jacques, because it's not, my reading of it is not entirely restricted to government's direction of Kaingaora. Because if you look at the 4 ways of working, it specifically mentions genuine enduring partnerships. And I think what the councillor is referring to is, and I would be echoing the same, that there need to be new models of delivery. And at the moment, we're somewhat preoccupied with just supply, full stop. And I think the councillor is saying there needs to be a so-called more nuanced approach. So our feedback to this discussion document could reflect the need for new models.
Yes, absolutely it can. And whatever we think and do about the NPSUD would be very similar, so we need to be consistent in terms of our thinking and the messages that we give. But absolutely we can. And we need to, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The deadline for this submission is the end of the month, and it's the first today. What kind of time frame, once staff have put the submission together, will we have to have it? Is there any input other than that? And I just noticed that there is a week without council meetings, so I just wanted to know if we could have some time that doesn't come in the middle of that week. What's the time frame?
There is a recess week, a recess from meetings, but it's not a recess from reading, unfortunately. So look, we will do our best, and we won't just do our best, we will make sure that those delegated will work with staff to distribute it to mayor, councillors, independent Māori statutory board members, give you time to consider, provide feedback before we finalise it, before we send it off to government.
Thank you. I just wanted a bit of time. I didn't want to sort of, it's going and get it on Wednesday and told it's going on Friday, Thank you.
We'll make sure that we don't find ourselves in that situation.
Chair, do you want me to? We have allowed nearly a week for feedback, so in the draft timetable. So assuming we get the draft ready in the next week, yeah, we should have about a week for feedback next.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Newman, please.
Thank you very much. I I'm very keen to see quite a different model for development and for stewardship of social housing. I really favour contracting out to community providers. What it seems to me, the outcome that's really focused on is partnering for Māori housing and urban solutions, which I totally agree with. I'd like to see a lot of the portfolio for Kāinga Ora contracted out to Māori housing providers. I'd like to see organisations such as Emerge, which is doing housing in our ward and other parts of Auckland, supported to do that work. To what extent can we really focus on a contracting out model? Because I just think that there are groups in our community who are so much better at being stewards and landlords of this portfolio, and they don't need to own it, but they can be responsible for it under a lease contract. And that's, to me, seems to be the big opportunity here, which is so much better than what we have from the usual option of the old Housing New Zealand state housing model, which just basically provides you with the house and does little else. So to what extent can we pick up that particular focus through this submission?
Through the chair, yes, that is something that has been raised already by staff in a number of ways. We are likely to call for greater support from Māori housing providers. And we are looking at, for example, through the Affordable Housing Work Programme, providing additional support to CHPs, for example, through the consenting process as part of that programme. So that is something we are likely to raise in our submission, and we will have more detail when it is circulated.
Does that submission and the focus for that allow us to go a little bit beyond just the housing outcomes? Because there's usually so much more than just housing, isn't there? There's generally a need to support the tenants in these social housing situations through triaging and support for accessing primary healthcare services, etc. I mean, it just seems to me that the option for contracting out provides for a more holistic approach to their housing needs, and that to me needs to be championed through our submissions process.
Through the chair, yes, and I think we will do that. And the GPS itself does take quite a broad view across the housing and urban development system, and it does link very strongly with health, employment, transport. So it is looking very much at that system. And so when we are thinking about it, we are thinking about it in terms of thriving communities. So not just in terms of the actual support, but that wraparound, like you said, and how it links to things like employment and transport. So we will reflect that in the submission.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mulholland.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to the staff for this. You know, I still feel that I'm learning a lot given my term on the basis of this, so I really appreciate, and I have actually read this report. I just want to confirm and concur with Councillor Cooper. The issues that I mainly face and the challenges I face with my community, I thought it'd be a lot more about rubbish and roading, but really it's not. It's about new housing. And, you know, one of the things I don't see much of is in transport, even under the proposed focus areas and actions, Chair, is just with regards to the impact, you know, of in communities aren't used to having a development, say, for example, let's take Titirangi Road, which falls in my ward, part of it, that, you know, people are not used to so much traffic. And then the question of education, if we're having more housing, which is great, but if we're having this housing, how are we looking at sustainable education and facilities for young children and so forth? And how does that weave into this, Chair? So when this is being drafted and prepared. But it is something I want to raise, that people are definitely affected. And while it's a good thing that we are having more housing and we are supporting more people and we are working together with the likes of developers, and I am a fan of Mark Todd, I've never denied that, at Auckland. He's a great guy and does great work, and a number of councillors were at the launch on Friday. But, you know, how does that work collectively? So are we thinking about, you know, well-being as well in these smaller homes, and then impacted homes, and then water flows and so forth? So I just think there's a lot more to it than just putting housing in. So that's just something I wanted to raise. That, you know, for me, I'm surprised at the main complaints that I get are around how many houses. And I just want to note that recently I've had 2 lots of complaints, Chair, that relate to council staff, apparently, which I'm not in full agreement that that's the way it is, pursuing a line of build more on, say, just one site. So I think that's something we just need to work through is, are we trying to, it might be a bit of NIMBYism, but hopefully not in Titirangi Road. But anyway, they're just some thoughts and I need to share those. So my main question was, is roading being considered, small local roading, is that being considered as part of this? And are we, when we're drafting this and putting out the proposal that's going to be confirmed by the Chair and others, the true impact long-term on our infrastructure, is that being considered as part of this, or is that another area of work? And thanks to Councillor Cooper for raising it too.
Nessa, can you reply?
Through the Chair. Certainly the long-term infrastructure implications are part of this. I think it is at a very high level and it doesn't get into details around kind of impacts on roading. I think that would be through the various implementation plans and pieces of work that sit under this. But we will certainly take those points away for the submission.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. And I'll now go to Member Leanne Namani.
Kia ora. Just a couple of questions. As the submission's getting developed, are you open to including some highlights from the board's Kāinga strategic plan?
Through the Chair, yes, we've already been in discussions with IMSB and we have some feedback already on the links with the Kāinga strategic action plan.
Yep. And just wondered if the submission could also acknowledge the role of Mata Waka and their housing providers too, just so that I guess the face of that potential isn't lost. Noting we refer to iwi housing providers.
Yeah, we'll take that on board, thanks.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. That's 2 affirmatives there, Member Namani. Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I guess my question is along the same lines as Councillor Newman's, but it's more in terms of are we able to use this submission document to influence for the state to do more in terms of affordable rentals for Kāinga Ora to get into that space? Because what I see in my communities is where we have a housing development, that's fine for the Kāinga Ora houses that are there, but then it pushes up the price of all the other houses, and those families that are renting, private renting, are no longer able to live there anymore. I have one constituent in that position, can't afford the private rental that she's in anymore, and so now she's living in her car because she's working. She doesn't qualify for a state house. She can't get on the Monte Cecilia list because she's not able to go on the MSD public list. So she goes in her car. That's surely not what is intended about warm, safe, dry, accessible, affordable housing for everyone in Auckland City. So really keen to have that in our submission. And then I also wanted to talk about the homelessness, and I agree how we can use this to push further remits in terms of mental health support, because a big lot of what I get in my inbox is around homelessness, people wanting to get into a home, but then also people that don't want to get out of living in the park. They just want to carry on living there. So obviously there's a need for more mental health services there, but well, I don't know if it's obvious, but there's just a sincere lack of mental health services supporting our communities. So if we can emphasise that through the submission, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bartley. And Nessa and Denise, I'm sure you're taking note of the feedback that you're getting here. Councillor Dalton, please.
Kia ora, thank you. The 6 focus areas, I don't believe, are explicit enough around accessibility to public transport. So they talk about it vaguely. We need to reduce emissions and make make it a livable city or a livable place. So I understand this is the GPS. I think it's relevant. I think we will be more explicit in the MPS. Do you believe that there is enough, if it's explicit enough around access to public transport, given the majority or the bulk of social housing, and I'm speaking specifically about Kāinga Ora, is in the south and the west, where we know that access to public transport is limited, therefore perpetuating high emissions and transport poverty, and even poverty as people are forced to purchase cars.
Through the chair, yes, this is a point that's already been picked up by staff, so it will be reflected in the submission.
I had a second question, Chair, just around meeting the needs, the cultural needs within this GPS. Do you believe that we're really looking at the cultural needs in terms of our Pasifika families who like to live intergenerationally, and also perhaps our Indian families? So is there an opportunity to feed back on the GPS around how we need to look at the model that we're using when we're providing social housing, that it does contribute to the ability for families to live intergenerationally without overcrowding?
Through the chair, yes, we can.
Thanks. That's a good point, Councillor Dalton, because mobility, transport, connections is really tucked away under the Thriving Communities outcome, and you're asking that to be drawn out. I think we definitely need to do that, actually. Thank you for highlighting that. I'll now go to Member Tau Henare, please.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, team. Nice report, well done. Except 49 and 50, which obviously is the Māori impact statement. The decision to delegate approval of the submission does not have direct impacts on Māori. However, staff will consider the likely impacts on Māori of the GPS HUD during the development of this submission. I sort of can't reconcile that with what we're actually doing. I actually think the impact is large. Is that an afterthought or?
Through the chair, because the report is seeking the decision to delegate approval, seeking to delegate approval of the submission, we're saying that particular decision doesn't have an impact, but we're certainly saying that in the development of this submission, consideration of impacts of Māori will be integral to preparing that submission.
I just don't get it. I just don't get that at all. I don't want to labour the point, but I think that the Māori impact statement is weak, is really, really weak. Even the decision to delegate who to is actually a top priority. It has an impact. It impacts the decision-making process. It impacts the buy-in of IMSB. I know that the next part of the statement of 50 is that discussion document is being sought from the Independent Māori Statutory Board. Individual iwi have also been invited to provide their feedbacks to input into the final submission. No mention of mātāwaka either. I just think that, and I hate to be the person that rides in on the Māori impact statement every time, but that's one of the worst ones I've seen. I don't think it has any thought whatsoever about the impact, Māori impact. So I'll just leave it there. That's cool. I just wanted to make a comment.
Look, I'll pick it up there. As chair, I'm responsible as well, and having reread that, I think there is definitely a lesson, and you've offered us that lesson, Member Henare. There's something to pick up there, because what we're discussing is the GPS on housing and urban development as opposed to the delegation, even though the recommendation is to delegate, and then the Māori impact statement talks about just the delegation. So I'm going to take that one on. I take responsibility for that, Member Henare, and we will take that away and we will improve. Thank you. Member Henderson, Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I know the MPS will be a lot more specific on this point, but I just wanted to briefly raise it in the form of a question. Are we explicit enough in providing homes that can be provided near local employment opportunities?
Through the chair, that's also a point that's been picked up and will be raised in our submission. It's also cropped up through, for example, the Economic Development Action Plan that you will see next week. So that is something that we are raising. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you. One more question. Are you able to connect in with the work that Pania and Katarana did around home ownership and include that in our submission? In particular, they identified Pasifika as being the worst affected in terms of housing affordability and being able to get into home ownership. Because that is an aspiration for Pasifika. It's not just our Pasifika families living in social housing, but, you know, home ownership being a big gap. Thank you.
Through the chair, I think you're referring to the intermediate housing market work and the housing, affordable housing work done last year. Yes, we're across that work and CSP are inputting into the submission. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, we've had a little crossover between questions and comments. I think when we're considering submissions, it's difficult not to cross over. But we'll now switch to absolutely comments. And that is firstly from Councillor John Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if this is indeed directed at the government, the Crown, and raising the issue of potentially new models, then I think this is my place to speak, whether it's the GPS, the NPS, or the SAS, or whatever else is coming along. And I do sense a little sense of resignation almost in the commentary in our report, where the officers tell us about this being, the latest initiative that impacts on housing. And I think certainly people in the public have heard a lot about affordability, and I see that at point 26, the first focus area is indeed to ensure that more affordable houses are being built. A lot of people would say amen to that. I guess what isn't quite so clear is how we're going to do that. And, if you listen to some of the more recent commentary, there's some really disturbing information coming through. Just a week or so ago, 9 to noon, interview with Kay Saville-Smith, who's a social scientist who specialises in housing, said that in 20 years' time, less than half of New Zealanders turning 65 will be homeowners, and of that percentage, at less than half, a number of them will still be paying mortgages. Contrast that with 20 years ago, where close to 90% of New Zealand homeowners retired mortgage-free. And given that superannuation is predicated on mortgage-free, then, there's a big tsunami wave coming up, not just the issues that confront us now. And certainly there was a very good article in the Herald about this time last year where the research of Ms. Saville-Smith really showed us how we have got to where we are. And I think it's all very well in 2021 just looking forward, but if you don't have some sort of historical perspective as how to have arrived here, that looking forward can be a little blinkered. And Saville-Smith certainly showed what's happened. And the Crown has a very central role to play in this, successive governments, in fact. Because if you look at the graph of capital assistance over the decades since the 60s, and that capital assistance goes to state housing, councils, community housing providers, and more numerously, just loans to help people buy their first homes, it has absolutely plummeted from a high point, probably where it was about 30% of that capital assistance was going to low-cost homes, or affordable homes as we call them now. That plummeted in the 1990s to virtually nothing. And there was a number of other very pragmatic ways that capital assistance manifested itself to people. Families could capitalise on the family benefit. Low interest rates, half that of the capital value of banks was available to people, and repayments were generally capped at around 30%. And that wasn't just first home buyers, it was councils and community groups, as I said. And if you look around Auckland, massive big suburbs all around Auckland had that sort of low cost housing. In the late 70s, for instance, there was 40%, 45% of the new builds were in that lower quartile. Now we have moved to a totally opposite end of that, where for a while there has been absolutely no low builds really occurring at all, virtually none. And part of that, and this goes to our submission, there was a political consensus during that time as to the desirability of low-cost housing, not just for stimulating the economy and things, but for all the social benefits we know that come from people having secure housing. And that went to both National and Labour. That came crashing down in the mid-80s with the fourth Labour government, where they basically hollowed out more than 2/3 of that funding in 1986, and that set the ball rolling to where we are today. In addition to that, Mr Douglas and his merry band of people also took out the ability to capitalise on the family benefit. So if we're looking at what's set this in train, it's back to that era of the mid-80s, and particularly that fourth Labour government who started it all off. That was eagerly picked up in the 90s by the national government, who really finished off what they'd started. And by as late as a couple of years ago, 2017-18, we still had a sense that there was no housing crisis, and no housing crisis of affordable or low-cost housing. Those housing that was built at that time, where we had this political consensus, where we had this significantly more generous Crown financing of low-cost housing, that was also predicated on a different model too, and a model whereby people got the house and that was about all they got. They didn't get a garage, they didn't get landscape, they didn't get carpet, they didn't get wallpaper, they didn't get a whole lot of things, but they got a house which they progressively finished off. A little similar to what they did in Chile, incidentally, where in the early 2000s they built over 100,000 low-cost housing for the most vulnerable people in their community. So I guess, Mr. Chair, I'm going to say Mr. Speaker for a minute there, too much talk about Parliament. I guess, Mr. Chair, what I would say is that this tinkering about the edges, this latest NPS, RPS, whatever RPS, PISS, RFF, or whatever, has done its bit. We need something that is totally different, or else we're just really a little like Nero playing a fiddle while Rome burns, because this tsunami is coming up. It's already here now, but it's going to get worse. So I don't know what we plan to say in our submission, but I would urge that we take a little more of that historical perspective to let us see why we are where we are now, and perhaps emphasise the Crown's responsibility to perhaps revisit what they did in the past that was incredibly successful, and which most of us around here and our families were the benefactors of.
Thank you, Councillor. Member Tau Henare, please.
Kia ora. As a former resident of an area that had really low cost housing, I grew up in Otara, and all we had was the fibrillite looking house. And yes, we didn't have a garage. My old man built the garage with pilfered timber from the New Zealand Railways, I'm pretty bloody sure. Look, that we fail to realise that there's a difference between the house price and the land price. You know, everybody can afford a house if they were just purchasing the house. You include the land price, and it's 1.2 mil. I have 17 small apartments going up just around the corner from me. I looked on our website last night. The cheapest is 900K. just for a little shoebox, a 3-bedroom shoebox. The house itself is most probably worth 150 to 200K, maybe 250 at the max. So we need in the submission a view, a different view. You know, we can blame National and Labor and shit. I was part of the National government twice, and both National and both Labor got it wrong. What we need now is who cares about who was wrong, what's right. That's what we should be worried about. Because at the end of the day, there are ways that we can get housing for the low-income person. I don't know how young people. I got 3 adult children still living at home, and long. I hope they live there forever. Because I just love my kids at home, no matter how old they are or how employed or unemployed they are. But there are ways of putting people into homes that we just don't want to go there. And one of them is the government owning the land, or the council owning the land. You know, council at the moment, Pānuku, not council, but Pānuku, are hocking off all sorts of pieces of land. Why aren't we using those pieces of parcels of land to put houses on them? And there can be low-cost housing, but at a fraction of the price if we only thought about leasing that to the owner rather than bailing the owner or the purchaser up for 1.2 mil at currently the going rate. I think we look past some of the easier solutions, and we're looking for the big crypto solution to housing rather than looking what's in front of us. And we need to stop blaming past governments. For goodness sake, that doesn't create any houses whatsoever. It just doesn't. And if you want to have a look, go to the people who still, today, after 10 years of us talking about the housing problem, go to the people who live in cars. Go to the people who can't afford a packet of smokes, for goodness sake, and ask them and see how you can get them. I was really lucky. I was one of the last ones who was able to capitalise on the family benefit so I could get a deposit on my first home. But we don't do that anymore. Why? I wouldn't have a clue. But let's think in this submission about how we, as a group of people who are supposed to be looking after over 1 million people, how can we help people get into a house? How do we help people get into a house? Because even my son, who's on a good salary, would take him years to save up for a deposit on a measly little house. And it's not a flash house either. I just want to, it's my turn to comment. And I just think that there are things in front of us that we don't see, that we should see, and that would help the situation immensely if we only thought about moving out of their own comfort zone. Kia ora.
Kia ora. And Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of focused on the support resilient, sustainable, inclusive and prosperous communities. And when I look at that, talk about, long-term climate, social, environmental, cultural, and I just see some of this policy is about a numbers game rather than around real good solutions for housing for people, but also the existing communities that this ramped up numbers goes into. I don't see a lot of integrated transport planning in these things. It's just about getting the numbers. And this is just kind of starkly, in focus with the fast-track COVID-19 consenting process. Some of the stuff isn't about good planning. It's just about getting the numbers. But what we're setting up with just jamming more and more houses in, and I do believe in intensity and intensification, but we've got to do it well, and we've got to do it with our communities. What I'm seeing, and what I think we'll see more of with this, is just you won't have inclusive communities. You'll have the us and them, the people that have, people fighting over on-street car parks, battling congestion to get in and out of their communities, because this intensification, for the most part, is going into communities with poor public transport and not enough jobs. And that's where I don't see all of community, all of how we live view. It's just about jamming in the numbers, trying to meet some sort of target that somebody promised. And that's not good for communities, because you want people coming into the communities to be welcomed, not, oh my God, and we're all protesting because they've taken my car park on my street where I've parked for years, and where my teenagers park as well as they grow, because we just don't have good public transport. And that's where I feel in my community we've been absolutely let down. We're told we'll pay for an RTN, we'll do this, we'll get that for you, and then you go, oh, backtrack. So communities are not welcoming intensification because they don't have any of the infrastructure to support living close together in a way that works. And we see in communities that are close to their jobs, they can walk, they can cycle, they can get good public transport. You don't have so much friction because they can use an alternative. But if we just keep jamming this stuff in places that aren't equipped for it, we're actually going back to 1960s and 70s planning, where you had lots of houses, no amenity, no jobs, but it was okay because you got the Harbour Bridge and you got the Southern Motorway and you've got the North Western Motorway. They can just come by car. It doesn't work. We've seen the accumulative effects of that. So I hope that when, this is, as this is developed and it plays out, that it has some, and I'll use the old hackneyed phrase, joined up thinking, because our good planners that we've got in our council understand that. But if we've got policies that undermine that from government, it doesn't help anything. And then we get left, like we look at places like Massey and we go, well, that was the thinking back then, but now you're trying to retrofit that and it's not working. And then you're adding more and more development on the top of it, on the top of it, on the top of it. And you just jam up the motorways. So I really, I'm looking forward to a time where our communities can all have really rapid transit networks where they can get to it, but they have a hell of a lot more local employment. So they're not spending hours and hours away from their families, away from volunteering, away from contributing to communities and actually living in a community, not just sleeping there. We're stuck still with a lot of our dormitory suburbs, and that's why they were called that. You just slept there because all the rest of your time was working and travelling. So I'm hoping for a better future for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of brief comments. I want to refer my colleagues to page 55 of our agenda around the Auckland plan, and to point out that resource consents are going gangbusters. They're going up and up and up year on year, and so we shouldn't lose the fact that Auckland Council and the government are doing good things, and we will be poised to do more good things in the future. But housing also needs to be the right type and the right location. I'm really encouraged by the growth in things like townhouses and apartment buildings, where people of my generation and maybe the generation before me can live properly and really enjoy it without the need for expensive and hard to maintain gardens. So they need to be in the right location, and Waitakere residents generally understand that we need to build and grow. And actually many support intensification, as I do, along places along the rail line and in town centres, because it's a ticket for more vibrant and prosperous communities. But I just wanted to say something because I found a list here of resource consents by local board area, and here's the top 6. Henderson Massey, Howick, Papakura, Upper Harbour, Hibiscus and Bays and Rodney. Where's the jobs? In many cases, where's the proper public transport that keeps climate emissions down? So this is the serious issue here. We are starting to address the massive deficit in housing, but we need to do it in the right places. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Well, look, just to wrap this, look, it's good to hear some lessons of history and then be reminded by another member that we need to face the future and deal with the problem that's in front of us. But look, I commend governments actually starting to recognise that this is not just solved by looking at quantities. This is going to be solved by looking at qualities as well. So they're in their second term, this government, and they've recognised they have to work harder, and we know we have to work harder as well. But what I'd probably like to see in our submission is addressing affordability and the provision of housing in a more targeted way. I think the suggestion that supply alone and just winding up the lever on supply is going to address affordability. Look, you've only got to look at international cities around the world that have failed in that regard. Now, I think we've lent too much in that area as well. The special housing areas that we participated in with the former government failed to address on that key outcome of affordability entirely. In fact, we struggled to even monitor it. We had no monitoring information whatsoever. And that's a sad part of our history, Councillor Watson, right here. So going forward and being a bit more positive, some of the things that I'd like to see is just more innovative interventions. And we're not even scraping the surface at the moment. We've been trying to convince government to address inclusionary zoning for the nation, not just for us here in Auckland. And I think there's opportunity for us to reinforce the opportunity that inclusionary zoning has. We lost that through the Auckland Unitary Plan testing at the Independent Hearings Panel. And at that time, one of the opponents of it was actually a government agency submitting against it. So now I think we need to look at a range of new housing models. Councillor Cooper's reminded us of that. There's rent to buy. There's a hint of that occurring in Auckland, but I think government needs to enable it more. There's build to rent, various community housing models which are emerging, a number, and they need to be validated and be given room to occur within such GPSs. The other thing that is lacking in my view, and here we were defeated also at the Auckland Unitary Plan on our design provisions that deliver quality. And quality urban living outcomes is absolutely critical. It's not just the numbers. So design rules, considering those through this GPS, if not here, I think we as a council need to reconsider through the Auckland Unitary Plan and the monitoring and review of that. Universal access comes to mind, still work that we've been working on, Councillor Bartley, with government, that we haven't convinced them as yet to embed in their housing decisions. But overall, really starting to home in on the qualitative outcomes and not just the quantitative outcomes. So this discussion paper begins that refocus, hopefully. The other areas, and I note under the sixth focus area, there's attention being given to homes being more than just a financial asset. I think we need to look at tools to incentivise development and disincentivize speculation. And they are points that I'd ask the staff to start thinking about as we formulate our draft submission. There's a lot of work to do. This is going to be a long road, I think. So thanks for all the contributions here today, contributors and contributions. The motion is, no, I've got, Councillor Bartley, have you got another point to make?
Oh, sorry, it was just a question around when people were making comments, is that going to be fed into the submission?
The staff are hearing this. This is the point where they are note-taking and recording things, yes. Now I've got Councillor Walker. Councillor Walker.
Got a quick question. Given the very comprehensive response that you've had around the table and the fact that we've got a little bit of time up our sleeve, is there going to be something coming back to us so that we can have some oversight, because obviously what I'm picking up is that we want to take an incredibly firm position on this.
Councillor Simpson raised that question about half an hour ago, and the submission, the draft submission, will be circulated amongst all the councillors before it goes back to the delegated councillors and member to sign off and present to government. We will do that. Okay, now it's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. I'm mindful of time. I think I'd like to do the rather procedural motions on private plan changes. Could the staff come up for item 15? This is the end of process. Councillor Hills, will you move? Do I have a second? Councillor Filipaina. This is item 15. It's on 347. Ross Moffat. I don't want to circumvent any necessary discussion, Ross, but a brief outline, and we'll take it from there. With you, Ross.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Chair, councillors. This is a council-initiated plan change to rezone some land in Northcote Central, and its purpose is to create a housing development block, a reconfigured block, and a larger reconfigured reserve. It's all in accordance with the Northcote Central Development Master Plan. So really, we've been through the whole plan change process, and it was initially a private plan change, in fact, which we adopted and modified to include that reserve element. So the decision was notified, no appeals, and we're just seeking to make it operative.
Thank you, Ross. I don't think there's any questions on this. Quick check. No. It is moved. It is seconded. We'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you, Ross, and for your team's work on this. Now we'll go to 16, and 16 is with Vanessa Ledra, Policy Planner, and this relates to making operative Plan Change 47 at Flatbush. Now, I think this is in the jurisdiction of Councillor Young. It's not. I should know Auckland better. I'll move it anyway, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Do I have a second, please? Councillor
Oh,
can we just move that?
oh, Chris, it's under.
Councillor Stewart, did you want to say something there?
Sorry, Chris, let's take the call.
I'm sorry, Councillor Stewart, we can't hear you. Councillor Newman, would you mind if Councillor Stewart is the second on that one? You do? Okay, Councillor Newman is... Okay, you do. Because I do believe that is in the Howick ward. Okay, it's we'll put Councillor Stewart down as the second. Now, going to the team on this one. Is there anything to add on this one?
It's a very straightforward private plan change being made operative out in Flatbush, and it's about amending two development standards. It relates to reducing side yards and increasing site coverage. And there's some minor adjustments to sub-precinct boundaries and zoning boundaries. It's very small in the bigger Flatbush scale of things.
Thank you, Vanessa. No questions, no comments, and... Oh, Councillor Young, please.
Through Chair, the climate change statement say there's no climate changing impacts, but it seems like more houses without a public transport link means more congestion and increase in the emission. Do we consider that?
This isn't going to mean more houses. It's just the developers are looking to build larger houses, better houses for the communities they are building for. So I wouldn't say that there's any going to be impact on climate change as a result of these development standards being changed.
Thank you. We'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour say aye.
Oh, sorry, I did want to ask a question.
Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Stewart.
No, I noticed that if you have a look at items 16 of item 16, if you go down to the council's landscape architect opposed this, and then and if you go down to item 19, the Howard board was sought on the private plan change following the lodgement of the plan change, and the local board advised that they did not support the plan change. And then if you look at item 20, it sort of contradicts itself. So I wonder if the officers can explain. It then says that the local board views were not sought for this report. So can somebody please explain what that means?
Vanessa, you best placed. Thank you.
So in terms of the Howard Local Board, this item was workshopped with the local board, and at the business meeting they advised us that they did not support the plan change but were unable to provide any views in association with this. They were given the opportunity to come to the hearing to provide those views, and they didn't do that at that point. But they are familiar with it. They have had opportunities. I have explained it. They've seen the reporting from the applicant.
Thanks for that clarification. Councillor Stewart, I had you as the second, but am I hearing that you're not supportive of the plan change?
Well, I just wanted to have confirmation on why item 20, it does say that the local board views were not sought for the report. And, so it sort of contradicts itself.
Okay, look, I'll just, I think...
I have been trying to get the local board to come back to me to explain what was meant by that, but nobody has.
Yeah, well, look, you'll have to treat with them. They have had the opportunity and they've not taken it up, and we're at the end of the process now, and it has had the opportunity to be well socialised with communities, including the local board. So we're beyond that stage now, and we just have to confirm it, and we will. Sorry, if there is a vote in the affirmative. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. I will move 17, and that's the receipt of a lot of information here in the supplementaries. Members, some of you have asked for the release onto the public record of the strategic outcomes and the decisions that Councillor, I think, our committee on the strategic outcomes from last December on the downtown car park. So all that information is now released here. Do I have a second, please? I'll move and second, the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. And I declare that carried. We will now stand adjourned for 30 minutes for lunch, and we'll come back at 20 to 2. 20 to 2. Thank you. Members, we'll reconvene this meeting and we will now go to item 10, calling on Simon Randall, our lead strategic advisor from Plans and Places, and he will come forward and present the paper Resource Management System Reform, and that's the Natural Built Environment Bill Exposure Draft. Welcome, Simon. Passing to you.
Tēnā koe, te hiamana, tēnā koutou ngā mema o te committee. So this is the next stage of many of RM system reform after the panel's report last year. The exposure draft is out now. It came out on Tuesday. It is limited to some key matters that will be in the soon-to-be Natural and Built Environment Act, but certainly not all of them. The deadline has not yet been released for submissions, but the Select Committee needs to report back by the 18th of October, so we think that gives us about 4 to 5 weeks. It will be a very tight time frame. The Select Committee inquiry, as well as looking at the exposure draft bill, is also looking at the ways that the system could be made more efficient and less complex. So that will be part of our submission as well. The report was based on Cabinet decisions because we had not got the exposure draft in front of us when we wrote it, but we knew that it was imminent. So it was based on Cabinet decisions made in December. So just a couple of points at which it varies from the exposure draft. The draft contains outcomes for infrastructure and urban form, which is an improvement on the direction that was set in the Cabinet papers. But we're still analysing whether that goes far enough and aligns with the concerns that are articulated in the paper. There is a large amount of alignment with Council's submission to the panel, but given that we've only had this since Tuesday, we're working through the impacts and the detail of that. And so in terms of understanding impacts or implications for Auckland or part of Auckland, or groups of Aucklanders, we need to understand what that means. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Members, questions on this paper? So the motion before us, would somebody like to move that, just so that we get it going? Councillor Bartley, or do I have a second on the Deputy Mayor? Thank you. So that is live. Is to delegate authority. Clearly, we've got to be doing a lot more work here, and then we will be circulating the submission before it's progressed. Okay, so questions on this, members? Councillor Bartley, did you have a question on this?
More like a comment.
It's moved and seconded. I'll just exhaust any questions first. Okay, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you, Simon, for this. I just wanted to alert, not alert, but raise with our committee, I don't know the reference, one of the outcomes from the Natural and Built Environments Bill is around a housing supply is developed to contribute to the affordability of housing and also support Māori housing aims. And I think that's a good step in the right direction in terms of this council wanting to see inclusionary zoning. But also, I do want to acknowledge the work of the Affordable Housing Advocacy Working Group, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Casey, Member Henare, and led by the work of Phil Reid, because this signals a very good reflection of that advocacy through this bill, noting that just because we have supply does not necessarily mean that that makes housing affordable. So hoping that one bracket to contribute to affordability of housing will mean that the supply that we do have has to contribute to affordability. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, I did say, close the questions, but in some ways there is, opportunity for Simon to respond to that, because it's really an invitation from Councillor Bartley that we ensure that our submission actually covers this in a comprehensive way. So, Simon, you're confident that we have scope to address that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. As I said, we're still working through this, but picking up on the point Councillor Bartley makes, supply does certainly contribute to affordability and access, but it's not the only thing that does that. And so as officers work through this, we'll be looking at other opportunities to ensure that those outcomes could be met in ways other than supply.
Okay, that's good to have confirmed. And thank you, Councillor Bartley, for raising that. Councillor Cooper?
Thank you. I suppose my question is, given the objectives, which are about restoring the natural environment, etc., and better enabling development, I mean, we've had a Resource Management Act that's tried to do that, and it's become more and more cumbersome because we're trying to balance off two almost opposing objectives. In effect, the minute you dig something, you affect the environment, right? So, or change something. Are we going to, as a building controlling authority and resource consent processor, which government aren't, except when they take it over, what sort of input are you going to get from this, from our consenting department, around how these objectives could be met? Because I just personally don't see how you can have more. They're talking about more democratic input, but hurrying things up, but then protect the environment. How are we going to let people know how that could work? Because I don't know if they're not competing that you can't get a system that makes it really effective and efficient if you keep having more opportunities for democratic input. And I do support democratic input, but if you're saying there's going to be even more of it, we've seen how that drags it out.
Simon.
Through you, Mr. Chair. There's a number of elements to this that differ to the current resource management system. And so I'll just sort of go through those because they contribute to your point, Councillor. The first thing I would say is we're working very closely with our colleagues in resource consents, and in Small Burns team is part of Council's response, as are many other parts of Council and our CCOs. The system that's been proposed is a move from effects to outcomes. And so that is a fundamental shift in terms of not just trying to manage and mitigate effects, but it's also how do you achieve the positive outcomes both in the natural and built environments that you're seeking. One of the changes that was made from the panel's recommendation to what Cabinet agreed in December is moving all national direction to a system of a national planning framework. And so in that, one of the things that it has been expected to do is set a vision for what has been sought to be achieved. The other thing that has been sought in that system is managing the conflict that eventuates between both trying to reach improved environmental outcomes and also trying to improve development outcomes. So you'll get some of that nuance playing out in that system, and they're proposing ways to make that more adaptable and changeable so that the system can adjust without having to amend and change the legislation so that it gets out of whack. And then finally, in terms of what's proposed in terms of democratic input, that is a principle, but what the panel and Cabinet have agreed to is a shift from where that input effectively occurs. So putting more emphasis in making plans that are clearer, that people understand, that they know what has been sought to be achieved, and having a lot of engagement and participation in the plan making stage, like the unitary plan process. And those plans being clearer, more will be permitted, more will be prohibited, and so you'll get less in potentially that consenting stage, both in terms of the number of consents and the input that might be sought through it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dalton?
Thank you. I'm really encouraged that now, it's proposed that we will be giving effect to the principles of tiriti instead of considering them. And even better now, I guess, that we're looking at more of an outcomes-based ending to everything. I'm really interested in what process that might go to. So it's still not clear. No one will be clear on what giving effect to means. And so as we go through the process of this with central government, I'm interested in what that conversation looks like if there's an opportunity, because there will be quite a bit of feedback and discussion on what give effect to principles are, as opposed to the previous or the current give consideration to. So there's an opportunity to be briefed, perhaps. I'm not sure what the way forward would be on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that was certainly what Council's submission was seeking, which was a stronger clause around tiriti. One of the things that the panel recommended was that there be national direction that the minister would have to create that basically took through what giving effect looked like. What's contained in the support material is that, and Cabinet's decisions, this legislation will contain much more directive language about what giving effect looks like and means. And so this submission is an opportunity for us to say what we think that should be. And certainly we're working with Ngā Matarai and the IMSB and others, and also engaging with mana whenua and Mātāwaka to have that conversation about what that might look like, noting the very constrained amount of time that we have to do that in.
It's a great opportunity, it really is. So more power to you in the short time that you have, and well done, because it was in our original submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Newman.
Yes, good afternoon, Simon. Thank you very much for the report. The move away from effects to outcomes is complex, but in some respects, this to me strikes as sort of a move back to town and country planning law prior to the RMA. Not that I was around when that was prevalent, but what really strikes me about this, and it formed the basis of my question, is that this doesn't feel new. This feels generationally new. To what extent, from your understanding, have officials been able to reconcile in their minds at this point the challenges between environment and urbanisation? Because it seems to me they really want to put the foot on the accelerator because they want to move forward with development and enabling development and removing roadblocks. But then there's an instinctive concern about the development and its impact on things like an attempt to decarbonise. And I just wonder if who's winning that argument within government, because I feel that there's a lot of legislation coming down the pipeline that is fundamentally a contradiction.
Simon, would you venture there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't make windows into the minds of government. What I would say is that the National Planning Framework is intended to offer that place where all of those conversations are joined up. There is an acknowledgement that, at least from the panel, that current national policy statements do contradict and create confusion in terms of both what is meant to be achieved in environmental outcomes and also urban development ones. In terms of the Town and Country Planning Act, I'm of the same generation as you, Councillor, and so I can't necessarily offer insights in terms of that, but what What I would say
It's 1977. You guys are not that young, are you, that you don't remember that?
I was one. So.
I was...
Right, nice history. Let's go back to Simon.
Yes. But what I would offer in terms of the shift, it is a shift to outcomes, but also fundamentally in the hierarchy, it is also a shift to environmental limits. And so the approach isn't necessarily to arbitrate between the environment and built environment outcomes. It is to be clearer about what has been trying to achieve in each of them. Fundamentally, with environmental limits, setting your upper thresholds. And so the intention is that if you can get greater clarity, not only can you enable the right sorts of built environment, but you can also meet your environmental outcomes. In terms of what Council thinks about that, that's the purpose of developing the submission and our next submissions, which will be probably March next year.
So you would anticipate when we come out the other side of this new set of law or laws, whenever we get it, that ultimately we're going to receive dictates from Crown as to the sort of like the national framework for how we look at these matters, and then it will be up to councils to try and develop some of its thinking around this, and the courts ultimately will come up with some case law around this, and this is going to, that's the basis for moving forward, because it seems to me this is actually becoming muddier, not clearer. I don't know what happens when the environment and the need to protect and preserve conflicts with the need to get on with it. And I worry about, it's not so much a question, Chair, but it's a risk here in terms of which we need to address and articulate in our submission, that we don't end up with a situation whereby outcomes are dictates by government which can't actually be delivered by local government because they're fundamentally contradictory between the needs to preserve and protect outstanding natural landscapes, the environment, and the need to just get on with, you know, allowing for urbanisation everywhere. You probably don't need to comment on that, Simon, but that's my comment in relation to this particular item.
Okay, we'll record that. I'm sure Simon has. Now go to the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Simon. Just a very quick question. It's concerning, excuse me, the Strategic Planning Act, which is a bit beyond the scope, just for clarity, is to integrate with other legislation relevant to development such as Local Government Act and the Land Transport Management Act, and require long-term regional spatial strategies. Is this the piece where the regions, including Auckland, will get centralised direction from Wellington?
Central direction from Wellington will come in a number of ways. So the National Planning Framework is one of those instruments. In terms of regional spatial planning, the intention is that that be a tripartite, at the moment, tripartite approach. So the Crown, local government and mana whenua sitting together at the table developing those regional spatial strategies and offering the platform for cooperation as we go forward. Noting we're not going to see that legislation until next year. But this is the sort of taking spatial planning such as the Auckland Plan model, other examples that we've seen in New Zealand, and developing a national framework for it. In terms of the links between the Land Transport Management Act and the and the Local Government Act, it's very much that piece of legislation is to work with other pieces of legislation that make decisions about supporting growth and development, such as infrastructure planning and funding. And so that's the intention in that space.
So, Mr. Chair, it's a question of comment. It would seem to me that the Strategic Planning Act components of this really need to go in front of the natural and built environment part, because it's one is lead informing the other. And now we're going to have this first part of it going forward as a Natural and Built Environment Act, and it's not predisposing what's going to come out of the SPA.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, as I said at the beginning, this exposure bill is a very slimmed down version of what we're going to see in the final legislation, and this is effectively part 2 of the RMA for people familiar with it. So it signals some of those early decisions that will be influential in terms of the Spatial Planning Act. When the Spatial Planning Act comes out, the Natural and Built Environment, when the Spatial Planning Bill comes out, the Natural and Built Environments Bill will come out at the same time. And so we'll be, those 2 pieces of legislation will go through the House together, and that will be our opportunity to make sure that we've got the connections and the links right between the 2 of them, given the fundamental issue you've acknowledged.
I so look forward to that, Mr. Chairman.
It's good. I'll keep you in mind. Look, thanks, Simon. Look, just mention of public participation going forward, and planning and infrastructure decisions. They're all about serving communities and our people, and I know we consider that local community voices are a critical part of the process, and understanding their needs is really important. So it's an important part of the planning process. But we've seen of recent, and I'm not discounting the merit of some of these directions from government on, say, 3 water reforms. Overall detail we can question. National policy statement on urban development, a move towards centralised planning. And I think we need to be discussing in the narrative of our submission the need to ensure the voices of communities, people, are given real opportunity to participate. Now, I'm not sure how the government are going to go about this. You've told us this is just a so-called exposure paper, the slimmed down version, but things get traction very quickly. And we've got that recent evidence of the water reforms and the MPSUD that it does marginalise communities, on both counts. So I think we might want to, in our initial submission, draw some focus to that. And we can expand on that when the group meet. Okay, any other questions, comment, members? There being none, it's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. Now I'm going to hand over to the Chief of Strategy to make some comments about the MPSUD reports coming up, including the workshops that we've held with local boards as well, and give an overview of the upcoming work. Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just again, I just wanted to wrap these next 3 reports together, just so that you can, I guess, read them and consider them together, because they're all part of this National Policy Statement on Urban Development. This is the prescriptive bit, the one that the government gives us some flexibility in some areas to make some decisions on. There are other parts where they are mandating us to do things, and probably this next report is effectively a mandate one. But just to remind you, back in September last year, we first came to you about the fact that this NPS came out in August of that year, and that we were going to do some work about how we would take you through this, how we would make the decisions, etc., etc. And we've had about 7 or so workshops this year with you since February. We've had our local boards attend those, should they have chosen to do so. And so this is really a culmination this month and next month. Is a culmination of those workshops and the request for you to provide us directions. We are not asking you to make decisions today on heights and intensities and all of that kind of stuff. What we are asking you, though, is to provide us direction for us to go away and do the work, so that you do ultimately make some decisions, but that will come in the future, and it will be a public process for you to do that. So today we are asking for your direction, but clearly in doing so, we are travelling in a direction of change, and the government through this NPS is requiring us to do that. Particularly for, I think, the third report in this little section on the kind of intensification and qualifying matters, we are just looking at that element and walkable catchments only in terms of the metro centres and the rapid transit routes. Next month, we're going to provide a report to ask for you for direction for the rest of Auckland. So there has been some media and some commentary in the last week or so that has sometimes taken it out of just, say, rapid transit network and kind of this could happen to the whole of Auckland. So we will come back to you on that. We still need some direction. Today it's a little bit more focused. Next steps, we will be doing work between now and August next year. We'll come to you next month with an engagement plan that we'd like you to sign off. And that is where we'll work with you, with local boards, with the public, about what this looks like. And we'll go then start the formal kind of process probably in August next year. So I hope that's just kind of rounds it together a little bit. And our first report that the team will take us through is the housing and business capacity assessment work. We have workshopped this with you. It is complex. We do have a number of slides. So perhaps, Mr. Chair, we can start.
Thanks for that introduction, Megan. I'll hand to Jacques now. Jacques Victor, our GM of Auckland Plan Strategy and Research, and with him Mario Fernandez, our Senior Spatial Researcher, and Chad Hu, and Chad is our Senior Spatial Analyst. So this is the Housing Capacity Assessment for 2021 with you, Jacques.
Tēnā koutou councillors, mayor and members. I'm going to start by just reminding you at its most basic level what the NPS urban development is about. It's about creating competitive land and housing markets. That's the idea behind the NPS. So the report in front of you deals with one very particular aspect, and that is the housing and business assessment that we need to do. And the other two reports will deal with some of the other matters. This is, as the chair said, purely a technical exercise. When you look at this report, you will probably feel that we heard nothing about what you said this morning when you spoke about communities, the impacts on them, local issues, etc., because this is purely about numbers. That's all this particular report is about. And so it is not as if we don't hear what you're saying, that is just the scope of this piece of work that we need to do. The housing and business assessment is the first deliverable of the NPS in terms of the timeframes that we have. So this has to be delivered by the end of this month, which we will then publish. The next date for deliverable is August next year. So first off the cab off the rank, and having this done by the end of this month. And we will go through some of the basics and then the results of this assessment quickly with a number of slides. But what we are putting to you here is, firstly, just to receive the report. So there is no decision on this. It is just receiving the report, but then asking for delegation of a number of the chair, the deputy chair, IMSB, to sign off the final report. What will follow after that, as I said at the end of the month, is we will publish the report, and then, of course, immediately we will start doing the next one. We have to do the next one because we need to use that to inform some of the changes that will come through, but also, especially for the LTP. Plus, there was just a bit of a discussion about the strategic the SPA, the Strategic Planning Act coming, but what the NPS is also asking us is to do spatial planning. And so we have to create a new spatial plan which is essentially the development strategy part of the Auckland plan. That has already started, so we're going to need the next HPA to inform that. And as I said, also the LTP. So just running through quick slides. I'm just going to do one, and then Mario and Chad will speak to some of it, and I will just finish off again. Just to remind you, so there are three parts to the HPA. The first part is capacity, so it's supply. We have to look at what the extent, the extent of capacity that we have. So what supply do we have? What is demand going to be over a 30-year period? So short, medium, and long term. And then the question is asked, do you have enough capacity to meet the demand? And so that's just how we're going to run through this, and then we'll summarize at the end. So I'll hand over to Chad.
Kia ora, everyone. As Jacques mentioned, I'll be taking you through the two components of this HBA. First of all is how do we defining development capacity. And in this case, under the MPS, there are four components we have to look at. The first component is the plan-enabled capacity. So this is really just assessing our current operative plan, being the Auckland Unitary Plan, in terms of what development capacity has been enabled under the current planning provision. And the second bit is, of the assessed plan-enabled capacity, how much of them are actually being serviced by our existing infrastructure, or they will be serviced by our planned infrastructure, or for the long term, there are funding or indicators set aside to unlock further development potentials. And after assessing the infrastructure component, we have to look at whether those development capacity are commercially viable. And in particular, the MPS has stressed that we have to use today's or current cost and price component to evaluate whether they're commercially viable to be developed. And lastly, once we apply the commercial viability test through over our capacity, what is expected to be realized? So in this case, what is the likelihood of these capacity being taken up under the whole setup being plan enabled, being infrastructure ready, as well as commercial viable? And obviously, different developers will approach it slightly differently, and we'll talk about it later. And the second part of the MPS, it asks councils to address what is the demand, or look at what demand will be for the short, medium, long term. And in particular, they ask council to set out a range of projections demand for housing. And I have to reiterate the first point that Jacques made, that for this particular HBA assessment, we are only assessing housing capacity. So we are looking at, in terms of demand, as for housing demand for short, medium, long term. And with all the projections, we have to identify which ones are likely, and then we have to pick one that's most likely. And while we're doing that, we have to rank up all the differences in terms of the assumptions and the reasonings of why we're selecting a particular projection, and as well as highlighting all the natures and potential uncertainties around the projections that. And bear in mind, this is not a sequence process. Everything is a parallel process in this case, because you have to look at what are the projections available that we can assess. But in the meantime, we have to set up the criteria, which ones we should be looking at, and which ones we should be dropped, because it might not fit the current understanding of our housing market or demand assessment.
Kia ora. An important component within the MPS-UD, and it is explicit in this body of legislation, is affordability. And at the same time, it posits a wide scope of actions within the HBAs to explore affordability tied with competitiveness of land and housing markets. In particular, the generation of evidence to inform long-term planning. The premise of the MPS-UD revolves around sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand for housing. Now, to assess sufficiency of capacity and consequently affordability, we first have to identify or explore whether the new dwellings that are feasible to enter the market will actually be bought by someone. The core of our modeling approach and the whole exercise within the HBA then relies on the linking between a feasibility and then a demand model. Specifically, the demand model sets up the interaction between supply extracted from the development capacity that was run by Chad and the demand at multiple price points and locational preferences. That is, the model can accommodate the potential incompatibility between purchase power of households and the prices of the new houses that may enter the market. And it is going to provide a better picture of what is reasonable to be realized. To explicitly assess affordability, we will focus then on the market outcomes for a particular population group because we need a benchmark, we need a reference. The intermediate household market, that is, private renter households with at least one person in paid employment who cannot affordably purchase a dwelling at the lower quartile price at standard bank lending conditions. That is, households who cannot purchase a house priced at $770,000. Because to be able to buy at that price level, households would need an income of at least $132,000. Therefore, the demand model assesses the market outcomes and the sufficiency of the development capacity and addresses other policy questions, namely, are the prices of new dwellings actually affordable to target or specific population groups? Second, does sufficient feasible capacity actually translate into better affordability for all households? Finally, does affordability improve because of new dwellings entering the market, because of greater land releases or development opportunities, as prescribed in the NPSUD?
Thanks, Mario. And coming back to our assessment results, as I mentioned before, the first stage we have to look at plan-enabled capacity. So we applied a volumetric assessment to look at what is the maximum amount of floor space that has been enabled by our unitary plan provision. In particular, we're only looking at based on provision. So I'm sure everyone's familiar with the unitary plan that contains precincts, and precincts itself sets additional opportunities as well as constraints to restrict development capacity. But in this case, to compare apples to apples, we've used based on provision to assess that, and the data derived from the assessment derived in expressed in dwelling terms, which is required by the NPS, that we've tested two scenarios. One's the infill, traditional infill. This is putting a house at the back of your property if you have a larger plot, or you're considering redevelop. You demolish all the existing building and redeveloped, and the differences between the two in terms of net development capacity is ranging between 101,000 in infill opportunities or 909,000 redevelopment opportunities across the existing urban residential zoned land. And we've also looked at infrastructure readiness. Water and wastewater certainly constrain some development, and in this case, transport constraints were not included for this particular assessment, which I'll explain slightly into more details on the next slides. And after applying commercial viability tests over the floor space, in this case, we're testing floor space because cost and price will dictate the typology and the size of the dwelling that you want to put on the market for sale. And that the number derived is ranging from 840,000 dwelling units going by the maximum profit scenario, or 1.4 million dwelling opportunities using the minimum priced scenario. So it's a vast range. Again, the combination of typologies and locations come into play in this case. That's why you're seeing the differences in terms of numbers when we compare to the plan-enabled capacity. And of the expected to be realized, this is particularly tricky. We've trying to match this with the demand assessment that we've got. So as you see on the screen, the number that we anticipate that to be realized is roughly between 300K and 320K over the next 30 years. This is in terms of this is guiding by our growth projections and household numbers as well as dwelling numbers. Next, we look, we work with our CCOs, infrastructure providers, and in particular, this MPS has really set up the frame that we're only looking at infrastructure that's provided and controlled by territorial authorities. So national highways, motorways are not part of this assessment. And going back, looking at water supply, wastewater, and stormwater, the network bulk infrastructure is broadly adequate to cater for the projected growth over the next 30 years. As I said before, transport capacity is not factored in because this assessment is only a housing assessment. It does not take into account future business land demand as well as capacity. So we know one aspect of the question, answers, but we don't know the other aspect, which is we know where people are traveling from to work, but we don't know where they will be working in the long term. So that's why transport isn't featured in this assessment, but that's partially one of the reasons it's not created. But we're also working with Auckland Transport trying to define what is the constrained element that we have to look at. Is it through traffic volume or is it traffic volume that's generated within the catchment? So it is a very complicated matter, and we will be addressing it in the next HBA. And from our water space, which is this is the 3 water, if we're looking at bulk level, 57% of our infrastructure ready, so which means that our bulk network is able to cater the demand or the projected growth for the short term. And then once the interceptors, this is central interceptor or northern interceptor comes into play, which is part of our LTP, once that's provided, it further unlocks further opportunities, which is you see on the screen, which increases to 77%. And over the long term, when we factor in the 30 years investment program, pretty much 99% of the projected growth will be accommodated. Although constraints, they do exist, but we're working with our long-term plan as well as infrastructure strategy to unlock further capacity. And bear in mind this, we haven't looked at local infrastructure for this assessment because it's subject to quite a vast range of parameters as well as market conditions, and what is the end product of our housing that's being brought online within certain catchments. So, which may play a significant part of enabling growth. And if we start, and this is coming back to the demand side, as I mentioned, we've looked at various projections. So starting from the pre-COVID Stats New Zealand projections, we've looked at median projection, as you see on the far side, left side of the chart. And we also look at the Stats New Zealand 2018 census-based projection. This is a post-COVID scenario, which was released at the end of 2020. And we've produced, as council family, we worked on this I11 version 6, which is the council LTP land use scenario, which guided our investment program for the next 3 to 10 years. After ranking all of them, we landed at I11 V6 being we've been selected as the guidance demand projections we want to utilize, simply because there's so much uncertainty around the prolonged border closure. To put into a bit of a context, Treasury, roughly around similar time last year, Treasury has assumed that the border will be open in July this year, but the border partially open, but the border is still closed at the moment. So there's the level of uncertainty around there is highly uncertain, simply because it drives our migration number, but also will have an impact on the future natural growth in terms of population size. So giving all that on the table, we've decided that I11 V6 is still the current most up-to-date information that we can rely on. Obviously, as more information comes on, it will be featured in the next HBA that we will be changing this. And drawing back everything all together, from a hypothetical plan-enabled perspective, we have enabled enough capacity to accommodate the projected growth, and there is sufficient feasible capacity under the assumption that under today's market conditions, it is feasible People can develop if they choose to. Whether they will or not is entirely up to their decision. As I mentioned before, the scenario tested, we've only tested infill redevelopment as plan enabled, but we look at maximum profit and minimum dwelling price. This really just sits at the two extreme end of these two spectrums. How the real world functions is probably somewhere in the middle. We do this assessment, even though some of the capacity or size that we've deemed that is not feasible, or maybe the plan has not enabled it, but it does not imply that development cannot occur or they won't occur. It's simply if a developer chooses to apply for resource consent to prove that all the adverse effects being mitigated, then the development can occur. Whether that's feasible or not, it depending on he or her business model, as well as how much they paid for the land 20 years ago or 30 years ago, or maybe today. And as development unfolds and more certainty around the typology of housing that would be brought online, unknown and unforeseen infrastructure constraints will definitely come back in play. And in this case in particular, there will be the local infrastructure. As Council has mentioned, that local roads, local water network is definitely playing a card in terms of whether we are enabling growth or the current condition is restricting growth. I touched before about around uncertainties. Border closure is one of them, but as we see cost in material changes all the time, as a victim of this border closure, we've seen that material cost has gone up a fair bit. Prices. As a result, price has gone up. Labour market is forever in the debate. We're not sure whether we're going to train enough people to come to service the construction sector, or we bring additional workers from offshore to help us build houses a lot faster, or consequently slower. Again, it drives demand. Lastly, it's around the policy direction. It changes all the time. So couple of weeks back, we didn't hear much about the immigration reset. Clearly, it played a big card, but I guess all other policies come into play in this case. But most importantly, while we're doing all this unlocking potential developments and all that, is it affordable? Here you go, Mario.
Sorry, can I just ask about that graph? What is the y-axis? Dollars or what? And what?
It's the number of dwellings or households. So if you look at the bars,
it relates to these lines, not the bars.
For the lines, there's a shortened demand in terms of household number plus the 20% competitive margin that's set up by the MPSUD. So we look at what is our 3-year short-term household demand, and then on top of that, we have to apply 20% competitive margin to enable additional amount of opportunities. So as you see that all 3 bars are sitting quite high, the lines are sitting below the ceiling of those bars, which means that we do have enabled enough capacity to accommodate the demand. Okay. And in terms of plan enable, maximum profit scenario of feasible capacity, as well as minimum priced feasible dwelling capacity.
Thank you.
Is it with you, Mario?
Thank you, Chad. Now, about affordability, a little bit of background first. The setup of the demand model and the simulations, they entail a housing market represented by a set of about 12,000 synthetic households and 6,000 new dwellings entering the market, the extracted from development capacity estimated by Chad. And this is a conservative number of the annual increment of additional capacity in Auckland. And I insist on this. The whole modeling exercise is an ex-ante analysis about the potential compatibility or discrepancy between the price distribution of the new dwellings and the ability of households to buy those new dwellings. It will construct the metrics about what is reasonably expected to be realized, because again, a dwelling will be realized only if it is bought by someone. I will discuss about this desirability of the outcome in a minute. Now, We developed 5 supply scenarios to represent the spectrum of the housing market in Auckland. We start with the upper range scenario, testing the uptake of the dwellings at the upper price range delivered recently in Auckland at about $1.6 million. That's the cap. In the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the conditional affordable scenario, which includes the lowest price dwellings representing a developer setting the lowest retail price, but not necessarily the most profitable options. This can be considered a scenario driven by incentives to supply affordable housing. Now we have 3 other scenarios that represent intermediate cases. The mid-range scenario, which tests the locations where dwellings can be delivered at a price cap of $1.35 million and reflects a large portion of the Auckland's existing housing stock. Then the full spectrum scenario that includes dwellings priced between $600 and $1.6 million, and the minimum price scenario, which includes the lowest price dwelling units that are still yielding maximum percentage of profit and aims to match supply and demand at the tail end of the housing market. Now, results in this table here shows that the higher prices in the upper range scenario imply that a large share of households cannot afford to buy a dwelling, hardly surprising. Out of the 6,000 additional feasible houses, only 392 would be bought. That is a rate of take-up of 6.5%, where the average price of the bought houses is $1.56 million, and the average income of those buyers is $214,000. As we switch between supply scenarios, we will observe that the lower prices result on a greater rate of take-up, lower average price of dwellings, lower average income of buyers, but at the same time, lower floor space. What we should know from these results as well is that even though the buyer's income decreases, the average income needed to become an owner, the lowest amount is $144,000 for the conditional affordable scenario on average, which is still 51% higher than Auckland's median household income, which is about $95,000. With the detail that the bulk of buyers correspond to couples or couples with kids, likely buying units with an average floor space of 62 square meters. Out of the number of the new buyers that we have in the first row of that table, we're going to extract those earning less than $132,000. That is the intermediate households, to assess affordability. We observe that this market segment is served only under the minimum price and conditional affordable scenarios, where we have about 800 or 1,700 buyers from this group, corresponding about 26 and 40% of all buyers. Let's keep these numbers in mind. What do these results mean overall? First, if we're going to talk about capacity to be realized, we must consider demand's capabilities to pay for those prices, which varies across the scenarios. A dwelling may not be realized unless there is someone who can pay for it, and the desirability of this market outcome may be higher if that buyer comes from the intermediate household market. Second, more houses entering the market does not imply that lower income households will be able to buy a house.
Agreeing.
Just because of market forces or just because of rezoning initiatives. Third, more houses entering the market does not imply that there will be more affordable houses for everyone. Prices are still too high for those earning less than the incomes indicated in this table, $144,000. Finally, as prescribed in the NPSUD, we still get market efficiency through the simulation of the demand model. We still achieve competitiveness in land and housing market, but the social outcomes are an important aspect somehow disregarded in the NPSUD, but revealed in our HPA. The NPSUD requires the councils to generate evidence and information for long-term plans. In context, let's recall our numbers. To inform about the capacity that is reasonable to be realized, the size of the intermediate market in Auckland is about 97,000 households, where $132,000 is the income required, household income required to affordably service a mortgage on a lower quartile price dwelling, $770,000. Updated numbers of the housing shortfall, this is breaking news, is 25,000 dwellings. We just saw in the last slide that between 800 and 1,700 intermediate households would become owners in the most ideal of the feasible supply scenarios. Now, Simulations then reveal that, assuming first, no household growth over time, and second, that on an annual basis, the market in these two scenarios will deliver the same amount of affordable housing, 800 or 1,700. For these two scenarios, it would take about 15 or 31 years to fill the housing gap. Nonetheless, incorporating the average rate of growth of households, 2.2%, the supply of affordable housing should grow by at least 35% annually to fill the housing gap within a decade. For the same change to occur within a generation, about 18 years, growth should be at least 20%. Most importantly, if supply of affordable housing grows only at an annual rate equal to households growth, that is 2.2%, or actually if it grows at a rate lower than 4.5%, the mathematical model fails to find a finite solution. That is, the housing shortfall becomes permanent or chronic. Now, issues to consider for the interpretation of our results, our findings, and I would be more than happy to discuss this later. First, we found that not only prices, but also typologies drive affordability outcomes, which is tied to rezoning. Thus, an intensification. Thus, supply-side initiatives are necessary but not sufficient. Second, filling the housing shortfall is not equivalent to solving the affordability crisis. Other estimates of us show that for this to occur, or to be talking about this in the first place, we should talk about at least halving the size of the intermediate market, which takes even longer than the estimates that I have shown today. Finally, our research is based on simulations. They are indicative of market and social outcomes considering the conditions imposed by the NPSUD. The models are robust. They are capable of accommodating the development of many other scenarios that we may discuss. In particular, and here I will insist, those related to demand-side interventions, for example, retention and targeting, inclusionary zoning, progressive home ownership, or any other models of affordability that close the gap between the distribution of prices or whatever supply scenario and the purchase power of households. Thank you.
With you, Jacques.
That was just a quick run through of the results of the assessment. What I do need to point out to you, there are a number of things that have not been done in this assessment. As we've said, this does not take care of the business side. This is purely a housing assessment, and there are issues with that. So it's half a model. Like we also said, no bulk infrastructure, not in this assessment, and we are working with Auckland Transport to develop the methodology for how that will be included in the next one. We've also mentioned local infrastructure capacity. There are local infrastructure capacity constraints, and so we are not ignoring that. This assessment also does not include the demand, and these are the requirements from the NPS, demand information around housing for Māori, Papakainga, older people, students, visitors and seasonal workers. Again, there are methodologies that need to be developed. It is not as simple as just these things get complicated. We have not accounted for any private plan changes and the dwelling yields that might come through those. It's purely based on what the Unity Plan provides at the moment. We've also not provided for any large-scale redevelopment by central government, in other words, Kāinga Ora. We use the base zone of the Unity Plan, not what they may do more in addition to the base zone. And then again, just want to make the point. Even though we say that, especially in terms of the three waters, that there is bulk capacity over the 30 years, and it does increase over the 30 years, that does not mean that infrastructure funding and financing is sorted as of today. We all know there are major issues with how this infrastructure is funded, and there isn't sufficient funding. Just want to stress that point again. I quickly also just need to mention, one of the things that come out of the HBA is something called the housing bottom line. So essentially what the housing bottom line is a minimum target. capacity target. And what we need to do with that bottom line is put it in the RPS, so within the unitary plan. Then we have to keep on monitoring it. And if we find that we are below the target, then we have to do things, planning changes to create more capacity. What we are recommending in the report is that we do not use this HPA to create a housing bottom line, and that we do not put a housing bottom line in the RPS at this stage. And the reason for that is it is not a full assessment. We are not confident about the robustness of the infrastructure readiness. We also know that you are about to make more changes to the unitary plan through the upzoning that you have to do around metro centres, stations, that kind of thing. So the whole HPA is going to change very soon again. And so it just does not seem feasible to create a housing bottom line that you put in the RPS based on that. So we will be, when we do produce the next HPA, then we can certainly do that housing bottom line. And just my very last slide. So just overall, what does this tell us? So yes, in theory, like I say, it's not a full assessment, but in theory there is sufficient capacity to meet the demand both over the short and over the long term. And so we do have sufficient capacity. But, as we've shown, capacity is not the only thing in this equation around housing. And simply creating additional capacity is not going to solve all housing problems. You've just seen that from the affordability. For a large group of Aucklanders, more capacity is not going to do anything for their ability to afford a house. Having said that, you are about to consider two more reports on the NPS. And I would advise that we need to look at all of this in context. One can't, I don't think it is wise to say that we have sufficient capacity and therefore we should not be creating any further capacity. What the MPS and what it requires us to do, what it will do is it will over time most likely have an effect on the price of dwellings. Simply because what it does is it creates more supply and therefore more competition. And that is the idea behind the MPS. And when you have that, more capacity means there's a greater potential for take-up of that capacity, more dwellings to be developed. And you will also get a greater mix of dwellings. We know for a lot of Aucklanders, the different kind of mix, the different typologies of housing is a really important thing. So you will get that from the MPS over time. It's not something that happens overnight. So it's really important to take the opportunity that comes from this MPS and the things that we need to do to actually use that and create greater capacity. Even though it will not necessarily address the affordability for a lot of people. But it will give you greater competition, it will give you more typology mix, and those are all good things. So, in addition to doing what the MPS requires us, also really, and you have spoken about this quite a bit this morning, really important to do the other advocacy to government, whether that's through submissions or whatever that is. That things have to be done about affordability. There are other levers that we have to pull and that central government has to pull. We have to deal with the infrastructure funding, and we really need to think about the conflicts between different bits of legislation or even within this very particular piece of legislation. And an example of that was given earlier by Councillor Newman. That's the results of the assessment. We need to think about, we have not solved all problems. Auckland can certainly do with more development capacity, but we also have to do other things to address affordability.
Well, thank you, Jacques, and Mario and Chad, really thorough. Now we'll take some questions. If we can keep it to questions at this point, Councillor Simpson first.
Sorry, I just need to ask the meeting's permission for a Skype link,
Oh, yes, we need to do that.
That's what I'm
We need to put the motion or.
So we need to move in a second.
Okay, can I have a mover for the motion that we permit electronic connection by Councillor Simpson? Councillor, just by way of explanation, Councillor Simpson's got a commitment and then she will be back with us.
business, sorry, but and I do want to link back in because this is really important, especially
Okay, I got a seconder, please,
yeah,
and Councillor
brilliant.
Henderson. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Newman with a question.
Couple of questions. Jacques, what's the timing of the next report back, which is going to address the infrastructure supply constraints, please? What's your timing?
In terms of the NPS, we have to do it by 2024. We will do it before then because it has to feed into the LTP. So probably early as 23.
Sorry, in 2 years. Right. Well, in 2 years' time, or if you can get it back sooner, it would be very, very good if we need to be able to have Watercare or whatever the organisation is going to be and Auckland Transport at the table to test the assumptions behind the infrastructure, enabling infrastructure or the constraints on that infrastructure, please, because I think that's very important. Mario, thank you very much for your presentation. I take it from what you have said that there is the potential for increased competition in certain parts of the housing market, predominantly in those parts of the housing market where the price of housing produced at that quintile, I think, look at 5 scenarios, would be at a point which is well in excess of the capacity of most people to afford it. In that intermediate housing market. Is that fair? In other words, the competition is there, but the competition is for a housing product that a lot of Aucklanders who aspire to own their first home won't be able to afford that.
Who's Mario? Good.
Yeah. We have had a debate about whether increasing the number of available units will actually increase competition, which is, yeah, we agree on that. But competition also implies that households will be searching and bidding for the same house. And when I say households, I mean anyone from the intermediate markets, any other relatively richer or wealthier households. And that behavior, when you go to an auction, obviously the one that is going to win is the one with the higher income or the higher level of wealth. So that's how the model operates, and basically that's the interpretation of the inherent assumptions of the model.
If the mid-range, if the average income for buyers, the households is 190,000, I don't know too many households in Auckland aspiring to get onto the housing ladder that are going to be able to hit that income level to be able to purchase in that particular range.
Could you elaborate a little bit more, please?
You're talking about a house price, average house price of about 1.336 million, with a floor space of 180 square metres. That's one particular type of housing. That's very, very expensive for most Aucklanders, even for Aucklanders on quite high incomes. That's quite a big jump. For those who aren't on that housing market, that particular housing product, and there might be more of that coming onto the market. In fact, prices go up. There might be more. Developers might want to get into that particular end of the market, but the number of the people who can afford to buy in that market is limited. It's limited not only in terms of the amount of properties that they can go and bid for at auctions, but just their inability to get to the point where they can save the deposit to purchase. They're just nowhere close, and they never will be.
It's a fair interpretation, yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, and thanks again for the very depressing but
very important information. Just my questions on the figures and what we're going to use to take forward to our decisions. I guess why don't we use the higher, why wouldn't we use the high projections? Because we have been wrong in the past. The other thing, does it include the 40 or so thousand dwelling shortfall that we have in Auckland already? Should that be added on? And also, does it include, because much of your numbers say redevelopments, so could you assume that by taking away 3 or 4 houses and building 15, which is great, are we including the, say, 50,000 dwellings we're taking away to build the 300,000 on top of those what were dwellings? So is that added? Because that would be another 100,000 dwellings we're missing.
Just to address the capacity numbers to start with, the data that we presented today is net capacity. So the existing dwellings that's being demolished, it does get calculated in our process. So we're only reporting on the added numbers from a capacity perspective. And as in terms of demand side, we can certainly look at the high demand scenario. In fact, the current Stats New Zealand view of the high demand is sitting at 2.7 million people as of 2051. And on average, that's a 33,000 net increase of population. So whether that 33,000 people will arrive in Auckland, within Auckland's catchment, is at the moment is certainly unsure. We don't know. It's certainly it's uncertain. And just going back by the historical migration data coming from Stats New Zealand, for Auckland's case, over time, starting from God knows how long that they started tracking that number, 20,000 is sitting at the 50th percentile. So it does fluctuate going up and down, depending on immigration policy, depending on what happens to the rest of the world. So yes, we can look at the high demand, but at this very moment, the data and the trend does not suggest that we will be heading at 33,000 on average, because you have to take into 40,000 or 50,000 per annum, and it does trigger a very heated debate in Parliament in terms of what is the correct number, or whether we start talking about immigration policies or population policies, and that's I don't know what is an appropriate word to describe. It will be a heated debate in that sense. So that's why we've selected a median scenario for this HBA assessment.
And do we include the 40 or so thousand dwellings we are down based on the Ministry of Housing? Would we be adding that to what we need?
Yeah, in terms of demand, we should be adding that back into this mix. And as Mario's intermediate housing market, it does suggest that much of it is included in his assessment. But in terms of demand, yes, of course, we should be looking at that as well.
Just one last question, thank you, Chair. I'm sure Stats New Zealand do include it and it's smoothed out, but do we include the demographic change? So people living much longer, and we can assume that will continue. And also the ethnic breakdown, we're going to see much higher percentage of Māori and Pacifica who tend to have larger families than, say, Pākehā. Do we include that as opposed to just migration?
Yes, the I11V6 number is based on Stats New Zealand's projection. So it is based on the 2018 census data to start as a fundamental starting line, and we do look at previous projections, which Stats New Zealand had clearly illustrated in their assumptions that half of the projected growth is coming from natural growth. So half of it is coming from immigration. So the underlying assumptions that we adopted does reflect the ethnicity combination and demographic combination of population.
And one last comment, sorry, Chair. Just on I get worried that this could be used to assume we don't need to have intensification because more dwellings isn't proving affordability. But I guess my question, and I asked it in the workshop, if we don't have the intensification, then it would even be worse. Because, even if you're considering two $2 million properties putting apartments on, and you get, say, 11 $1.2 million apartments, that's still quite a significant drop in it of housing at a different price. I just worry that it could be twisted to say, look, intensification's not, do you do a prediction if we weren't intensifying how bad things could be?
That's quite correct. And to add to that, what it also does is give greater choice.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Casey.
So depressing. I want to follow on from Daniel. That phrase that you've got at the end, Jacques, we have sufficient capacity to meet demand. I agree with Daniel totally. That's if you have two incomes that make $144,000. That's if you can afford a $500,000 dwelling. What we've heard from continually from all the demographic advisory panels is that housing is a huge issue for each of them. And yet there's no mention made of students or older people. In fact, they've been specifically excluded. You haven't looked at the demands from that sector. So I'm interested in the people that don't have two incomes, that don't have one income, that don't even have an income. Because we talk equity all the time in this chamber. This is not an equitable, we don't have equitable housing. I don't know how we're going to reach it. You say, oh, this isn't a question, this is a rave. Sorry. No, I was just going to say, you're kind of telling us to advocate to the government for this. There's got to be stuff that we can do. I don't accept that that's it. Honestly, I don't. So I'm looking for houses that are much less than 500,000. I'm looking for addressing the student market, older people's need for smaller houses, and how we as a council can legislate for that. Not the government, we'll do that anyway, but there's got to be more we can do, or else it's just too depressing. It's got to be. So.
Councillor Casey, absolutely agree with you. That's why I put some of those up. So what the HBA, we're talking about the assessment here, what that requires us to do is simply see what is your capacity, what is your demand, is there enough to meet demand? And that's what we've done. And that's why that first bullet says, in theory, yes, there is sufficient capacity to meet demand. But what Mario's work shows is that's a theoretical situation. In real life, that capacity will not do much for, and in this particular case, the intermediate housing market. Changing the planning rules is not going to do a great deal for a large part of Aucklanders. And that's the point we're making. So it isn't just about capacity. You have to create the capacity. It does bring certain things. It does bring benefits. Does bring the price down a bit, creates greater choice. But it's not the solution. It's not the only solution. A lot more has to be done. And that's simply the point I'm making there. A lot more has to be done. This is not the solution.
Thank you, Jacques. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. You haven't done the assessment, so you won't know the answer, but the fact that we don't have a traffic assessment in there must make a big difference, because if we're to meet emission targets, then there's places that we won't be able to build, and therefore it must impact on the numbers of dwellings, even though they're zoned. If the infrastructure isn't, two things, the infrastructure isn't there to be able to provide public transport. So we don't meet our emission targets, so we wouldn't be building out there because we'd be saying no. So how much does this, do you think, would impact on the assessment you've got here?
Councillor Dalton, I'm not even going to try and take a stab at it. What it will do is it will bring the capacity down. So that's one of the consequences. But because the transport network is a dynamic thing, it is not like, so it's a lot easier to do it on water cares pipes, because you know what the capacity is, you know how many more households you can get in there, and then the pipe is full. But the transport network's really complicated. To be able to say there is or isn't capacity in a certain area is not that simple. What is capacity? The road might be full, it just takes longer Doesn't mean there isn't capacity. So it gets really hard. We're trying to develop a model about how to do that. But when we have that, what it essentially will do is it potentially, most likely, will bring down the capacity. So we'll have less capacity because of the transport constraints. I can see Mario wants to add something. Sorry, not Mario, Chad.
Just probably two more points to add it onto Jacques' points. Obviously, location does play a huge part in this, and location in terms of housing and location in terms of employment opportunities, because we don't know the future. We haven't assessed what the future is, and it plays a big part in terms of transport space. But it does come back to what kind of a transport mode are we providing for people to use. If it's a carbon neutral way of doing things, we can be providing additional capacity at the outer suburbs, but that still time still is an element here, because the travel time does eat into people's choice in terms of housing. So the HBA is assessment of our current policy setting and is a tool to assess our future policy setting. So if we don't have those policy setting in place, it will be very difficult to answer those questions in terms of whether transport or carbon emission or carbon footprint will have an impact on our capacity.
So just to follow up, I mean, having carbon neutral travel will help with the current settings in terms of the unitary plan zonings is what I mean. Increasing housing, intensifying housing around the frequent traveller network is going to, would you think, increase the cost of housing? Because that is going to be the most desired place to live. So we'll need both. So I hear what you're saying about how complex it is, but I don't know, because what you're saying is that capacity is not going to bring down the cost of housing. We don't need more capacity. That's not bringing down the cost of housing, but building that, intensifying around the frequent traveller network is desirable, but is probably going to increase the cost of housing.
I'm going to have a go, and I can see Chad wants to say something as well. An urban system is an extremely complex thing. In theory, I can say yes, if you intensify, develop more dwellings, or enable more development around a transit station, yes, prices will go up because more people want to. But I can also say if I flood the market in that area, it might actually bring prices down. So it's not a one-way thing. I can't just, yes, it'll make things more expensive. The system is really complex, and that's why we keep on stressing this is simulation, this is modeling, this is not real world. What each developer, landowner does, we simply can't account for that in a model. We build a whole number of scenarios and we put a lot of different assumptions in, but you can't cover each and every person and what they're trying to do. So this is modeling. The one thing that I do want to say, I am not saying, sorry, it's something you said, Councillor. I'm not saying there's sufficient capacity and we shouldn't do anything more, because additional capacity will have no effect on house prices. I'm not saying that whatsoever. It most likely will, over time, have some effect. I can't say what that effect will be. What I am saying is, and that is what Mario's work is showing, for a certain sector of Aucklanders who have a certain income, what the modelling shows is the price level at which new dwellings will be delivered. They cannot afford that. And so capacity will help some people. For a lot of people, capacity will not do anything. And so we need to do other things other than more capacity. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question and the very thorough explanations. We'll now go to Councillor Walker.
So what I'm picking up from this, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's more than enough capacity, but a large number of people can't afford it. That's basically what it amounts to. So if if that is the case, and part of the purpose of this is to communicate this information to government, can we communicate it as bluntly as possible to government? But equally, we need to actually speak to particularly the public of Auckland to make them much more aware of this, because all of this is political. It's a political game in large part. So I've got some confidence in what you've done. I think it's very good. But can we explain it fairly simply and reduce it down so that it hits the government between the eyes? The other concern that I have, and it's based around the experience with the special housing areas, and I'm picking up on this assumption that the National Policy Statement for Urban Development will actually make matters better. If we have a circumstance where there are limited supply of building materials, labour, a whole range of things, realistically what happens if you bring on more land, and it was the notion of the special housing areas, it actually generated speculation on that land. So the cost of that land went up dramatically. And the developers priced that in because you had sales from one developer, excuse me, to another. So I have a real concern that in a situation where you've got low interest, you've got a greenfields market that's based around house and land packages. You've got a brownfields market that increasingly is based around the delivery of apartments by developers. And these people aren't silly. They will deliberately restrict the supply coming onto the market. They're not going to want to sell if they can't maximise.
Councillor, can you reserve that for the speaking turn, because this is for questions now.
So my question is, and it goes to the assumptions that you're making, are not those factors real world factors that we should be considering in our model and what we put up to the government?
Who might reply?
I will. Thank you. More like a comment, and I will follow up also on Councillor. I'm sorry, cannot see you.
I was Councillor Bartley.
No, you. No.
Councillor Dalton.
Yeah, now wearing my glasses, and anyway. I agree with you. I mean, I will be myself right now.
That's enough.
Yeah, that's why I have become an annoyance to some people, because I think I'm the one of the few that is always talking about, let's look at the demand side of the market, not only the supply side. We have a gap there. We have, for a decade, we have been talking about special housing areas, Kiwi build, loan-to-value ratios, and many other things. And we have seen the effects on affordability. They have been very small or negligible. Sorry. There are market segments. It is not accurate, it's not appropriate to talk about just one market. Market segments, and this one that we have been talking about is the affordable market segments. The actors, that is, those developers, are potentially going to be different to those that are in the rest of the market, especially houses that are relatively more expensive. At the same time, we have demand side measures that have been applied abroad in Europe, in the UK, in the US, to cap those potential increases because of rezoning, and that is inclusionary zoning, with its many phases. The progressive home ownership schemes, shared ownership schemes in the UK, the shared equity schemes in Americas. So why are we not talking about that? And there's research on those areas that are going to be incorporated into the new version of the model that compared to the one that was developed in 2017, and that is going to add information and input to the whole policy discussion we've been having. So, and how that is going to be translated into sales prices. So, yeah, that's what, I commit myself to do.
Thank you. Okay, there's no further questions. Been a good session. Thank you, Jacques and Mario and Chad. You're welcome to leave the table now. Sorry, Jacques, please stay there. We need to put up the motions, please, the recommendations, because there's been a change. Jacques, or an addition. Jacques, can you take us through the addition, please? So this is moved by Member Henare. Actually, would somebody else like to second this? Do I have a second? Okay, Councillor Dalton, take Councillor Dalton as a second. And Jacques, can you take us through the E, please?
Mr. Chair, I'll just do that. No, look, it's a reflection of Member Henare's request for something more specific around housing for Māori. I believe he's happy with that, but Chair, you may wish him to speak to that or at least explain his thinking, but we support it for what that's worth.
Okay, thank you. So it's been tested with the staff. Member Henare, do you want to speak to that or should we take it as read?
No, it's okay. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yep. Okay, does anybody have any questions of the staff on that particular edition? Because we didn't have it up before. I just want to make sure that you're satisfied. There being none, it's moved, it's seconded. All those in favour say aye. Oh, I didn't see it. I've gone to the vote. What do I do?
I don't think we took any comments yet.
I did ask for comments, but Councillor Hills, with permission of the meeting, I'll just backtrack a little bit. And Councillor Hills.
It was, thank you, Chair. It's just a brief comment that I hope the further work on this includes the 40 or so thousand dwellings that we are in shortfall, so they need to be added. I would prefer to go as high a capacity as we can because we know that we actually don't develop in all the areas that we open as they go. And of course, we need to work on the demand side, but without the supply side, it would be far, far worse. So we need to continue to ramp up the ability for supply, which also has provided a lot of space for kāinga order developments, which aren't technically included in this because we're not talking about just the sale of dwellings to people buying. The supply side has enabled in intensified areas such as Northcote and Roskill, Mangere, other Tāmaki, significant uptick in affordable housing, as in Housing New Zealand kāinga order, housing in spaces where there's good transport. And we couldn't have done that without the unitary plan. So I think we need to make sure we're thinking about that as well. Thank you.
And I now have Councillor Fletcher, please, to speak to this.
Sorry, mine is not to speak to it. Mine was just simply a question on clarification.
Now,
I've missed that chance, it seems.
Officers have left. Can we get that clarification question in writing, and then we will put it to the
I'm happy. I'll just leave it, and I won't request an answer, but I want to be quite clear that having listened intently to this work, what it's making, what I want clarification on. So if you are a nurse, if you are a teacher, if you are a police person in Auckland, the affordability issue is going to really not be, we're not addressing where some of that real need is. So I just really want to be clear on some of those levels of income and its correlation to the report that we've just heard. So I will put it in writing and wait for a response.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. Now, I think I was in the middle of the voting, and I think all those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no, and I declare that carried. Thank you, staff, and thanks, members, for contributions there. Now we will go to item 12. This is, again, National Policy Statement Urban Development. It's about the well-functioning urban environment, responsiveness, and ensuring there's significant development capacity. Now, today we're only discussing the possible endorsement of our policy approach to implementing those things. There's work to do. We welcome to the table John Dogood, General Manager of Plans and Places, and Erin Shields, our team leader on planning. Now, we've got motions that will go up shortly after this, and I'll move, and the Deputy Chair will second. Deputy Chair to second. They will go up shortly, but we'll take the presentation first, and I will go to John Dogood.
Tēnā koutou, members of the Planning Committee. So, as Megan mentioned earlier on, this is the first of the two direction-setting papers on the NPS urban development, having heard from Jacques and the team on the housing and business assessment, I guess, factual information. So we're seeking your direction on a number of matters in this paper and the next one to really really kick the work off on responding to the NPS urban development with a view to, or to meet the requirement to amend the Auckland Unitary Plan. The first report deals with potential changes to the regional policy statement. That's the sort of front end of the Unitary Plan where the big picture policy is set. And then the second report deals with potential changes to the district plan provisions, which is things like the zoning and the overlays and the specific rules for development. So Erin will shortly run through a presentation, but just to very quickly recap, the overarching objective of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development is that New Zealand has well-functioning urban environments that enable all people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety now and into the future. So this concept of well-functioning urban environment is what all of the policy and the directions in the NPS hang off. So the report describes some work that we've undertaken, and we have workshopped this concept of well-functioning urban environment with you, and the results of the analysis that we've done in terms of the potential gaps between the NPS definition of what a well-functioning urban environment might be and what Auckland Council might feel or believe the attributes of a well-functioning urban environment are. So that's the first part of the report. We then go on to talk about an aspect of the NPS urban development that requires councils, not just Auckland Council, but all councils to be responsive to private plan change requests. So private landowners, developers wanting to change, in this case, the unitary plan to enable something that's essentially not in line with the development strategy in the Auckland plan in this context. So to do something that's potentially outside the urban boundary, possibly inside the urban boundary, but not in sequence with the timing that we've set out in the Auckland plan. Or it could be in the existing urban area, but it's something that's really not anticipated. So it might be on a piece of land that has never been anticipated for something of perhaps high density mixed use. It's been a lower density area, and someone is seeking to rezone that land. And so the NPS urban development requires the council to be responsive to those types of proposals, but only where they meet criteria that the council is able to set and put into the regional policy statement. So that's the topic that we're really honing in on today, is that latter one around being responsive to those types of out-of-sequence, unplanned proposals and setting the criteria. So I'll hand over to Erin to run through that in a bit more detail, and then we'll take some questions. Thanks.
Erin.
Thank you, John. Tēnā koutou katoa, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors and IMSB members. By way of introduction, I'm Erin Shields. I'm a team leader in the Northwest Planning Unit. So today I have 6 slides to go through. I'm pleased to say that they're not quite as detailed as the housing and business assessment slides. So if I could go to the first one, thanks. The first policy in the National Policy Statement requires all councils to plan for growth and to ensure the delivery of a well-functioning urban environment. This is a clear overarching policy umbrella for the whole of the NPS, and that applies for all peoples, all communities, and importantly for the future generations. What we have done in terms of analysing the council's response to this is we've looked through the regional policy statement, and in particular part B 2.3, and we were pleased to be able to identify that that part of the regional policy statement covers the matters that the national policy statement seeks. In a way that's not surprising, because the government, in setting national requirements for well-functioning urban environments, have gone at a very high level. Through the development of the unitary plan, we have put all of those elements into the Auckland context, and so we have a significant number of policies on matters that are not specifically identified in the national policy statement, but nevertheless do contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. What that means is that we don't need to make a lot of changes to the RPS at this point, but I'll now go to the next slide if I may. There is one MPS matter that is less well covered, and that is the government's intention for us to support reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. There's currently no policy on this in the RPS, and that is because at the time when the unitary plan was developed, the Resource Management Act did not require us or make us to attend to this matter in our resource management framework. The government has included this into the process, and so we see a clear need to introduce at least one new policy about greenhouse gas reductions. Importantly, the RPS is not silent on climate change, and climate change, as you know, is what we see as the effects of greenhouse gas emissions. So think of coastal erosion, coastal inundation, more severe weather events, etc. But there isn't much in the RPS about greenhouse gas reductions. So we're asking and making a recommendation that this committee notes that there are no major changes to the RPS other than for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That will need to come forward in more detail in terms of the exact text, and we will need to look through the rest of the unitary plan to see if there are consequential changes to give effect to that particular policy. So that will come back to you once we've done that work. The second aspect of the report today is about, and I'll start with the idea of significant development capacity. As John has said, we need to provide sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand for housing and business land over the short, medium and long terms. Housing capacity can also be located in both existing and new areas, and so that's the existing urban environment as we know it, the future urban land, and potentially outside of the rural-urban boundary. To be considered to be development capacity, it must be plan-enabled, i.e. provided for in the plan, infrastructure ready, it must be feasible, and you've heard a bit from Chad and Mario about that already. It's reasonably expected to be realised, and we think that is that the proponent of that capacity can actually deliver, meet expected demand, and support choice and competitiveness in the housing and business land markets. So the government hasn't left it open as to what significant development capacity might be. In the MPS, it has given us this useful guidance. Next slide, thanks. Alongside this is Policy 8, and this requires Council to be responsive to private plan changes that seek to supply significant development capacity. And I must hasten to say that Council is already being and has always been responsive to private plan changes, and as a committee you will have seen many of those come before you for your consideration. Nevertheless, we must include criteria in the RPS that defines what significant is, and so we have worked on that matter and have identified some areas that we need to go away and give more precision to and develop a plan change for, and so we've identified those in the report. Ultimately, what the policy goal for this is to enable more development to occur more quickly and where it has not necessarily been contemplated before. Next slide, thanks, Kalinda. And so in terms of the recommendations, we've developed a list that you'll be very interested in. And this is not the criteria themselves, they are summaries of what the words might be. So please be careful to ensure that these are not considered to be the actual words that go into the RPS. That will come before you in a few months' time. And there is 8 items: strategic alignment, scale of proposed development, location of proposed development, timing of proposed development, bulk and local infrastructure funding and financing. Proposed development is well connected to transport networks and Three Waters infrastructure. It supports a well-functioning urban environment, which brings us back to where I started today. And we have identified some exceptions where proposed development provides for one or more of the following, and those are for papakainga, for affordable housing, and for social housing. So those are the areas that we appreciate you resolving for us to go away and do further work and bring a plan change back to the committee for approval to notify. I don't know if we need to see this. I've got the definition of well-functioning urban environment up if any of the committee members were interested in that.
I think we can leave that there for a moment and read that. Don't think it needs explanation at this point. Let's take some questions now, starting with Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Is it possible or even likely when you go back to look at the unitary plan in the context of the addition of reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, that we could expect plan changes that will downzone locations in the suburban areas that aren't well serviced by public transport until there's an affordable and accessible carbon neutral alternative fuel source?
Thank you for that. Through the chair, we have another item that is coming forward to this committee next month, which it relates to the approach to intensification everywhere else other than in the walkable catchments. And the requirements that we need to meet in that is based on demand or accessibility. And so, in theory at least, the matter that you may raise might occur. But we've yet to do that work, really.
Thank you, Erin. And Councillor Hills, please.
Just a brief question based on also Councillor Dalton's point. Could we change or add to F? Should it say connectivity to public transport and active mode or networks or something? Because just connecting to a transport network is much like Milldale, which is connected to a motorway with zero public transport. So if we think about well-functioning, I don't know, Chair, if that's possible, but when we keep saying transport networks, it doesn't include, it's not pointing out public transport.
Through the chair, if I may add, it's possibly my assumed words there that transport networks in its widest, but we could certainly bring those other suggestions forward.
Yeah, if I can come in there too, and thanks, Councillor Hills. We discussed that at the agenda run-through actually, and there was agreement that that was the intention, and my apology, I forgot to tidy it up, and that's how it should read, so thanks for spotting that. But it is different to what the members have read in the paper. So can we just go through, if you just don't mind for a minute, Erin, if we could just go through that possible change. Can we put it up in the red, and I just need to make sure that everybody's comfortable with it, and they will. And then, John, on the 4, we've had a discussion about the H4 today. I need to get the official viewpoint on the value of accommodating those words, please. Do you have some feedback for us?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So we would support that amendment. So what H is doing is saying that there may be some cases where council would be responsive to a proposal that's putting significant development capacity forward that doesn't necessarily meet A to G, and those are some examples. And so we've heard a lot of discussion today around innovative housing options such as progressive home ownership, build to rent, and so on. So that would provide a proposal of that nature the opportunity to potentially be in a location that might not be the most ideal location, but it would give the flexibility to at least consider that and have the benefit of the responsive policies of the NPS. So, yeah, we would support that being added to the list. And as we work things through, there could potentially be other exceptions.
So I think it's important to remember this is a policy direction. We're not dealing with the plan change content at this point, and there's work to do, which we will all be abreast of as we travel towards that end point of a notification of a plan change. Yeah. Okay, so at the moment, there's still more work to do in this area. This is indicating the direction, policy direction. Councillor Cooper.
I was just adding to that, if we're supposed to be the earlier piece of work about delivering the policy around greenhouse gas emissions, then wouldn't then the public transport thing fit in with that? I do support Councillor Hills on that, but we've been told we can't do that, is that right?
John, can I have your reply?
No, we would also support the addition of public transport and active modes, and that is consistent language with the NPSUD itself. So that amendment to F in red there, public transport and active modes, has a greater consistency with what the government is intending here than just to broadly say transport, which could be a nearby motorway or arterial with no public transport. Yep.
And just another question, sorry. So actually, some of this then would make it harder to do plan changes than some of the stuff we've done before. We're letting stuff go through that doesn't have that. And so it's almost opposite to what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm happy. I only want to deliver stuff that people can move around.
Yeah, through the chair, if I may just respond to that we are charged with the responsibility of implementing the MPS, and so we are very conscious of that matter. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Oh no, that's, and so we do not want to establish a set of criteria that are impossible, and so that will be a level of scrutiny that we'll provide once we are clear about exactly the nature and extent of A to H.
Thank you, Erin, and thank you, Councillor Cooper. And now I will go to Councillor Casey.
It's just the usual request, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to see the word accessible in there. Where we have the word affordable, can we always put accessible before it? Please.
Sorry, which part? Where?
You could do it there under 2.
Under 2, affordable. So you're talking.
So it's not just about housing types. This is what we should be doing. We should be building accessible houses. Full stop.
I'm happy to accommodate affordable and accessible housing. Are they your words, Councillor?
Yep.
Is there it's consistent with our approach to government, requesting them to look at universal access, accessibility, universal access, same thing. Are there other points of view, please? Well, we've already decided on that, actually. So it is consistent with our current position. Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. Not sure if this is a silly question. I hope not. Lovely to see you, Erin. Tiny housing?
I think. Look, I think if we add that, we're getting into a level of detail. We're getting into a typology of housing. Then we can discuss that when we next, John.
Well, surely it's covered by innovative housing models.
It is, yes, of course. Okay, the words are there, members. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with regard to F and connectivity to public transport networks and active modes, I just think of the Rodney example, and there could be other examples where there are extensive greenway plans, but they're not built yet. A development could be, and Milldale's probably a good example, it could be built to take public transport, which this one isn't, but the public transport services aren't in existence. So it's just clarification. Do they have to be existing, or can they be planned? Just what would be our interpretation there?
Yeah, through the chair. the NPS attends to both existing and planned infrastructure. So yes, you're correct in that. How that might appear in the final criteria, we've still got a bit of work to do in terms of the wording. But yes, it's already provided for as part of the NPS.
Yeah, good point, and we can explore that when we get into the detail of it. Councillor Walker?
In point 22 of the report, it mentions a number of things where further work is required to understand how they maybe or could be addressed through other council plans and policies, and that includes water-sensitive design, ecosystem services, health impact assessments, and so on. We've also got the other matters that the unitary plan covers off around view shafts and obviously heritage and the like. Are those things covered off under strategic alignment?
That was the intention of strategic alignment, was to really hone in on those core parts of the regional policy statement that an out-of-sequence unplanned development would clearly be contrary to. So it is those sort of factors, and again, that's the further work we have to do to refine what strategic alignment might mean. And there is a point at which we probably can't go too far, as Aaron mentioned. You know, we couldn't go so far with these criteria that we're actually undermining the intent of this part of the NPS. But yeah, it is those sort of things that potentially are within the scope of strategic alignment.
So just with respect to that, Mr. Chair, so long as that understanding is there, I wouldn't want to vote for this if strategic alignment would otherwise not be covering off those things.
I didn't hear that. I did not, sorry, I could not hear that comment. Was that a comment or a further question?
I'm really just interested in getting some assurance from the officers that strategic alignment is going to be worked on and cover a number of things that are integral to the existing unitary plan.
Yep, it's there. It's there for us to look at, like 8H and under H, those 4 points. So all of that will be looked at. We'll be exploring all of those categories. Councillor Coombe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification, and I think Councillor Casey agrees with me on this, is that under H, if you put accessible with affordable, it means that those are an and rather than an or, and they're all meant to be exceptions. So I think accessible needs to be a separate point, not only tied to affordable, because you might want it to be accessible and social, or innovative and accessible. And presumably, it'd be good just to get officer advice around, there are rules already around universal design in terms of well-functioning environments.
Got it. Sorry, got it. Look, don't want to wordsmith this to death, but so this is actually going forward. It's directing the staff to do the next body of work, and you'll be doing it with us. But do we need to separate it now, or do you understand what it means? That's the most important thing.
We understand, and you will have another opportunity as the draft plan change comes forward. So we proceed on the basis of it being two separate points, but it's a fairly minor change to make. But either way, it's in your hands, Chair. But we understand and we agree with exactly what Councillor Coombe has said.
Yeah, I think
I do.
We would all agree. Okay, it's dropped out. Okay, good. And okay, John, just when I read this I was just a little bit concerned that if you came in and applied for one of affordable housing, social housing, Māori housing, then you have relief on A through to G, but that's not necessarily the case, is it? It's you might be successful in getting relief on an A or a G or a B in full or part. But there's no suggestion there that if you offer social housing, then you get relief from A to G.
That's correct. That's the intention, and I guess that comes down to how carefully we craft the criteria and the policy that would go into the RPS as part of this plan change that will come back to you. But that will be part of the skill and I guess the crafting of these criteria is that ability to have these exceptions. And is it to all of the above or just some of the above? And there's a complexity in there, but it wasn't intended that it would be a blanket exception to everything. That's probably unlikely.
No, it's not perfectly worded, but the reason I'm raising it, Mayor, is to make it really clear that we all understand now that it is not the intent to give full relief. Do you need to, Mayor, would you like to make sure the wording is tighter now?
Yeah, I think when you say exception, it means you've got to follow these except in these cases. So I don't think it's what we understand, it's what the wording actually says that's important, because that is what will be binding at a later date. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the wording might be, but I think you've got to use a word other than exceptions. Just say, notwithstanding the above, account should also be taken, something like that.
We'll leave it with the Chief of Strategy.
I think maybe if the Chief of Strategy can work around that.
Refine that? We'll tidy that up, because the way I read it is as the Mayor read it, and I think a lot of others might read it that way as well. So it's not just for our benefit, it's for the people of Auckland who might read this as well. Are there other comments on this while we're waiting for that to be finalised, members? There being none, we'll just take a moment and we'll deal with that before we put it to the vote and move on.
Yes, could you please?
Councillor Filipino, if you think of the quorum.
Chair, I thought because this is your committee, you should sing a song for us.
Apology to the members that are online. We're just refining the words for these motions that are before us, and we'll be back with you very shortly. It'll just be a matter of a minute. Members, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we will come back. What's it, 3:50? Be comfortable with that? Don't wait. Okay. Are members comfortable for me to now put the motion? Yes. It is moved and seconded. Okay, we'll come back to the F. You're looking at the F. What we were just angsting over there was the H, and you've got the changes in H4.5. It is moved. It is seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you, John, and thank you, Erin. But stay there because I think you're here for the next item, which is another response, policy direction on the MPSUD, and this relates to the intensification provisions.
Can we just do an extension of meeting time at this point?
Just before we go there, I'll move an extension of time until the close of business. Councillor Mulholland will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. So this is where we're looking at the intensification provisions, but not in full. As the Chief of Strategy mentioned before, we're not dealing with the other areas. We're dealing with city centre, metropolitan centres, and the RTN. Okay? It's not the other areas. That's a body of work. I think we're going to see that in August, don't we, John? So for this, we have back with us John Duguid, and we have Noel Reardon, who's our manager at Heritage. Welcome, Noel. I think Phil Reid might be in on this one as well, if need be. Phil is our manager of Auckland Wide Planning. Erin Shields, possibly. No, not at the table. Emma Rush, our senior advisor in special projects, and Alistair Gribbins from our Transport Strategy Unit as well. So I'm going to hand to John at the outset.
Great, thanks for that introduction. So we've had a couple of workshops on this topic of intensification around the walkable catchments. So you'll be reasonably familiar with some of this content. So we've condensed the workshop material into a smaller number of slides, but really the key headline here is that the NPS urban development requires this council and other Tier 1, that's the high growth councils of Wellington, Christchurch, Tauranga and Hamilton, to notify a plan change to their district or unitary plan in our case by next August. So we're really seeking direction here from you today on approaches to help us as staff really get going on the technical work to then start bringing things back to yourselves, local boards, mana whenua and key stakeholders. The engagement, specific approach to engagement is something that we're still working on, so we'll bring a report to you next month with a bit more detail around who we would recommend engaging with and how and roughly when and on what in terms of this work between now and next August. So, as the Chair mentioned and Megan as well, this is just one part of the intensification provisions in the NPS urban development. NPS urban development talks about walkable catchments and intensifying in those walkable catchments of the city centre, 10 metropolitan centres, and the rapid transit network, which is the train lines, train stops, and the Northern Busway. And then it goes on to talk about in all other urban areas. So we'll come back to you in August with a separate report on how to address all other areas. So this is really focusing on the areas with the highest density of commercial and civic activity. That's the city centre and the metro centres, and the sort of highest frequency public transport. So NPS urban development is quite specific about areas where the highest degree of intensity should be enabled in the unitary plan. And maybe just to quickly reflect on the unitary plan as it stands, as you're probably well aware, in 2013 when the plan was put out for submissions, there was a significant relaxation of height controls and density controls right across urban Auckland. So huge amount of additional capacity was created for housing and business development under the unitary plan in 2013 when that plan was put out for submissions, and then through the submission and hearing process and then back to council decision making in 2016, that capacity was increased even further. And I guess the housing and business assessment report that you've just heard about is reinforcing and just confirming the significant amount of capacity that was created. But for the reasons that Jacques mentioned, and also because of the clear direction in the NPS urban development, we have to relook at these issues again and undoubtedly make a plan change next August that does create significantly more development capacity. So in terms of the walkable catchments, two key components, and then there's a sub-component to the second one. So the first one is, what is a walkable catchment? And how are we recommending we define that or provide a guide around what a walkable catchment is? And what are some of the qualifying matters? That's a phrase. Qualifying matter is a phrase in the NPS urban development that says, notwithstanding the heights that the NPS urban development requires on these walkable catchments, councils can modify, reduce the height controls, potentially have some density restrictions on housing in areas where allowing the heights that we'll talk about again in a second would compromise the value or the matter that is protected as a qualifying matter. And so within that, we're going to talk specifically around special character, because special character areas are the areas that align very closely with the walkable catchments in many cases and do constrain development to significantly lower heights and lower densities than the NPS urban development is indicating would be required. So walkable catchments, recommendations, Roman numeral I and capital A, B and C in the report. So in terms of the city centre, as we've workshopped with you, based on a lot of case studies, research and analysis that Alistair Crippens here is probably most familiar with in terms of staff within council anyway, has informed this recommendation that approximately around about 1,200 metres from the edge of the city centre is what would be a typical walkable catchment, an area that that the average person would be quite prepared to walk for the goods and services and amenities, civic functions provided by the city centre if you were living within 1,200 metres or thereabouts. In terms of the metropolitan centres, we have 10 of those identified in the unitary plan and in the Auckland plan. They start with Albany in the north, Westgate, Henderson, Takapuna, Newmarket, Botany, I'll miss a few unfortunately, Manukau, Sylvia Park, Newland. I think that's the 10. So those are the 10 of the centres in the unitary plan that have the highest height controls and so on. So the recommended walkable catchment of the metropolitan centres is approximately 800 metres from the edge of the zone boundary. And the third tier of walkable catchment in the NPS urban development is the walkable catchments of the rapid transit network, which is the rail network in urban Auckland, and also the Northern Busway stations. So as with the metropolitan centres, we're recommending, based on literature from overseas, research and some census data as well, that Alison has looked into, a walkable catchment of around about 800 metres from those transport stops. However, a key point here is that if the unitary plan was zoned purely based on those distances, we would have a series of circles around those centres and stations, and that's not the approach that we're recommending at all. We're saying that there needs to be some detailed place-based, centre-by-centre, station-by-station analysis to work out a more logical boundary of where that approximate 1,200 metres and approximate 800 metres might be. In some cases, it may go a bit beyond the 800, but probably in many cases, it's likely to be less than 800 because of factors like perhaps at 600 metres from a station, you hit a major arterial or perhaps a motorway, which creates a pretty serious barrier. So it wouldn't make sense to then, on the other side of it, apply, increase the height limits through rezoning the unitary plan when there's that severance or barrier to crossing it. There may also be very steep topography around some of these areas which would limit or which really have an influence on that 800 metres. So we're calling those modifying factors. They are in the recommendations in the report. So those are things that when a site by site, station by station, centre by centre piece of work is done, and a more logical boundary might be drawn. So what isn't really covered in the slides, and it's a bit of an omission here, is that these are the areas that the NPSUD says should allow for at least 6-storey development. So just to be clear, that's within these walkable catchments is the areas where there should be at least 6 stories enabled. And in the unitary plan at present, there will be some streets, groups of properties within those walkable catchments that already allow for 6 stories or more, but the majority of land within the walkable catchments in most cases is zoned for 2, 3, and in some cases 5 stories, but not 6 or more. So that's the significant change that's foreshadowed through the presentation today. So in terms of qualifying matters, where a qualifying matter exists, that's where council has the ability to specify a lower height limit than 6 stories. But areas that are subject to qualifying matter may still require an increase in height limit compared to what's in the unitary plan at the moment. It's not a case of saying, in this part of the walkable catchment, we have a qualifying matter, so we're not amending the unitary plan at all. The NPS Urban Development requires you to provide the maximum height possible without affecting a qualifying matter that council has determined to be of value. The example we've given on that before is if there is a volcanic view shaft that's perhaps sitting at about 5 stories over a street or property, and the current zoning only allows for 2 stories, if it's in a walkable catchment, the NPS Urban Development would require 5 stories. So it would require a change in height, because up to 5 stories, the view shaft is not being compromised. So that's probably the best example we can give there. So just moving on to the proposed qualifying matters, the NPS Urban Development lists, I think it's 7 matters that are almost automatic, and they're ones that tend to be things of national significance as defined in the RMA, things like the volcanic view shafts, significant infrastructure that will be compromised if additional height was provided in that vicinity, the management of significant natural hazards, so increasing the development potential where an area of land within a walkable catchment is subject to a significant natural hazard. These are the sorts of things that automatically the NPS Urban Development says that a council can exempt them from the 6 stories. But in addition to that, the NPS Urban Development allows council to add any other matter that it deems is appropriate. So we've listed in the agenda report attachment A the matters that we're recommending would be eligible as qualifying matters, and then we have also recommended some other matters which should also be qualifying matters. So just a note there that we do have to, for every qualifying matter, there has to be a piece of analysis done on the impact that that has on housing capacity as a result of keeping the height restrictions below the 6 stories. So just moving on to special character. So special character areas are not automatically listed in the NPS Urban Development as a qualifying matter. For the special character areas in Auckland, and that's the older, I've got a good slide here. So where you see the darker outlined streets and properties and neighbourhoods, those are the areas that are identified in the unitary plan as being of special character. The height limit is generally 2 stories. The density is restricted to generally 1 dwelling per site. There's flexibility for an additional dwelling, minor dwelling at the rear, and the conversion of an existing older house into 2 flats. So potentially you could have 3 dwellings on some of these sites. But it's roughly 30,000 properties. It is the older inner suburbs generally of Auckland, and they are very closely aligned with the very areas, the walkable catchments that the NPS Urban Development is signalling should allow for at least 6 stories. So clearly quite a bit of tension there, but our recommendation is that where special character areas are surveyed and assessed as being of high value, high quality, not value in terms of price, but high value in terms of the special character values that they represent, then those areas should be retained. Where, through the survey work that's already underway, areas are identified as being moderate or low quality, special character, then they shouldn't be eligible for a qualifying matter and restricting development to the 2 stories they currently do. So in those cases, the recommendation will be to apply the NPS Urban Development as intended and enable the additional height. As an exception to that, we are recommending that when this work progresses, if we identify situations where retaining the high quality special character areas is having a significant impact on housing capacity and housing choice and opportunities in these locations, then a more site-by-site, area-by-area investigation would need to take place and a balance struck between retaining the high-quality special character and enabling the additional height as intended by the NPS urban development. So at this point in time, we certainly can't tell you even approximately how many situations that might represent. We certainly can't tell you what proportion of the 30,000 properties in the character overlay would be high, medium or low. That's a big piece of work that's now underway. So really just run through this already, but we do have some non-residential areas, so some business areas, some of the older main streets and some of the older town centres in Auckland are identified as special character business. In those areas, if they're in a walkable catchment of a station or the city centre or a metro centre, we feel that there is potential to, if the height limit is below 6 stories, at the moment we feel there is potential to potentially allow up to 6 stories in a manner that retains the character of it, and that might mean setting the upper parts of a new building back from retaining the front portion of the older building. So for the business areas, we're recommending that potentially that 6 stories is quite achievable. But in the residential areas, and this is just to recap on what I've said, if it's of high quality, then retain it, which is generally keeping that single house zoning with the 2-story height control. If it's overall medium or low, then apply the NPS urban development heights of 6 stories or more. Unless there's another qualifying matter, there might be a view shaft over one of these areas that's below 6 stories, we would be recommending to keep the height below 6 stories in that case. But that, from the top 4th bullet point, is the key one, that if, as this work progresses, we identify that this is tending to work against the overarching intent of the NPS UD around housing opportunities close to transport and the metro and city centre, metro centres and city centres, then we would have to look at it in a bit more detail and have a more balanced approach, in some cases enabling more than the 2 stories that's currently allowed in those situations. There's a key point there that we're not suggesting that if an individual house property within a special character area is of low or medium value, then it's rezoned to enable the 6 stories, but the adjacent properties are kept at 2 stories. There will be a logical zone boundary drawn, and in that case, if it's 1 or 2 properties in a street, then the entire street would, if the rest of the street was high quality, then the street recommendation is that it remains. The practice of spot zoning individual properties is something that we don't have in the unitary plan. You get very perverse outcomes, and so we're absolutely, just to make it very clear, we're not suggesting that this survey work results in a situation where we have pepper potting of zoning that allows 6 stories in amongst predominantly 2 stories areas. It's the area as a whole, it's the street or groups of street as a whole, and their value being either high, medium or low, that would influence the approach that's taken. So I mentioned the survey work, it is underway. We've been asked questions at workshops around what are the factors that the heritage experts are looking at when they do this survey work. Just to be clear, they're not going on to private property. The survey work is from the street. It is what they can see from public spaces, streets or reserves. But they are looking at the scale of the building, its relationship to the street, i.e. how far it's set back from the street, its elevation from the street, what period of development, is it the very early colonial cottage housing, or the sort of 1880s, 1890s, is it through to more the sort of immediately pre-Second World War Californian bungalow style? So it's period of development, typology, well that's moving into, is it a bungalow, a villa, a cottage? Those are the sort of typologies we're dealing with, the architectural style. And I guess the level of physical integrity, how much has it been modified and changed to the point where it really doesn't represent its original character and form? So at a property by property basis, which is what we're required to do under the NPS urban development to retain anything like the character areas, this is the sort of assessment that has to be undertaken. Really, that's just the detailed wording from the report. And I think that's probably it from me, but we have a team of us here who can certainly answer any questions you might have on the recommended approach.
I think probably the questions around the criteria. I think Noel, you're manager of Heritage. I think it's probably, although John has given an outline, I think we need to look at that more closely about the criteria, the methodology, how you go about it. If you could expand, please.
Certainly. The unitary plan currently contains objectives and policies relating to special character. Each special character area has a character statement. What we have gone through is those objectives, policies and character statements and identified the key elements from them which an area would need to meet to qualify as special character. So that it is from our existing unitary plan provisions. It was interesting, in preparation for this meeting, I was reading some of the character statements last night. They are very comprehensive. Each area statement is 6 to 10 pages long, and it is quite detailed about the values for each area. And each area, not all areas are the same.
And the last time we looked at the special character areas was in 14-15, leading up to the early draft?
So we've never looked at these special character areas via survey. What we did look at was the pre-1944 survey, which was adding to the existing special character provisions. The exception to that is through the unitary plan, I think we added about 2 or 3 special character areas, the most notable one being the Balmoral tram suburb.
Okay, the other area there's been some inquiry on is probably a question for you, Alistair, and that's on the walkable catchments. You've provided me with a desktop analysis of some pages on where you've looked can you just take us through on how we've arrived at, and it's not precisely 800, it's not precisely 1200, it's around or approximately 800 or approximately 1200 for city centre, isn't it? Can you just take us through how you've arrived at recommending around 800 and around 1200?
That's right, Chair. It is, I think it's an important point. This is a starting point for consideration. We do need to start somewhere, and all the planners will need to start somewhere when they are looking at rolling out these zones and recommending zones. So we need to land on a starting point. It was likely to be modified through all these. The various distances, the three different types of locations we're talking about, having walkable catchments around. As is set out in the report, we are basing it around the different distance an average person would walk. I'm not particularly happy with that term, but it does convey the idea. It's the distance that at least roughly half the population are happy to, can and are willing to walk regularly. So it's not we deliberately are not going the full extent as far as if somebody can walk or is willing to walk to rapid transit. That would be basing our zoning pattern on the distance one person may be willing to walk, and there are some very somebody might be wanting to get their exercise in and their steps in their 10,000 steps. We're not basing it on that. We are trying to using a walkable catchment that most people are willing to walk to access that location. How we arrived at 800 metres for a rapid transit station or a rapid transit stop is there's an awful lot of literature, as you allude to, from overseas, but also from Auckland and from New Zealand around how far people are prepared to walk, or current patrons of rapid transit stations walk to access those stations. They often have a median distance around 800 metres. That varies. There are some that have lower medians, some further. For rapid transit stations, it tends to sit around that distance. It is, I think, though, important to understand that most of these studies survey people that are currently catching public transport. And this is an important point that I don't think sort of gets overlooked quite often, that it doesn't catch the people that don't catch public transport or are not walking that distance. To do that, you need an awful lot of information around housing density, the number of people living, the number of people jobs there, the number of other activities such as schools. So really all it tells you is the people that are willing to catch public transport at the moment. And I think that's also another reason I recommend not going further than 800 metres, because while some studies, such as our studies by REMOVE, by our Research Investigation Monitoring Unit, show people are prepared to walk 4 kilometres or longer, there are there are a vast greater number of people that don't walk that distance. And we don't have that information of the proportion of people, but we do know it does drop off as you get further away. And so I think that median distance of roughly around 800, which is also in line with long-founded, long-used rule of thumb of 800 metres is appropriate. It is also in line with many international examples, urban design guidelines, planning, structure planning guidelines that often use 800 metres for walkable catchment. For metro and city centres, there is probably a bit less specific information around those ones. There is still, though, a lot of studies, in particular from environmental health and the like, around the impact of shops and centres on people walking, and that shows a similar sort of thing, that it drops off as you get further, and roughly around that distance of 800 metres tends to be fairly consistent of the impact in relationship to walking. The other thing that we do have, as John said earlier, for metro and city centre is how far people will walk from the journey to work and journey to education data from the census. And so we've been able to look at that and see sort of a clear drop-off around, for metropolitan centres, somewhere between 600 to 1,000 metres. It's a little hard to tell. We've got these big census zones. And obviously it will probably drop off within that zone, but roughly around that distance from the metro centres. And likewise from the city centre, between about 1,000 and 1,500 metres from the city centre, the edge of the city centre, that sort of level of walking to journey to work and education starts to drop off around that point. So yeah, that's sort of how we reach that figure. I would note, especially for metropolitan centres, I think we will, as I say, this is a starting point. Metropolitan centres possibly will differ a little more than some of the others, I'd imagine, the walkable catchments, and we will continue doing work to try and look at the differences between those walkable catchments of those centres.
Okay, starting point, and there's work to do. We'll go to the questions now, and I've got a number, starting with the Deputy Mayor.
Well, thanks. And just for my own information, that distance to the metro, what is that in time, do you think, for the average person, for 1,200 and 800?
Generally, we assume most people are fairly comfortable walking speed is around 400 metres is about 5 minutes. So basically we're talking a 10-minute walk or a 15-minute walk. But we've used distances here we are intending to use, that's more a proxy for time, because topography and the like will obviously slow people down. So that's why that sort of modifying factor comes in.
Thank you. And the second question, very briefly, again, Mr. Chairman, is, John, ferry terminals, would they be part of further work, potentially?
Ferry terminals. It's probably one for Alistair, actually. He's looked into that issue there. I know in the past, just can't recall what the answer was.
Under the NPS, it clearly defines rapid transit as road or rail. So ferry terminals clearly don't fall under that. In future, the council could clearly choose to apply it for consistency, but it wouldn't be able to rely on the NPS saying that we have to upzone that for 6 stories. So, but at the moment, none of our ferry services meet the frequency that we consider for to be rapid transit.
But John, just to follow on from the Deputy Mayor's point, that could be something that we explore as we explore other areas.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So
so that's next month's report. We'll look at all those other areas, and we have to look at areas with high accessibility. So it may be that factors into an assessment of accessibility outside the walkable catchments. Yeah.
I think the Deputy Mayor is referring to the planned Kawakawa Bay ferry. Go to Mayor Goff, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Look, whether a special character area meets the definition of being a qualifying matter depends on whether you judge it as being high, medium or low quality. And that's going to be the critical issue. And I still haven't got my head around how subjective or how objective high, medium or low will be, and what the criteria is that you can judge that against. You'll have an army of people out there, 30,000 houses. They're not going to be spending an hour and a half looking at each, obviously. It's going to be pretty quick and dirty, I imagine. But your success in some ways will be judged on whether, when you say that's high quality, there'll be general agreement, or if that's low quality, there'll be general agreement. So can you give us some more specificity around what high quality looks like as against medium or low?
Certainly. There are 6 criteria that each site would be measured against. That was in the slide that John put up. Each one gets a point or a 0 as it meets that criteria. The exception is level of physical integrity, and it could get a negative score. High at this stage is you have to get 5 out of 6. So it's high. The reason being is special character under the RMA is a Section 7 matter, and in a cost-benefit analysis, it's reasonably easy to justify. Up against an NPS that has a directive to intensify, that cost-benefit analysis is different. So it would be pretty difficult to justify low areas on a cost-benefit analysis.
So I'll ask you a question that you probably won't want to answer. Of 30,000, do you have any estimate at all of how many will meet the definition of high? I'm prepared to take a band rather than a single percentage.
Well, no, I can't answer that question. What I would say is that I suspect the answers will vary across the region, and I suspect it would be for 2 reasons. Some of these areas have been subjected to redevelopment to a much greater extent than others. You mentioned the 18,000 building consents that have been issued. I wouldn't be surprised if there's that many consents for redevelopment, and a large portion would be in these special character areas based on how busy the heritage unit staff are processing those applications. So that will amend those areas against the character statements. The second issue is that many of these areas were rolled over through legacy plans and weren't subjected to the same rigour that, for instance, the pre-1944 layer was in, and they weren't even really tested through the unitary plan process. That was not a very controversial process in terms of special character.
So my last question through you, Mr. Chair, is when are you likely to have completed this work and be able to give us the percentage that you've avoided giving us so far?
We will give it to you when we're told to.
Great reply.
Straight out of Yes Minister. You must have a bit of a time frame for how long it'll take you to do the work.
So I would imagine that for the walkable catchments, we would be able to give the answer to that this calendar year. All other areas, that's a different scenario, and we would need to rethink that.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go to Councillor Newman.
Thank you. I'm a bit incredulous about this process, Noel, respectfully, that you're working through, noting that the NPS is a government policy statement that effectively says this is what the government wants us to do, and if you are going to apply an exception, it better be very exceptional. So can I understand just the mechanics, because you're responding to the Mayor's question. I know how long it takes me to knock on doors. I mean, talk me through it. I mean, is there, is a person with a clipboard standing outside someone's house going through these 6 points, roughly how long do you expect that person to be making that visual assessment? How many assessments per day is one of your team members supposed to be doing?
Look, I'm sorry, I haven't got that information. But we will be doing it as quickly as we can. We've started the pilots, and once we've completed some of those pilots, we will then be able to answer that question with a lot more specificity than what I can at the moment.
Approximately how many people are engaged currently or will be engaged to undertake this work, going, walking the streets with their clipboards, doing these assessments on the side of the road?
About 6 staff full-time.
Okay, and the processing of the information as they tick the boxes and do the tallying up and reporting all of that, they're doing the on-site assessments as well as the write-ups, basically, because... we live in an age of fantastic technology. They won't be using clipboards, they'll be using iPads, and that will directly, have the information that we can push a button and say, show us all the 6s. Okay. Look,
I guess one of the reasons why I have difficulty answering the question, because the pre-1944 layer, the technology wasn't as good and it took a bit longer, whereas technology's improved a lot. So hopefully that back-end work will be done a lot quicker.
I mean, the officers stand by this approach to really work to defend the high-quality stuff. I'm really struggling to understand the value proposition behind some of this, given that this is a national policy statement specifically to unlock development, to address matters, not to protect these locations.
That's not how I read the recommendations. What I read the recommendations is that where areas are high and they significantly constrain capacity, then we would look at a much finer grained solution to that issue and come back to you. So it's not a black and white situation.
Do you have any estimate at the moment as to how many streets could end up effectively being, meeting this criteria in order to avoid the pepper potting heritage protections?
No, I can't. It's a similar question that the Mayor asked me. I can't answer that question, but what I can say to you is that you will be faced with some difficult decisions.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now go to Councillor Casey.
We had the light rail establishment people before us yesterday talking about them going out to consult over the light rail routes in July and August. Are they going to be telling people that the alternative routes, say Sandringham Road and Dominion Road, can have 6 stories along them? And if not, why not?
Through the chair, maybe I'll just... there is work going to be undertaken through that process, which includes some of our staff around, from a land use perspective, what a light rail route would need. So from a purely economic perspective, but also desirable in terms of amount of people, patronage, etc., etc. So there's land use work, which would be intensification, being done as part of that. I would need to check the questions. There's a survey and a website that the light rail team have, I think it's opened up today. I'd need to check the questions there, but no, they're not going out to talk about what it could look like or any sense of minimum 6-story here or 10-story here or 2-story here. That's not what they're going to do. But part of the work required to go back to Cabinet ultimately will be what would those routes need to look like land use wise, maybe value capture, all of that kind of stuff, in order to actually make light rail work or whatever mode we're talking about to make that work. So that is not a specific thing that is going to go out as a proposal, but people may well give their views about it though.
Yeah, I think the least that they should be doing is asking for the views, for sure. Yeah.
I'll check.
It didn't come up yesterday. This is kind of...
Yeah, I'll check the questions and I can pass that on. I don't recall specific that they're going to have specific conversations about this, but it'll come up in the overall. But I will check those questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Coombe, please.
Thank you. I have three succinct questions. The first one, this is more for clarification because Megan talked about it in her introduction and so did the chair. But I think it's important just to really confirm that we've still got another stage of looking at other areas, and the criteria for those other areas is where those other areas are accessible to jobs, education, etc., or in high demand. So that will be a look across the whole of Auckland. So, because the report doesn't actually refer to that next step, I don't think, in terms of just how specific it is or how wide-reaching it will be. So I've got, just to confirm that is right, that's what we will be looking at, and that's the criteria.
It is correct, and if you look at the recommendations, it is, which one is it? Sorry, what was that, John?
D.
It is the D, yep.
D, I think there is one brief paragraph in the report.
And there is a paragraph.
Okay, apologies, I didn't, but I guess it's also, okay, D doesn't say that to me, but I think it's just, you know, there is a bigger, much bigger, broader bit of work that will capture a whole lot more, and what will be applied there will be a minimum of 6 stories as well to these other areas.
Through the chair, no. What the NPSUD says in the other areas, height and density must be commensurate with the level of accessibility or demand, whichever is the higher. So it's quite a interesting concept that we've workshopped with you and had some challenges, particularly in terms of defining where the areas of high, medium and low demand for housing are in Auckland. But in terms of accessibility, there is a methodology that we can use that Alistair's involved in with others in defining areas in terms of their level of accessibility, but it doesn't specify that areas of high demand or high accessibility must be 6 stories. It says they must have a height and density commensurate with that. And that might be 2 stories, it might be 3 stories, it doesn't necessarily mean 6, but that'll be covered in the next report. And yes, that does also have a bearing on special character areas, because some of the special character areas are outside of the walkable catchments, as you well know. But the NPSUD is requiring heights and densities that may be different to the unitary plan, even in those areas. So we just felt that was, well, we're just not there yet with our policy work to bring a report to you, but by next month we will be. Yep.
Thank you for that clarification. Next question is around you've defined it as walkable catchments from rapid transport, the rapid stops on the rapid transport network, whereas it just, the MPS actually refers to rapid transport stops. So does that change, does that narrow the definition or where we're looking at in terms of those walkable catchments? Like, is that a wider, if we were just looking at, or frequent, it talks also about good quality transport or frequent transport. Have we narrowed the definition at all by referring to RTNs? Or I might be misunderstanding.
Not intentionally. If any differences in phrasing are probably just through drafting. It is intended to be the same thing that we interpret as what it was meant by the NPSUD.
And I guess my question to that is around, with the light rail, when we get a route landed on, that will be an RTN. Will this process allow us to then review the walkable catchments from those stations?
Once that route is confirmed as an RTN, then the policies that we're talking about today around the 6 stories would apply at that point. But until we have that route locked in and the stops on that route absolutely confirmed, we can't sort of predetermine that and start looking at zoning approaches. So it's a bit of a timing issue. But if, for example, that occurs after next August, we would almost certainly have to do another plan change for that route. So it'd be an iterative process. So if we knew exactly where light rail was going to happen now, and that was confirmed, mapped in the RLTP, with its stops well known, then we would be applying this approach right away. But because light rail isn't at that point yet, we'd be preempting things to do that work now. So it is a timing issue, but sooner or later, if and when light rail is confirmed, then these policies would apply. And if it's not part of the plan change next August, it would be one shortly thereafter to do the same approach along that corridor.
Thank you. That's useful to know around the issue. And will it be iterative too in terms of other potential frequent transport networks or more services or routes?
The way the NPS Urban Development is written, it is iterative right the way through its whole life and the entire life of the unitary plan. Every time there are fundamental changes like rapid transit routes and stops, then we have to do a plan change. When we do the capacity modelling work, and if that shows in the next report that there is a capacity issue, we have to look at potential unitary plan changes. So it's very much written in an iterative way, that it's not next August we're done and dusted with the NPSUD.
Right, that's really useful to clarify. And did I hear you say, John, that this is around the high quality assessment, which the Mayor asked a question I was going to ask, was very how you arrive at high quality. But did I hear you say that surveying is already underway?
It is underway. We've just got going in the last few weeks. I guess having held a couple of workshops on this, we didn't get a steer that we should put the brakes on and not do this piece of analysis to get the evidence.
Yeah, fair enough.
There are other options for the committee, but we felt out of the workshops that it made sense to just start the work, given how much work is required and the time frame we've got. So it is underway. It is street-based. If our staff are asked any questions, they're explaining that they're doing some heritage survey work in light of the NPSUD. So
no, fair enough. And sorry, and finally, Mr. Chair, I think it might be just really useful. I know the report goes but to really clarify what the public input, the engagement is going to be, and when we can anticipate that, because I think that is kind of a key point that's creating a high level of anxiety around, will the public be able to have input into this? So can that be clarified too, please?
My speaker is on now. So it is covered, and it's an additional recommendation under C, and we'll be seeing that approach brought to us in August. Correct, John?
The engagement approach, yeah, that's August.
But can it just be clarified what exactly, will the engagement be around, sort of influence, we'll be able to influence things like the walkable catchment, we'll be able to influence things like what an RTN is. It would be useful just to clarify the level, what are we talking about, what will be consulted on?
John, do you want to...
Well, there are options, and we will explore those options and put a recommended approach in that report, and then you will make that decision on engagement in August. So, yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, please.
In light of some of the responses, I've got a few questions or concerns about the special character areas overlay, not least of which is what we're actually dealing with. So as much as the people that are going around doing the surveying, will have a sense of what's medium or low quality, I certainly don't know. I don't know specifically, other than that map, the specific streets or neighbourhoods that are affected. So I've got a sense that certainly as someone who's making a decision here today on these recommendations, I'm flying a bit blind. So for instance, if I look at the recommendations that go to 1, 3 and 4, so the first one to do with these setback controls, and these are areas of high quality I'm talking about here, so not medium or low, these are high quality areas. What that would actually look like in practice, that would be useful. Similarly, with the point 3, where again we are looking to rezone or enable building heights in a high quality area, what sort of streets or amenity or heritage or whatever it might be is there, and finally what medium and low is, because obviously as the years tick by, something that wasn't so historic maybe 20 or 30 years ago is coming into that historic lens. So, and this is partly to you, Mr. Chair, do we have an opportunity to actually examine real-life examples of what's being proposed here at some point, or to revisit it? Because that's not the way I read the recommendation.
Yep, it's a good point. When I moved to Ponsonby, all the verandas were all closed in and they were lived in, and you would not have viewed them as special character, and today they are. So, Noel, can you take us through that as best you can? I know you've only undertaken the pilot to date. It's more about that methodology and...
I guess the key part to your question is answered by what we're asking for now is a direction. We're not asking for the end result. How much information you want to make that final decision, let us know. If you want to see the maps, if you want to see come out and do some surveys. Okay, well, we're looking for volunteers. So I guess we've been through...
I'll volunteer.
There's another one mine.
That's Leslie.
I might not let you near the iPads, but you can certainly drive the car. So I guess in a general sense, that is the answer. We're not asking for the level of detail that you're requesting at the moment. We're just asking for the direction. How you would deal with setbacks in the special character business areas will be a matter of detail. So if we were coming back to you and saying, yes, we think we can retain these special character business areas and still have 6 stories, we would then also need to be including the controls that would allow that to happen, and you would see that. And just on that special character business, currently you can build through a restricted discretionary application in a lot of these areas up to 5 stories. So going to 6 isn't that big a step from a special character perspective. There are other issues at play, and if you look at some of the issues where in Dominion Road, for instance, the issues that at play there were effects on adjoining residents rather than effects on special character.
I'll reserve my right to speak quickly to that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Now I've got about 9 members with questions. The next is from Councillor Cooper.
Right, it is about that setback. Is there any rationale about the value of that? I'm just wondering how much land you can't use and how much it restricts any options anyway. Is it, I mean, in other places around the world where you see old and new together, they're not like, oh, a gap at the back, they're all together and they look pretty cool. So I just wondered what the rationale for that is, especially when it could minimise the amount of land available.
Yeah, exactly. And perhaps unfortunate we got into that level of detail because setbacks was just as an example. What we're saying is we think there is a planning solution in these business areas to retain special character values and achieve the levels of intensification that the NPS requires. And one way to do that may well be setbacks.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. I've got a few questions, if I may, Chair, but I'll be as quick as I can. Are we confident that the approach we're proposing today will be meeting objectives and policies of the NPSUD at a broad level?
Yeah. That's, so while there's the absolute thrust on intensification in these areas, and there's a very explicit, very specific 6 stories mentioned, the fact that a council is able to add to the list of matters that could qualify indicates that the government did have an intention that councils could look at other factors that may limit that. So, but I guess that's why we've really put in the one around the need for balance. If, when looking at it in the round, retaining the high quality special character areas is working against the overall intent of the NPSUD, then we're saying that that needs to be explored a bit further and a balance struck. But at this point in time, we certainly wouldn't be recommending an approach that's at odds with the NPSUD. So at this point, we believe these recommendations are in line. But until the work's done, I guess that's, we'll see the evidence coming through.
Thank you. I want to question slide 13. Changes at the street or area level. What you're proposing, in my mind, seems fairly conservative, especially when you're reading the objectives and policies of the NPS. When you state perverse outcomes of spot zoning, what do you mean exactly?
That's in a street, a property would be zoned single house, only able to build 2 stories, and the neighbouring properties on both sides will be able to build 6 stories. So that will be a bit of a perverse outcome to retain the one building at 2 stories and enable taller on the other side. Or perhaps the other way around would be the more common one. In a street that was mainly 2 stories, we would suddenly have a single property that was maybe 2 adjacent properties that could go 6 stories. It would be quite an odd long-term outcome if that was the situation.
So just to follow up on that, do you not feel that older character buildings can coexist and intermingle with newer construction in a way that enhances an overall area?
I'll probably hand over to Emma on that, or Noel, because the Heritage team have done a lot of thought about that and have generally landed a position that in the residential character areas, 2 stories is the starting point. Beyond that starts to compromise. It's not that you can't in any situation whatsoever, but it starts getting more difficult to be in keeping with the character once you go beyond 2 stories.
So just to add to that, where the results we'll come back to you with, we will be coming back to you with advice at a street and an area based, not a site specific base. So we wouldn't be saying, our advice to you wouldn't be to retain a street of special character where 3 of the sites didn't meet the criteria and you put up 6 stories. If that's how I think you were, because that is the perverse outcome. I mean, those 6-story apartments would invariably alter the character of that street to the point where why limit the rest of the street from 6 stories?
Okay, that makes sense. Just one last quick one, just so I can understand the operation of all of this. So if a house, or say several houses in this example, has high special character, but the interests of Auckland as an intensified housing is also very high in that area, do we do a balancing exercise, or does this operate as a handbrake for development?
That's a political question.
It is. Kia ora. Councillor Hills.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One is a political question. So for the people around the room, maybe the public, so publicing and committee members, I can't find the Māori Party's view, but all 4 other parties in Parliament support this, and actually the opposition wants it to go harder. So we cannot, can you just clarify right now that we cannot not do this? Whatever happens, we will be forced to do this, even if there's a change of government, because they support this.
Well, it's a statutory requirement under the Resource Management Act that this council and other councils give effect to the national policy statement. And in this one here, we have to give effect to it by next August. So not doing that would open the council to judicial review. And obviously it's completely at odds with what the government's intentions are. But it's from a legal point of view, we have to implement these changes by next August.
Thank you.
Sorry, next August is the date that they're put out for public submissions. There's still a process after that for public involvement through to hearings. But
thank you.
Yeah.
On walkable catchments, I mean, when we put out our, and I haven't looked at it, Goff, right now, but in the past we've celebrated apartments and terrace housing within a 1,500 metre catchment of RTNs. Like, we always single that out. Like, isn't that great news that we've got all this development happening within 1,500 metres? This building is 1,000 metres from Britomart. I walk up from Quay Street every day, over 900 metres to our office, and we are choosing 800 metres, and I wouldn't have assumed that 800 metres is average. It seems quite short. And if you think of bringing a radius moving it in actually limits development quite a lot. So why aren't we going 1,000 metres or more around the bus and train stations?
Through the chair, I think Alice has already answered that. And just, Alistair does have to race off.
I have to run 1,000 metres down to the ferry terminal.
Right now to catch the ferry in 5 minutes, I think. So I think Alice better go, and we might need to pick that one up and perhaps give you some the references that the chair received with some of the background of where that 800 and 1,200 is derived from.
Yeah.
So I do think you need to scoot and grab that ferry.
Well, I guess, Chair, for you then, and I may have to leave before the vote, which is becoming awkward, but what if we are limiting this 800, does that mean we don't get the options coming back?
No, we're not limiting.
I would love
the
to see
motion is
plans.
around, and we've got further work to do. And just remember, it's from the edge, John, it's from the edge of the metropolitan or city centre, isn't it? It's not from a centre point.
Yep, it's from the edge. And I think you'll see in the report next month that we also have to look at other areas of high accessibility that might be just on the edge of the walkable catchment. So it's not as though NPS urban development stops at the walkable catchment and the 6 stories necessarily disappears down to whatever's in the unitary plan at the moment. If areas beyond that are still highly accessible, high demand, the council needs to respond to that with an appropriate height and density. So, yeah.
Yeah, and last quick question, is Rosedale Station on the busway, will that be included? Because that's being built at the moment. So I understand the light rail, but surely a station that is being built would be included.
It'll be included. It'll be included. It's on the
It's
RTM.
linked back to the RLTP and a map that's in the RLTP, so I'm pretty sure those future stations are part of that. Yep.
Okay, Councillor Walker, please.
Got a few questions. The first one's a political question, and essentially...
So for the political questions, the staff cannot answer.
It also runs with this, so I'll just express it. There's going to be huge interest on the part of Aucklanders.
We do need to go to the question this time, though.
Yep, I'm going to, very quickly. So, can we get information out before August? It could be late August. The people living in these areas are going to have an intense interest. We should put the maps out there so that we're as transparent as possible. Can we do that?
Can I answer that through the chair? No, because we haven't done the work yet. We wanted to get the direction. We also do want to come back to you in August to get your okay on the plan that we do have between now or August and August to talk about these things and what are we going to do about it and when and how we can do it. So I can't promise and I don't want to promise to do anything earlier than that.
My concern, Mr. Chair, is this is a public meeting. We've already had a map presented to us that delineates areas covered off by 800 metres. So that is public. People can see that. We should have some explanatory information about this because there is huge public interest. We may not have the detail, but at least we should be informing Aucklanders as to what's going on, because we know through the unitary plan process there was huge interest in protecting
what's the question?
Character. That we put some information out. For example, the map
that was your first question, and
yes.
you're really just reiterating it. So
that's correct.
And we've had the reply,
I got to know.
And we will come to that point. We will come to that point.
Okay.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
I had a few questions.
Okay, how many?
So that
have you
was
got?
one question. The other question I've got just goes to the relationship between those character matters and others. For example, if I look at that picture by Peter Siddle there, you've got the relationship between the munga, the view shafts, obviously historic character, vegetation. Is there going to be some consideration around that? So it's not simply looking at special character, it's the relationship that goes to the topography, the volcanic landforms, all of that.
We're going back to the criteria there, aren't we, Noel? So you've told us what the criteria are.
I guess what I'd say is, and I think I covered it, every special character area has a slightly different character statement and identifies different values. And we're only looking really at those values that limit height and density.
Question I've got just goes to resource, and it follows on from the questions that elucidated that maybe there are only 6 people. Given the importance, I would suggest, that Auckland is attached to this, is it not possible to have more resource so we do as good a job as we can? We've already had some volunteers.
No. Look, I think we've got enough drivers of the cars now, but fully qualified people that can make this judgment that will need to be defended potentially in a court, that they are few and far between. In fact, council is the one that has them in the heritage unit. When we've gone to consultants to seek help, they are full-time. They're busy. They're processing the 18,000 resource consents for new buildings.
My last question just goes to the issue that Councillor Watson raised around what does this look like. So, for example, in a situation where you've got a high-quality area, conceivably there could be a cul-de-sac off it and it might have some low-quality stuff in it. Could we have the perverse situation where you've got 5, 6-storey buildings in one part of a larger character overlay that looks just really shocking? Is that sort of perverse outcome possible?
Without doing the survey, we can't answer that. And the what-if scenarios will become real situations when we present the evidence to you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, your call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to bring it back to special character business, as Councillor Watson had started on. I know that we're just looking to give you some guidance in terms of direction, but can we factor into this some of the difficulties that we're experiencing around earthquake-proofing buildings? Is that a factor that will be taken into consideration?
Not for the purposes of this survey, because what we'll be doing with special character business is looking at a planning solution to potentially enable more height and density. And as a side benefit, that may well improve the economics for earthquake strengthening.
Yes, that was really where I was trying to come from. And can you also confirm that when the unitary plan was put through, there was quite a bit of controversy around the pre-1944 issue and the lack of doing an individual survey on each property, and therefore there is some ambiguity in terms of the decision making that went through at that time on these qualifying matters of special character overlays.
That is correct. The difficulty we had with the pre-1944 was we notified a plan that included the pre-1944 layer and hadn't done the work to justify the boundaries of that. Hence, we would be saying you need to do this survey work so you have all the evidence before you go out with a plan change of whatever sort.
So we were told at that time that we didn't have the resources at that time. What gives us the confidence, and with respect, I know that the shortage that we have of people who are experts in this area, what I don't want to hear in a month's time is that you just didn't have the people or the skill set. What gives us the confidence now that you feel that you have it?
We are only focusing on the walkable catchment areas at this stage, and we're confident that we can deliver the survey results for that. The issue of whether we can do all other areas, we would need to come back to you on that once we have done enough survey work to answer the questions Councillor Newman raised around how many people per site, that sort of level of detail. We just don't have that answer yet for all other areas.
And may I say, because I don't intend to speak on it, I realise how very, very hard this issue is, and I compliment you, Noel, and the team for the work that you've brought to us today.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I will now go to Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's like it seems to me like our approach seems quite narrow. So I'm wondering why isn't our approach here is how you can get the most houses, as opposed to what seems to be gathering evidence to come up with exceptions?
Well, through the chair, we know that many, but not by any means all, Aucklanders place significant value on these areas. We know that they tell a lot about Auckland's history of development, the way that people lived between 1840 and 1945. We know that there's a lot of architectural heritage in there. To some that's not important at all, but to some Aucklanders that's very important. Not just the people that live in those areas, but to Aucklanders that live beyond those areas. We know that because under the legacy councils, particularly Auckland City Council, North Shore City Council, these areas were highly valued by many people. So yes, it's a new paradigm. Yes, we're in a situation where there is a significant housing challenge. But we also know the unitary plan has created huge opportunities for housing outside of these areas, in areas that are often still very accessible to public transport and amenities. So we're looking, that's why we're proposing a balanced approach and recommending keep the high value areas. If that's still having a big impact on capacity, then we should look at other alternatives. But the option of not having this as a qualifying matter at all is one that we didn't support, and so we haven't put that forward.
But just to add to that, that is in your, if you wish to make a decision that special character is not a qualifying matter, you can make that. What we are recommending, based on everything that John has said, decisions of this council and previous councils and legacy previous councils, is that this is an issue of interest, and therefore we think we need to do a bit of work for you to so that you can make that decision. That decision still could be that it's not a qualifying matter at all, or it could be yes it is, and there are certain areas which we want to keep, and then there are others which we will not. So that's where we've come. We've tried to balance it, but you could say it's not a qualifying matter at all, and then we wouldn't have to do the work. And well, that's probably not quite true, because we would need to have evidence as to why it's not a qualifying matter. But that is a decision that you can make. We're recommending you don't make that now. We do a bit of work, but you could go there.
And just to remind the members, how we've got to this point is that through the workshops, we confirmed that we wanted the staff to work this body of work up and identify special character areas as a qualifying matter. That's why it's here now. It is here because of our earlier direction, feedback through the workshops. Mayor Goff.
Yeah, my question's very specific. What percentage of the special character areas on this map that we've got in front of us are actually within the walkable catchment areas? Because when I look at it, in terms of distance from the city centre, metro centres, or rapid transit networks, most of it isn't within walkable distance. So you're not talking about surveying 30,000 houses at all, I presume.
Yeah, Mayor Goff, just quick conference with Noel there. We don't have the answer. We'll certainly get that answer. It's not too hard to figure out at all. It's probably in the order of 50 to 60% is our gut feel, is within those walkable catchments of the city centre and the RTN stations. But the special character areas on the North Shore are excluded, the eastern suburbs excluded, and some parts of Grey Lynn probably excluded from walkable catchments at this stage, but as we've foreshadowed, the report next month is dealing with other areas of high accessibility and high demand where the NPS is saying there has to be height and density commensurate with that level of accessibility and demand. So the priority areas that are being surveyed, it's roughly 50 to 60%, which is maybe 16,000 properties. But we'll get that figure. It's not hard at all to find that. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Just going back to this question of other areas. So for the walkable catchments, the MPS says it shall be 6 stories minimum, correct? So you're at risk, or we are at risk of displacing mixed housing urban and possibly mixed housing suburban. So you won't have the step down effect of apartment and height and density and then mixed housing urban. There's a possibility, depending on how the maps look, that we would have to come back to the other areas work and put in place possibly mixed housing urban where it's suburban, or mixed housing suburban where it's maybe single. I don't know. So this is by making the decisions, when we make the decisions on the walkable catchments, we are still to go to the other areas that are on the edges of those areas of city centre, metros, RTNs, and look at the build back towards the core. I hope I explain myself, John, because I think there's a sense that it's just this walkable catchment where you're going to get the greater density.
So this is really just the first big piece of the jigsaw, and next month is the second big piece, and how we deal with the transition from where the walkable catchment stops at roughly 800, unitary plan may drop down to 2 stories at the moment. Is that the right thing to do, or should on the fringes of it step down to 3 stories and then 2 stories? Because the approach in the unitary plan, as you mentioned, Chair, is to generally step down in the zoning. We had a bit of a principle of if it's the 5-storey terrace and apartment zoning, generally you would transition to mixed housing urban 3 stories and then 2 stories. So the NPSUD is, by directing that 6 stories within the walkable catchment, it is forcing us to have to look at, well, what do we do to transition from there outwards in areas that may be still quite accessible. So next month we'll have a recommendation as to how to deal with that situation.
Yeah. Okay, and final question from me, and this came up in the workshops, John. Some of us were talking about the need to review the design provisions, the design rules. We lost a lot of that through the Auckland Unitary Plan process. There's public expectation, huge public expectation, that what we do build, we build of quality, that it endures, that it creates great environments inside, outside. So you, I understand, your team is looking at that, and that could form part, subject to our future decisions, that could form part of the same plan change. Is that correct?
There has been a separate body of work underway to monitor how effective the unitary plan has been at achieving design quality. And so whether that would be a separate change to the unitary plan to deal with some of the issues that have arisen that we would recommend to you, or whether it's part of this plan change, that's something that we'd have to work through with the committee. So it could either be as a single plan change next August, or potentially as 2 separate plan changes. But we have identified some improvements to the unitary plan design provisions that we'd like to bring to you as a committee.
Thank you. End of questions. It's moved, it's seconded. The motions are before us. Note the refinements or the additions to those motions. And I'm now in the committee's hands if you would like to speak to this. Councillor Watson, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I won't be very long. And that was a good answer by John Dugood there in terms of people who do place value on special character in Auckland, and there are a lot, and more than that, there's a feeling amongst many people that certainly I engage with that in the past we haven't put enough value on our special character. If we don't protect those parts of Auckland that do have special character, we don't end up with any special character at all, or very limited amount. I mean, for instance, in the weekend I came down and had a walk around Ponsonby. The last time I was in Ponsonby was the 1960s. It was a slightly different social milieu back then, I can tell you. But it's a pleasant place to be. It adds to the vibrancy of Auckland. It's something that enriches everyone, not just the people that live there. It's a kind of living history. So I do see a few concerns here arising from some of the recommendations in the special characters overlay, and the kind of lack of clarity, and I acknowledge there's work to be done and stuff to be brought back and all the rest of it, but the general approach in 1, 3 and 4 I find a little concerning in terms of really opening up the undermining, the undercutting, the removal of protections that would otherwise exist. And I don't think that that's a very, a very desirable outcome. And I say that especially in light of everything else we've heard on this NPS today, where in some ways, and I know, we're obligated to go through this, but we've been through this process quite laboriously a number of years ago at great cost, $35 million. We went through that unitary plan, caused a lot of angst. We're under the pump there to accept everything, so there's virtually no exceptions there, a lot of political pressure from Wellington at the time, and we just rolled over. And, here we are again, a few more years down the track, and largely for a bit of political window dressing as far as I can see. We're going through another process that's going to probably undercut what already exists, and which had a lot of time and effort and thought put into it. So that's kind of fundamentally objectionable, and there doesn't seem to be any outlet to register that opposition. I'm sure there's a few colleagues around here would like that opportunity to actually just say what a, almost farcical this process is in light of Auckland's standing with the unitary plan. So, Mr. Chair, rather than opening it up for another version of Rome and the Barbarians, where we just sack what remains of parts of our heritage, I'd prefer us to put up a stand, put up a little bit of a stand on a few matters here, rather than just rolling over. When the super city was set up, some of the political commentators cast a warning to the politicians in Wellington, say you might be unleashing a beast here that might circumvent you at some point. I don't think they had much to worry about, but that being the case, I think in an issue like this, where there is special character, where it has been recognised, we have just been through a whole process a number of years ago to protect these few remaining areas in Auckland, that we do err on the side of protecting special character rather than accommodating, the knockdown and bowl over and put up more expensive housing that we know that people can't afford anyway. That seems to me to be a rather perverse result. So on that basis, Mr. Chair, I'll be recording my opposition to, and while there are some very, admirable recommendations here, I will be recording my opposition to 1, 3, and 4 on the special characters overlaid recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. And Megolf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to speak in support of the recommendations. I don't regard this as a farcical exercise. This is a very serious exercise where we've got to find a balance between the conflicting objectives of the desirability of intensification, particularly around the city centres, the metro centres, and the rapid transit hub, and the desire also to protect what's really important to the city, which is its cultural heritage, its architectural heritage. We want to live in a city that hasn't lost its history and isn't a bland city where everything looks alike. We are required to do this by the National Policy Statement, but the National Policy Statement does allow discretion, and that's around qualifying matters. I'm satisfied that we can do this in a way where we can get good quality intensification, the sort of stuff I've seen Auckland put up and the stuff I've seen around the Wyndham Quarter and all of the Wynyard Quarter and all of that. We can do intensification well, but we want to keep those really special areas of high quality. And I think it's simply finding that balance, and I want to credit our officers with actually working really hard to find that balance. We're not going to send the bulldozers in and wipe out the old villas, but we are going to look at areas where they don't match up to the standard, because the job, as they told us, wasn't done particularly carefully in the first instance. So politics is the art of compromise. We're finding the compromise here. Of course we want to have people living where there's transport centres around the metro centres, around the city centre, and of course we don't want to lose the best of our history and the best of our culture and the best of our architecture. That's our job, to find that balance. I think the officers have got us on the right task, and I support their recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quick comment. I support this policy approach, and I'm supportive of a higher intensification in the right area, along rapid transit routes and near the town centres. This is done all over the world, and it's necessary to avoid the urban sprawl. with the huge congestion and the traffic issues that impact the quality of the life of Aucklanders. These are the issues we currently know well and that we are facing across the region, particularly East Auckland. However, I do have a concern about the order that the MPAs ask us to do things. I believe we should have a transport connects first and then allow the development. If we look at how long it takes us to deliver our key transport projects, such as CRL, Light Rail, and the Eastern Busway, communities could be wait years, stuck with the congestion and the high emissions travel until these projects are finally completed. However, I do understand the MPS is a direction from the government. I look forward to see more detail from the team as this work continues. Thank you, Chair. 谢谢.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. Like Councillor Watson, I have huge concerns around this. As a councillor that sat through innumerable meetings over the unitary plan, I'm certainly aware of the enormous effort that we put in. This is essentially a political issue. The government knows, and we need to be telling them right in the eyes, that we have got more than enough housing provision in Auckland for decades to come. We know that. We know the issue in large part is around affordability, and the government needs to deal with that. So we shouldn't be having to sacrifice precious areas of Auckland, the heritage areas, like the areas in that Peter Siddle painting there, that go to the heart of Auckland. That is what people go to livable cities and great cities to look at. They look at the old architecture. They're interested in human scale. They're the things that are important to people. And it's not just character, it's the relationship between the character of the buildings, the topography, the volcanic landscape, the monga. All of those things are important. And those areas where you've got those houses are walkable because people like to walk through them, because there are gardens and rock walls and things that people actually need to engage with. So I've got a huge concern that this balance that we talk about will probably be very predictable. Developers will move in, they'll take out properties, they'll take out all the trees, and you'll have a structure there that won't last the distance. It'll probably be cheap in many instances because many of them are. So I think that Aucklanders deserve to know about this. I raised that issue. There are maps. Those maps need to be out there, and I hope that there's a public outcry because that is what is required if we're going to save the special things that make Auckland what it is.
And Councillor Henderson. I'm calling Councillor Henderson. I've got...
Okay. Just before I go, Chair, just seeking your guidance, if I were to second an amendment, I've already spoken, is that okay?
You can second an amendment if you've already spoken. I think.
You can't move it.
You can't move it.
Can't move it. Fantastic. That's good. Yeah, look, in that case, I'll be incredibly brief. Look, the MPS here is a great opportunity to enable more homes. Let's not forget that. And it's in places where people actually want to live, where young people, where young families want to live. Let's not forget that. We have just heard a couple of hours ago a presentation about the dire situation in Auckland's housing, and it will take us decades to catch up. I'd invite anyone to come to places like Te Atatū Peninsula where we're building huge amounts of housing and it's fantastic and people are largely coping. A lot of people are supporting it. But at the same time, we're restricting housing in some of our precious, our most valuable areas of Auckland where people actually want to live. Look, we've been conservative today, in my view, and we need to be ambitious. The choice of many of my generation and younger is, do I have kids? Or do I try and buy a house? I can't do both. Not anymore. That's horrible. That's not a situation that Auckland should be in. And the fact remains is that places like in the Central Isthmus has the best access to schools, to public transport and to jobs in the whole city. And we need to build houses where there are jobs. We need to follow the objectives and the policies of the NPS, which are very clear. As this process continues, we'll need to find a balance, and it's been correctly pointed out by the Mayor on this. But I'll also point out that from the evidence that we've heard today, we haven't chosen housing in that balance in decades. We haven't chosen it in decades. And we've got a poorer climate for it, and we've got a housing crisis for it that has deepened and continued for a long time. Through this process, we need to ask Aucklanders, but with that balance, we need to now choose housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now go to Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I think this is an opportunity to reassess what we zoned as special character, because I know from experience that my grandfather lived in a house on Balmoral Road for 70 years, until about 2 years before he died, and his side of Balmoral Road was special character. Across the road, fab. But all the houses look the same. And I look there now, and it's absolutely awful, the house that he sold. No one's looked after it. It's a 1910 villa. It was lovely. It's a tip now. But also, just down the road, great big houses have been allowed to be built, and they don't look anything like these 1910 villas. So, you know, maybe we got it wrong in some of the special character because we didn't have the resources, you know, and we could do this better. We might actually really hone in on the really good stuff, and then the stuff that isn't so great, that we might have kind of roughly said is special character and isn't really. So we might get better protected heritage homes, and we can develop in the areas where, I think as Councillor Henderson said, you know, our younger people are trying to buy houses they'd love to buy closer in so they didn't have to spend all that time and money on getting to work, but they just can't. So they have to go further and further out, and houses are not a hell of a lot cheaper really, but they're tiny. You know, they're not a place. You know, my daughter's saying, well, we'd like to buy one of these apartments, but you can't even fit anybody in it, and we want to have a family. And so I think it might give better affordability closer in. And the thing is, the more places that have really good public transport, you won't have these big anomalies where the places near the rare good public transport are really expensive, and younger people can't even, or people on low incomes can't even get there, as we've seen today, which is really depressing. And if we have more places with good public transport access, it might level the prices out a little bit, you know, because it's not like a diamond that a few people can afford. So I think this is a good piece of work. I don't share the thing that we have to have it all out there now. We need that report in August. We need, you know, if you put stuff out now, it just creates urban myths and people writing in the paper that we've already decided it. You know, we haven't decided it. So I think we put this forward. We've changed some of the recommendations. I mean, I'd prefer a 900 to a kilometre catchment as well, because it's actually 900 metres between Dominion Road and Sandringham Road. So you could still walk there, whichever line was taken. So I just think we've got to get on with the work, let our staff do the work, and we'll have more and more fine-grained information to make any decisions on, and then we'll take that piece of information, which is a bit better informed, out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper, and I will now go to Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intended not to speak, but because I understand there may be a division on this, I want to put forward my view. I felt compelled to speak when I heard a member suggest that somehow or another we just have to do this because the government and the opposition are united on it. And I want to say, well, that's bollocks. It's about doing the right thing for Auckland. And that should be our responsibility, not to whether it's Labour or National, whatever political party you belong to. I was really pissed off by that, quite frankly. This is our opportunity. It's just direction setting. It will come back in August. It is an opportunity to correct the mistakes of the unitary plan. There were those of us who desperately wanted a staged approach to the unitary plan and to take it quietly and carefully and to give great consideration to the issues of character and heritage, because they are so important to defining Auckland as we know it and the livable city that it is. I also want, in supporting this, even though I've got great respect for the contribution that Councillor Watson has made, it was always with the intention of optimising investment from the legacy councils who courageously made decisions on the assumption that there would be intensification along the corridors. And that was why someone like myself was so angry during the period of the unitary plan that we gave scant regard to the integrity of the individual assessments for these matters. So this is our chance to revisit it. We've heard today a lot about affordability being the problem. So I'm not saying that this is the great panacea to housing supply in Auckland, but I do know that we would have been in a much better place to go and have better partnerships with the private sector if we had done the whole issue of the character assessments properly at the time of the unitary plan, when we were giving, there were opportunities all over the place with CRL stations, not the least being the Mount Eden station.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Fletcher, but there's quite a lot of talk in the room here, and I would like members to actually listen to Councillor Fletcher, please.
Sorry, I'll start coughing again, and I'm trying to take a big breath so it won't. Affordability is obviously going to be an ongoing issue, but this is our chance to correct it before we make more investment-based decisions. We couldn't look at some of the partnerships that we might have looked at with the Mount Eden CRL station, for instance, because this work didn't really have any integrity. So for that reason and that reason alone, I'm wanting for us to do it once and do it properly. The final decisions aren't being taken today. They'll be taken next month in August. But this is the opportunity for Noel Reardon and his team to undertake the heritage and character matters with rather more detail than was undertaken during the time of the unitary plan. And for that reason alone, I'm looking to support the recommendations today.
Thank you, Councillor. And now I'll go to Councillor Hills.
Yes, Chair, and if you'd allow me to speak before I move the amendment, if I'm going to move an amendment, I just want to have a kind of show of hands, because I've had indications from a few that they're not interested. But my amendment, which could take a long time to debate, I would like to have an amendment of 1,500, 1,000, 1,000, but if it's definitely going to lose, I don't want to put it up. And so if I could just have a show of hands, otherwise I'll move it, and it will take a long time.
Okay, so just to be clear, let's hear what it's. You're saying instead of around 800, it's 1,000, and it's 1,500.
Yes, but what I'm trying to do is, I know everyone has things to go to. If it's going to take an hour to debate, well, you can cut it off here, then I'd rather just not.
Can I ask for a point of order, just for clarity, just point of order, and that may be because of my experience, but isn't it factual that we have to follow a process that if an amendment, and I just want clarity on that, Chair, that if an amendment is put up, has to be put up not to show hands first, to give a sort of straw poll. We're in a public meeting, and I just need clarity around that for my sake, because it just doesn't feel right to me. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's fair too. We're in debate. And if you want to move an amendment, it's normal that you actually prove the points to convince others to support you, or otherwise they can hear your points. On a show of hands, they're not going to have the opportunity to enter into any dialogue in reply to you. So I think we're just going to have to take, if you want to choose to move an amendment, you need to do it at the outset now.
Okay, I would like to move an amendment by replacement of A, B, and C, and make those 1,000 metres.
Okay, just for clarification, are you saying that the replacement is only on the measurement, or is it taking away the word around?
Well, my concern is, Chair, that around is low. If you have around 1,000, it's higher. I'm not convinced we're going to get the options if we take it down to this. I'm happy to take, look, I'll remove it.
Okay, so look, I'll take, if you want to move it, the words are 1,500 metres, so it would start 1,500 metres from the city centre, it would start 1,000 metres from the metropolitan, and the C would start 1,000 from the existing and planned rapid transit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take that in a second in Councillor Henderson, and you're welcome to speak to it.
Thank you, Chair. And it's just briefly, I am concerned that the catchments are too low as a starting point, and I would like to have more options brought back to us from a higher starting point. We've been told it doesn't preclude the 800, but I am worried that we do not have the maps and measurements of what that could be like if we don't have those as a starting point. And my concern is that we are really reduced around the train stations and bus stations, the investment we're currently putting into those, but also the possibility for different options for people. And all people are asking for are more options to live closer to public transport. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're just speaking to the amendment now, and the change is just those numbers, members. The removal of the word around and the addition of the numbers. Okay, we need to be clear. Okay, so I did ask that question and I was told it was the removal of around and with the change in the number. So now we have to add the word around. Is that what you want? Okay, we're adding back the word around on all three. I'm going to go to Councillor Filipina, who's signalling.
I'm seeking clarification around the process now with this amendment. Yes, I know that we will now discuss it. I want to hear, and I don't know whether it's been clear from the outset, I want to hear what repercussions, if any, with the changes to 1,000 metres and up to 15. The only way we can do that is then get our officers back here to ask the particular question. So that's my clarification around process, because I think it's important, the discussion with what was put up there, and it was the substantive prior to the amendment. We had asked questions around the 800 metres. Now that we've got the amendment and we will have to discuss it unless it's withdrawn, is I just want to hear from our staff as a result of the changes that have been done. So, Chair, I'm just seeking your guidance in regards to the process around that, please.
Thank you, members. Well, we're now in debate and we've asked the officers to withdraw. And I'll just check with our advisors here, but this suggestion was not raised at the question time. That's the time to raise it. So
Chair,
it puts us all in a difficult position.
And that's the reason for my clarification, is because the questions that were asked of our staff when they were here was around 800 metres. And that's my question of clarification. My understanding is, and Kalinda can correct me, but I think we can still ask, as a result of this being an amendment, that we can still ask and that's the clarification I want to seek.
Let me seek advice from our governance advisors whether we need leave of this meeting or what do the standing orders say, Kalinda?
So the standing orders would be silent on that particular point, Councillor Filipina, but I think there's a danger of the staff getting drawn into the debate if they were to come and speak to this. There were questions earlier about around 800 and around 1,200 metres, and I think the staff talked about why those were set, but also there were some questions asked about what if that was increased and things like that. So I think that area has been covered, and now it's up to you guys to decide, make that decision.
Okay, so members, I think we need to proceed in the debate. The staff have left the chair.
I will withdraw. I'm sorry. It wasn't good process. I don't normally do amendments, but I didn't feel like I got a good answer, but I will withdraw because I believe it can be brought up in the next process. And it's not the normal way I do things, but I felt I didn't get a good answer, but I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Now the meeting needs to agree to withdraw the amendment. Does the meeting agree? I take that to be affirmative.
We agree.
Thank you to all members, those online as well. So the amendment is withdrawn and we will continue speaking to the substantive motion. Councillor Hills, did you want to talk to the substantive?
Yes, and look, I apologise, Chair. When I asked the question, the answer I really got was the person does have to run 1,000 metres to Britomart at the moment, and I feel concerned that we won't get a full number of options come back to us, but I feel like the staff have probably heard my concerns, and I'm hoping and assuming we will get various options of maps that are more broadly than around 800, which I assume could be more than that. So look, I am concerned that we don't do what we were saying at the beginning of this meeting, which is allowing more options for people, especially around public transport. It is the biggest issue for climate change, for poverty, for homelessness, for options for people to continue to stay in the city. There is not enough options around our rapid transit network and all the investment we are putting in around that network. So I will support this for now, but I am keen to see those maps and options. And it is difficult at this early point for community to understand because we don't have any maps or any of the data. But thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Simpson, please.
No, I'm good, thank you. I'm all right, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Simpson. No.
No, I had a question on the amendment. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Now it's been withdrawn. I don't need to.
Right. Okay. Look, members, I am going to be supporting these motions as they are. Interestingly, we've sort of forgotten that there are other qualifying matters, that there are 3 pages of qualifying matters that we haven't spoken of, but they're in our report as attachment A. And most of the focus has understandably been on a single additional qualifying matter of special character areas. But let's go back to the root problem here. We've got median house prices in Auckland of 1.25 million. 1.25 million, approaching 1.3. And they might be slowing up a little bit, we'll see over the next couple of months. But we still have massive unaffordability. And any suggestion that the housing capacity assessments are showing that we just have capacity, I think you probably need to lock away in your minds that alone is not going to address affordability. We heard that from Mario and Chad and Jacques Victor, that we need to do things differently. Government gets it. I think most of us do get it, and we've got to take some action because this problem is just running away fast on us. The unaffordability issue is one, but we're displacing Aucklanders. We're inadvertently exiling Aucklanders because they don't see Auckland being their home anymore, because they cannot be here. It's impossible for them to be here. And that is a situation on our watch that we need to take responsibility for and share that responsibility with government. Homelessness is high, overcrowding's high, and if we go back to the 2016 evidence that built up with the unitary plan at that time, we never anticipated the market responding so positively to choosing to be near the rapid transit network. We are starting to see a significant number of dwelling consents coming through that I think in January it was 36% of dwelling consents were for within 1,500 metres. It was a different measurement of the rapid transit network. The month just gone, I think it was 28%. We're also seeing a desire to live in different typologies. 65% of the consents issued in April this year were for apartments and other forms of attached dwellings. So there's a real desire for people to live differently. And I think maybe parts of our Auckland Unitary Plan do need to be reviewed to keep up with the demand that Aucklanders are showing, that they actually want to live in not just a single house. They want to try out apartment living, mixed housing, urban and suburban. So the special character areas, this is an area I've given a lot of consideration to. I live in one currently. I actually don't think the part of the special character area I live in would pass the test today. That's the honest truth of it. It has been modified so significantly. But I'll take the evidence when Noel Reardon's team gives it a 6 or a 5 or a 4. And it will be an evidence-based approach entirely. But going back to what this special character is for Auckland, we're talking about streets and large areas dating back to the 1800s, early 1900s, through to the bungalow period. So villas and bungalows in the residential areas. And in many ways, it's that physical representation of our Auckland, or one of the physical representations of our Auckland. It's the one we point to when we laud it when we travel, and we're very proud of it. It's streets, it's cottages, it's villas, it's bungalows, it's lots of interesting styles from that period. And it's the valuable groupings of those houses have merit. Let's assess those again and see if that merit still stands, but it is part of our identity overall. There are many contributors to our identity, but that special character across part of Auckland has a lot of value to the overall identity of Auckland as it stands. There's architectural merit that our officers referred to. There's the kauri timber that goes into that. The kauri we're no longer milling is embedded in those kauri homes from the 1800s through to the early 1900s. It's unique, and they are generally dense and walkable. They're on small sites, mostly on very small sites. And when they disappear, they cannot be restored. You cannot bring that back. It is Auckland, a part of Auckland, gone forever. I've lived in a number of those. Councillor Coombe warned me not to go through my list of the special character areas that I've lived in Auckland, but I've also lived in equivalent special character areas in Wallara, Paddington, Darlinghurst, and I've lived in Bloomsbury, and it was a very different Bloomsbury when I lived there. In fact, I didn't quite live, I squatted in London. And those areas, I've gone back and looked at whether those areas have been bulldozed and the high rises have gone up. And no, they haven't. Those cities of Sydney and London have protected their special character areas because they recognise it contributes to their identity. It's still there. Bloomsbury's still there, much higher value, of course. And Paddington, all the workers' cottages are still there. And I think we need to approach this carefully through evidence-based analysis, which our heritage team will embark on. So I commend these resolutions as they stand. I'll be supporting them, and we will now put that to the vote. I've had a call for a division from Councillor Stewart, and is there a general feeling to take them all as a whole, or do you want them?
Yes, please.
Yeah, but as a whole, but a division on the whole. Okay? So I'll call the division.
Is it possible to record your vote against some of the items?
Or you can always do that, yes.
All right, so there's been a division called on item 13. The motion's on the screen. Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Aye.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
4.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
5.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Mayor Goff.
4.
Councillor Henderson.
4.
Councillor Hills.
I said 4.
Councillor Mulholland.
4.
Councillor Newman.
4.
Councillor Sayers.
4, but just noting against under the special character housing, special character area overlays against points 1, 3 and 4, please.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
For.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Same as Councillor Sayers.
Okay. So for, there would be 4, but against special character area overlays, subclause 1, 3 and 4. Is that correct? Okay. Councillor Watson.
4, but against special characters 1, 3 and 4, like my colleagues.
Thank you. And Councillor Young.
4.
Thank you, members. That is carried 19 votes to 1. And I thank the staff, I thank all the members for the great debate, questions before it that have led us to that decision. We've got one more item. Now, do we want a 5-minute break or shall we carry on?
It could be very quick, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go straight to the item. Warren McLennan, if you could come up, please.
Speeding road one.
Yeah, this is.
Just wanted to introduce a quick amendment.
Yeah.
And we don't say too much more. So
Okay. Members, I'll put up the motions, and there is an amendment which is consistent with an earlier plan change when there was an obvious shortfall in infrastructure funding. So I'll put that up. I will move. Can I have a second once you've read it? So that C is consistent. From the report, you will have read that there's a shortfall on funding. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's seconded. So we'll put that up. I'll now go to Warren McLennan. And Warren, can you introduce this private plan change request from Oyster Capital?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do a very brief series of comments and I won't do the presentation. I'll simply say that this is a private plan change request under Section 25 of the Resource Management Act, and you have a choice to accept it for processing, adopt it as a council plan, process it as a resource consent, or reject the private plan change request. It's simply about whether or not we should publicly notify the plan change request for submissions. It's not a consideration of the detailed merits or otherwise of the plan. My recommendation is to accept this plan for processing, and I can see the chair has put up some additional ones, recommendations. I'm happy to leave the discussion, leave the comments at that, and happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Walker, question.
Sure, I just have a question. My understanding is we're simply approving whether or not this plan change goes ahead for consideration. In that light, I just have a question as to whether C is appropriate, because it's looking to actually approve the plan change subject to various matters. And I question whether that's appropriate.
I'll go to the Chief of Strategy. I think this is consistent with an earlier...
Yeah, through the Chair, this is about a submission, Councillor Walker, so not the actual determination of the private plan change. So decision you're being asked to is to put it through the first gateway, which is to publicly notify it. And C is suggesting that when it is, that Council make a submission. And as the Chair has said, because there is concern from the Chair that put it up that there are some funding issues with this. So it's consistent with what we've done in the past, and it's not determining the whole plan change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. C2 says that the private plan change be approved with modifications. So we're actually second guessing the decision of whoever the independent commissioners are that hear this. Is that appropriate?
So through the chair, that's just so when you do a submission, you need to provide the hearing commissioners with a view about your position. So what that is saying is that the council would recommend it be declined if there were still issues. If there weren't any issues, then likely that we would say that's fine, it should be approved with some conditions or modifications. So all it's doing is suggesting the position that we might take. We haven't got to that position yet.
Are there further questions? Are there comments? Councillor Cooper.
So the question was, I really support more jobs in the northwest because we've got houses coming out the yin yang, but with no jobs. So this is good, but does a C make this harder? Is it likely that that Oyster Capital would say, yes, we'll pay for the infrastructure? Or do we not know that? Is that something we'll be investigating?
So at this stage, with we don't know the funding gap at the moment, and so we're working with Supporting Growth Alliance and the DPO to see if we can come up with a funding agreement. Now, the developer is willing to sit down and talk about it, but he doesn't know, and we don't know, just what that funding gap would be.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. No further questions? Councillor Filipaina.
Are there any legal repercussions in regards to the notification?
Sorry, through the chair, legal repercussions in what respect? If the council...
Notifying or not, or approving? That's all.
The decision you make today, if you go with the recommendation, the plan change will be notified and go through the process. If you were to take a different approach to the decision today, say if you were to reject the plan change, then that could be appealed to the Environment Court. So that would be the repercussion there.
Thank you. I'll just do one final check. There's no further questions, no comment further. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
Aye.
Declare that carried. Now, I'll just check any other business. We've completed our business. Thanks, members. It's been a long day. I think it's been a really positive day.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Simpson online as well. And I think I might have missed some names there. And thank you to...
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good night. Close the meeting.